Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. As you can see in the picture today, let's start the story of what if Naruto was kidnapped and experimented and gained new powers. Let's begin. Konoha alleys. The man landed in the alleyway. He allowed himself a small reprieve. It would take his pursuers a minute or two to track him. Long enough for him to figure out his next course of action. His mission had hit something of a snag. Damn that Hyuga. The man cursed to himself. If it hadn't been for him, I would not have to worry about the whole village coming after my ass. The Kumo Nin had been entrusted with a special task. While the others negotiated a peace treaty with Konoha, he would kidnap the heiress of the Hyuga clan. She would be used to create a new clan of Byakugan users, loyal only to Kumo. If all had gone to plan, his village would have a peace treaty with Konoha and a powerful new Kekkei Genkai to add to their arsenal. Konoha wouldn't suspect them, or if they did, then they would not be able to prove it. Unfortunately, he forgot one of the first things they drilled into him at the academy. No plan ever goes smoothly. In this case, he had the misfortune of being spotted by the girl's uncle. A bit of quick thinking had saved him from death. Flash tags, they were truly an underappreciated tool of a ninja. He felt his query struggle in the bag over his back. "Please let me go," came the child's terrified voice. "Shut it, brat." The ninja barked, jostling the bag. "It's your fault that I'm in this situation." He needed to think, and the spoiled princess's frantic pleas were distracting him. That flash tag would buy him a few moments. After that, the whole village would be crawling with ninja out for him in a minute or two. If he could make it past the village's walls and escape into the forest, then he could have a chance of completing the mission. That's assuming their ANBU didn't pick up his trail. If that happened, then No, he shook his head, warding off the morbid thoughts. He needed to focus on what he was going to do next, then when he was in a safe place, could he decide on what to do for any future complications. Perhaps if he could get into the sewer system, he might. Any farther thoughts came to a screeching halt, as he felt a weight crash into him. He had forgotten another important rule of the shinobi: always be aware of your surroundings. He fell on his back, the bag sent flying with a yelp of surprise. Before his mind had enough time to process the series of events, he felt that weight land on him, and soon felt small fists hit him. "Let her go, you big meanie," came a high-pitched voice. More than a bit confused, the Kumo Nin's vision honed in on the perpetrator. It was a child, a boy, 4 years, maybe 5. It was a little hard to tell because of how small he was. He had sun-kissed blonde hair that spiked in odd directions and blue eyes that were almost like an ocean to themselves. But the most distinguishing feature he had were the 3 whisker-like birthmarks on either of his checks. It took the Nin a full 3 seconds for his mind to process the image before him and another 2 for it to accept it. Then anger flashed over him. A child had got the drop on him, and by the looks of the brat's ragged and ill-fitting clothes, he was a street rat of some kind and most likely an orphan. The humiliation he felt could not be described in words. A street rat orphan had gotten the better of him. If it had been anyone else in any other situation, he might have laughed it up before slitting the boy's throat. Instead, he let his anger take its course and lashed his arm out, striking the boy in the side and sending him flying away. "You damn rat!" he shouted at the boy. With the brat off him, the Kumo Nin jumped back to his feet in time to see the boy charge at him. This time he was prepared for the child's assault and shot out his leg, landing a hit in the brat's stomach. The boy was sent flying into a nearby wall with a thunk. The boy tried to get up. "Durable little bastard, aren't you?" the Nin thought to himself. In the time it took to blink, the man was right on top of the boy. Grabbing him by his blonde hair, he smashed the child's head into the wall. The boy yelped in pain. Having regained control of the situation, the man allowed his anger to ebb, but only slightly. "You little brat," he growled at the soon-to-be child. "Do you have any idea who you're messing with?" He tightens his grip on the boy's hair, causing him to squirm from the discomfort. "Don't care," the boy said through gritted teeth. "Someone was in danger, and I had to help." "You help? Ha! All you did was piss me off and put yourself in danger," the Kumo Nin said, reaching for his kunai. "What kind of hero do you think you're supposed to be?" He pointed the blade weapon at the boy's throat. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, And one day I'll be Hokage. The boy all but proclaimed. If I can't save one person from a bastard like you, then I don't deserve it. The man had to suppress a chuckle at the boy's audacity. This little brat become Hokage? The day that happened was the day that Kami descended on the earth. Unlikely as one, this boy would be dead soon enough, and two, he was not a religious man. We'll see about that, he said, ready to plunge his weapon into the boy's eye socket. Then something stayed his hand. He had looked into the boy's sapphire eyes. Eyes that were full of defiance and determination, full of life. It rubbed him the wrong way. Kid, I don't like the way your eyes look at me. He growled into the boy's ears as an idea formed in his mind, a streak of sadism that he knew better to indulge in, but at the moment, he didn't care. He had bruised ego to nurse. Tell you what, brat. I won't kill you. He held his kunai to the boy's cheek and applied enough pressure to draw a prickle of blood. In exchange, I'll teach you a lesson in respecting your betters. He moves the small-bladed weapon to the eyes. And I think I'll start with those disrespectful eyes of yours. Then with a twisted laugh, he dug the tip of the kunai into the corner of the boy's eyes, inciting a pained scream from the young child. The sound was a catharsis for the stressed shinobi, one that he would enjoy for the next minute and a half as he continued to gouge out the boy's eyes. He lowered his kunai to admire his handiwork. Once there were deep blue eyes that could have put the sky to shame, there were now two bloody and empty sockets. The eyeballs now laid on the ground. With a swift motion, he stomped on them, ending any hope for them to be reattached to their owner. The boy was panting heavily and looked to be on the verge of the unconscious. Now, do you understand, boy? He said, his voice calmer than it was before. You could never beat me. Think about that as you bleed out here. He was about to drop the child when he heard him mumble something. What was that, brat? More mumbling, this time a bit louder. Speak clearly, boy, not beat. The child forced out. Just keep busy. Then he went limp. In the few seconds he had consciousness, the Kumo-nin realized the third rule he had forgotten. Distractions killed. He felt a jab in the back of his neck, and darkness claimed him. Hayashi silently watched as the Kumo-nin stepped over and gently caught the prone body of one Uzumaki Naruto. Looking down at the young Jinchuriki, seeing the mutilation that had been inflicted on the child, the Hyuga clan head was for a moment tempted to kill the man. He certainly had the right on three accounts. First and foremost as a father, then as a shinobi of Konoha, and lastly as a friend to a dear old friend. Minato and Kushina, if you're seeing this, please forgive us. He let his rational side win out. They needed to know the full details of Kumo's plans here. Hayashi-sama, he heard a branch member say to him. Your daughter is safe. He tore his eyes away from the grisly sight and laid them on another sight that broke his heart. The terrified and traumatized expression on his beloved little girl was a sight no parent should ever be forced to see. Tears were streaming down her cheeks, and she looked like any sudden noise would cause her to jump. She looks up to him, their eyes meeting. The mix of fear and hurt in her eyes was almost too much for him to bear. Otosan. Her trembling voice whispered out, almost like she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Forcing himself to smile, he kneeled before his frightened daughter. It's all right, my precious Hinata, you're safe now, he said, keeping his voice calm and even. That seemed to do it for her, as she latched onto him and began to cry into his shoulder. I was so scared, she sobbed, her words almost incoherent. Otosan 3 was sleeping in MMY room when I woke and a bad man was standing over me. I tried to scream for help, but he put in that bag. And then that boy got hurt because of me. It's all my fault. Hayashi laid his hand on the back of his daughter's head to calm her down. She did see what happened. Hinata, forgive me, I failed you as a father. I will see to it that this man pays with his life. He put his thoughts of vengeance aside for a moment. It's all right, my daughter. That bad man can't hurt you anymore, nor anyone else, he said in a soothing voice. But that hat boy, she tried to say. Her father placed a finger to her lips, giving her a reassuring smile. Do not fear. I will see to it that he is cared for properly, he said, even if I have to force the hospital to treat him with threats of retribution as clan head. A dark voice whispered in the back of his mind. Memories of how the village treated the boy flood to the forefront. Minato, if you had foreseen how the village would treat your son, would you have given your life to save it? He looked back at the unconscious form of the young Jinchuriki. A second branch member that had accompanied him was tending to the boy. Beyond the grievous injuries around his eyes, other details concerned him. His clothes were dirty and tattered, and looked to have a better place in the trash. Beneath them, he could see his malnourished form, and for some time if he wasn't mistaken. How long has he been like this? Have the caretakers at then orphanage neglected him, or even abused him? Or perhaps have they simply thrown him out to the streets? He would have to inform Hokage-sama of this, but first. He lifted his daughter and stood up and turned his attention to the first cadet branch. You, take this, he pointed to the Kumonin man to Tianai and informed them that they are to break him using whatever methods they deem necessary. Somewhere a certain snake mistress and a scared man smiled, causing others to fear for their lives. Yes, Hayashi-sama, the branch member said, bowing. He picked up the unconscious shinobi, and both disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Hayashi then turned to face the other that came with him. How is the boy? He asked. The branch member did not take her eyes off the boy. At the moment, he is stable, but for how long, I do not know, she said. I would recommend that he be taken to the hospital to make sure he stays that way. Hayashi nods at the woman's recommendation. I will see to that personally, he said. And much more, he silently added. It was high time that he did something about the son of his best friend, the Sandame's orders be damned. I want you to take my daughter back to the clan compound and report to the elders. After that, inform the Sandame of what's happened here, he ordered the branch member. The woman rose and bowed to him, saying, Yes, Hayashi-sama, I will. She was cut off by the sound of Hinata's voice. No! The Hyuga clan head stared at his daughter, surprised at the volume of her voice. PL, please let me come with you. He was about to say no to her request when his eyes met hers. He almost found himself gasping at seeing the determination he never witnessed in his soft-spoken daughter. Recollecting his thoughts, he concluded that the girl would not take no as an answer. Truly she was her mother. He nods to the girl, giving up on the argument before it could begin. Very well, he said, turning his attention back to the branch member. In that case, return to the compound and inform the elders that Hinata has been found and is safe with me. Then report to the Sandame. Again, the branch member bowed to the clan head. Yes, Hayashi-sama. I bet you farewell and wish a speedy recovery for the boy. We owe him a debt this night, she said before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. That we do, he said to no one in particular. And much more. He moved to the prone form of Naruto, and carefully he moved his daughter to one arm where she wrapped her arms around his neck. He picked the boy up, taking care not to aggravate his wounds. Come, daughter, we have a busy night ahead of us. Then all three figures vanished in a swirl of leaves. An hour later, Konoha Hospital. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Sandame Hokage of Konohagakure, renowned as the professor and feared throughout the elemental nations as the shinobi no kami, was for lack of a better word, furious. No scratch that he was murderously livid, such that killing intent was rolling off him in waves. The only reason everyone within 10 feet of him wasn't in a fear-induced coma was that he was actively keeping it from spilling over and lashing at the nearest living thing. That, however, did not stop people from going pale as a ghost at the sight of the dark aura surrounding the old shinobi. He was willing to tolerate many things and, in hindsight, should have come down on the insubordination of his former teammate Danzo, Kakashi's perpetual tardiness, even the nonsensical rantings of the civilian council. But this was a step too far for him. The attempted kidnapping of one of his citizens, and the maiming of another, the latter of which he considers to be his surrogate grandson. He knew that he was well within his rights to send the severed heads of Kumo's so-called peace delegation with the torn-up remains of the treaty and a declaration of war to the wreckage. He stopped just before a door and took a deep breath to calm himself and contain his killing intent. No, it would not come to war against Kumo. He had seen enough war in his life. He would still see to it that Kumo paid dearly for its offense this night. Their delegation was currently detained at the hotel they were staying at, under the watching eyes of a dozen ANBU squads, No one was to leave that building under the threat of being arrested and sent to TNI. The kidnapper was at the moment enjoying the best hospitality that Ibiki and Enko had to offer. Konoha would soon enough have the information it needed to embarrass Kumo should it try to raise a stink over it. Plans of revenge well in place, and having brought the inferno of his anger to a low simmer, Hiruzen opened the door and entered the room where young Naruto was resting. The sight before him almost brought him to tears and reignited his anger tenfold. Sleeping peacefully, the blonde-haired boy lay on the hospital bed, the white bandages wrapped around his head, proof of the mutilation that had been inflicted. Seeing the young Hyuga heiress was what kept him from going over the edge. Reining in his emotions, the old Hokage gazed at the boy he thought of as family. He could only think of his failures. Minato, my friend, I have failed you and your son yet again. It was at times like this he felt that he had become too old for this job. Hokage-sama, it is good to see you. The voice of the Hyuga clan head tore him out of his thoughts. Hi, he responded to the man. It is good to see you as well, Hayashi-san. I only wish it were under better circumstances. He looked back at Naruto, not bothering to hide the sadness in his eyes. Next to his bedside passed out was Hinata Hyuga. What is young Naruto's condition? He asked. For a moment, Hayashi hesitates, worrying the old Hokage. At present, he is in stable condition, Hokage-sama. The doctors are treating him well, though it did take some convincing on my end, so the lady at the reception would let us in. Hiruzen let out a tired sigh. Even 5 years later, many still held a grudge against the Uzumaki boy for what he contained, mostly the civilian population. He waved at the Hyuga clan head for him to continue. Aside from the injuries around his eyes, he sustained blows to his back, stomach, and the back of his head. Fortunately, none of them were serious and easily treated by the doctors or already healed due to his condition. Hayashi said, carefully skirting the law due to the presence of his daughter. The advanced healing granted by the Kyuubi, one of the few good things Naruto got out of his raw deal in life. However, Hayashi added in, causing the old Kage's apprehension to grow. While examining the boy, they found signs that he has been malnourished for several months now and evidence of physical abuse. Hiruzen felt his anger grow again, but he kept it hidden and only showed a sad expression. While I have nothing else to go on, I believe that the caretakers have mistreated Naruto and have likely thrown him out of the orphanage. Making a mental to have a discussion with the caretakers of the orphanage, the Sandaime spoke. I see. Thank you, Hayashi-san. I will look into this matter personally. But for now, my concern is with young Naruto right now. Is there anything else I should know about? He knew he should have never asked that question. It usually proceeded with an answer that he didn't like. The ever so slight and brief change in the Hyuga's expression confirmed his fears. Yes, Hokage-sama. While the doctors and the boy's regenerative abilities have healed all the injuries he has sustained, one was not and may prove to be a problem for his future. Hiruzen felt an odd chill going down his spine, one that he could not quite place. He glanced back at the Jinchuriki, wondering what could be beyond the Kyuubi's power to heal. He saw no sign of a permanent injury or one that could make the boy's life more difficult than it already was. Then something clicked in his mane and lump formed in his thought. The bandages around his head did cover his eyes? Right. Was the fox able to regenerate them? He looks back to the Hyuga head. Hayashi-san, please tell me that his eyes have. He began the question. His worst fears were confirmed when the man shook his head sadly. I'm afraid that seems to be beyond its power, he said, and Hiruzen could almost hear his heart break. Can't they implant new ones? Hiruzen asked, almost pleaded. The shake of Hayashi's head dashed that hope. The nerves that would normally connect his eyes to his brain were too heavily damaged for that procedure. That was it then. Naruto Uzumaki was blinded forever. If the council ever found out about this, they would use it as leverage to prevent the boy from signing up for the shinobi forces, crushing his dreams of becoming Hokage before they could ever begin. No! I must not think like that. There has to be a way, the Hokage thought, steeling himself like he would before a battle in his prime. His old but still sharp mind raced with all the possible actions he could take to help his surrogate grandson. One slim but possible alternative came to mind, one of his wayward students. If we could get Tsunade back in the village, she might be able to help Naruto. He expressed his idea. He saw the Hyuga clan had rubbed his chin, mulling over the idea. She is considered to be the greatest medic nin ever to live. He said, a statement that Hiruzen took with pride. But are you certain that she would be able to help the boy? After all, we are not just discussing healing scrape or even a broken bone but restoring the eyes of a person. Hiruzen knew that Hayashi had a point. Tsunade was lauded as a medical genius of unparalleled ability who practically reinvented the healing arts. But even this could be beyond her. But if anyone could do it, it would be her. It may be Naruto's only chance. Hiruzen spoke with full confidence. I'll get in contact with Jiraiya and see if he can't. Whatever else they had to plan would have to come later. One moment the atmosphere of the room was normal, a bit tense but nothing out of the ordinary. Then the next, the two shinobi felt a chakra spike. One that was all too familiar to them. Fear gripping his heart, the old shinobi whirled to face the bed of Naruto. What he saw almost caused his heart to stop. Red malevolent chakra emanated from the boy. Only being a few feet away, he and Hayashi could feel the primal nature of the energy. Next to the bed, he saw Hinata wake up with a start and look on at Naruto with surprise and fear. From the corner of his eye, he saw Hayashi rush to his daughter and pick her up. Holding the girl protectively, he moved to the far side of the room. At this moment, the Sandaime Hokage had feared that the seal was on the verge of breaking. That he and the two Hyugas in the room would see firsthand the return of the monster that nearly destroyed the village 5 years ago before dying. This time there would be no way of stopping it. His fear quickly turned to confusion as he saw the dark chakra moved upwards and concentrated around the boy's head. In particular, the place where his eyes used to be. This lasted for several seconds before the chakra dissipated, and the room was calm. Hiruzen did not let his guard down. What was that? He heard Hayashi say in a barely audible tone. I think we're about to get an answer, he said, seeing Naruto stir in his bed. He saw the boy look around the room, or at least try to. The confusion on the child's face as he turned his head from side to side in a vain attempt to see the room over was enough to bring the olden Hokage out of his pensive state, and allowed his grief to take over. Then the boy stopped, a dawning realization coming over his face as he brought a hand to his bandage-covered eyes. My eyes, they're gone? He said more as a statement than a question. Hiruzen could not help it anymore. Naruto-kun, he said before he could stop himself. He saw Naruto flinch at the sound of his voice. Again, he looked around, trying to find him in a room he could not see. Gigi? Is that you? The young boy asked, his voice sounding timider than he ever heard before. Yes, it's me, my boy, he said, trying to keep his emotions in check. The boy stopped his wandering and turned his head to face him as best he could. He tilted his head like someone would when gazing at a particular specimen. Are you there? He asked. Hiruzen closed his eyes and took a deep breath to brace himself for what was to come. Yes, I am Naruto-kun. It is good to see you are well, Gigi. The boy cheered aloud, bringing a smile to Hiruzen's face. I'm so glad that you're here. Where is here? He asked, scratching his whiskered cheek. The bright smile that flashed across the boy's face was almost enough to wash the old man's pain and grief of the day away almost. In a hospital room, Hiruzen answered. He saw the boy visibly stiffen at the answer, and Sarutobi's face took a dark expression. What kind of encounter did he have here to incite a reaction like that? Don't worry, young Naruto. Hayashi assures me that you have been treated well by the doctors. He tried to calm the child. Questions would have to come later. Naruto relaxed at the old man's reassurance. Then a questioning look appeared on his facial features. Hayashi? He questions. He is the man that brought you here, Hiruzen said with a smile, happy to know that some of his citizens were willing to look after the young Jinchuriki. Still holding his daughter, Hiruzen saw Hayashi step into his peripheral vision. Hello, Uzumaki-san, Hayashi said. I am Hyuga Hayashi. Naruto turned his head slightly to face the Hyuga. It seems the boy was quickly adapting to his blinded state. You were the one that brought me here? He asks, an edge of nervousness in his voice. Indeed I was, Hayashi responded. Once I had dealt with the kidnapper, I brought you here to have your injuries treated. I even made sure personally that the doctors treated you well. He explained. Really? You did that for me? Naruto asked, the disbelief both clear and heartbreaking. Glancing at the Hyuga patriarch, Hiruzen saw a small but sad smile on the man's face. Indeed, I did. It was the least that I could do after what you did for my daughter. He explained. Your daughter? Naruto asked, a bit confused. Oh! He exclaimed, his expression brightening up. That really pretty girl that man was taking? He commented offhand. Hiruzen had to bit back his chuckle at the boy's comment on the Hyuga heiress. That chuckle turned into a full laugh at the the girl's voice made. Looking at her, he saw that her face was about as red as a tomato. Hayashi's smile had become more genuine. Yes, the pretty girl, he said with a bit of mirth in his voice. Why don't you introduce yourself, Hinata? What? I'm. Hinata stuttered out. The poor thing looked about ready to faint. I'm Hyuga Hinata. It's nice to meet you and Naneru. Uzumaki-san. She managed to say. Naruto's smile grew wider. Hinata, you have a pretty name, he said. I'm glad you're okay. Hiruzen could almost see the steam coming off the girl as she tried to process the boy's comment. Better move this along before the poor girl's higher functions shut down. He must to himself. She is fine, Naruto. A bit frightened, but all right. Thanks to you, he said, congratulating the boy. Naruto faced the Hokage. I'm glad she's all right, he said. Leave it to Naruto to be more concerned with the well-being of others than his own. He truly is your son Minato and Kushina. You would be so proud of him right now. Sarutobi thought to himself. Though I am sorry to say that you have paid a high price for saving her, he said sadly. Naruto gave him a questioning look before he realized what the old man was referring to. He brought his hand back to his bandaged head. That's right, my eyes, he said softly. I'm sorry to say that the doctors will not be able to restore your eyes, Hiruzen said. Nor will they be able to implant new ones. Naruto still maintained a small but sad smile. It's okay, Gigi. I already knew. But I think it's worth it. So as long as Hinata is safe. It still wasn't comfort for Hiruzen's tired soul. Not to worry, Naruto. I have an old student who may wait. He said. His mind went back to a part of Naruto's statement. You said you already knew? How? He asks. The blonde-haired boy scratched the back of his head, laughing nervously. You caught that, huh? He said. Hiruzen had the sudden urge to get a bottle of aspirin. Let's just say while I was out, I had an encounter of the foxy kind. Hiruzen felt his eyes narrow at the not-so-subtle clue. Next to him, he saw Hayashi put Hinata down. Hinata, could you please step outside for a bit? The Hokage and I need to talk to Uzumaki-san in private. He told the girl, who hesitantly glanced at her father, then at Naruto. Finally her eyes settled on Sarutobi. The old man nodded his head at the girl, thankful he would not have to explain some awkward subjects. Go on ahead, young Hinata. We'll call you back in when we're finished, he said. The girl nodded at him and looked back at her father. Okay, Otosan, she said quietly. Then she turned to face Naruto and bowed. Goodbye, Uzumaki-san. She walked across the room and, with an opening and shutting of the door, was gone. As soon as the door was shut, Hiruzen walked to the wall opposite of Naruto and placed his hand on it. Channeling his chakra, he activated the hidden silencing seals. During the hospital's construction, he had ordered these seals placed in every room if he or other ranking officials in the Shinobi Corps needed to hear in private the reports of returning wounded shinobi. Turning around, he faced the young Jinchuriki. Explain, he ordered. For a moment, Naruto was silent as he gathered his thoughts. It began not long after I blacked out. Unknown. Naruto woke up still feeling the stinging pain around his eyes. The first thing he noticed was that he was wet, very wet. He sat up and looked around, seeing that he was in some kind of sewer. He didn't recognize it as anything that Konoha had, or at least not what he had explored of it. Could it be an older section he hadn't explored yet? Just great, the team threw me down into the sewers, he thought, getting up and began to walk down the strange sewer tunnel. He turned his head around, trying to get a good look at the place and trying to figure out where he was. I have to get out of here and tell Gigi about the bad man. If he was fast enough, there might still be time to save that pretty girl he saw just before the bad man tore his eyes out. He stopped in his tracks at the last thought. Entirely too calm for the situation, he reached his hand up to where his eyes were and felt them. They were still there and intact. He could see. But that was impossible, right? That man had used that sharp knife thing to cut them out. He even still felt the lingering pain around them. So, shouldn't the only thing he sees be pitch black darkness like he would when he slept? Should he be feeling empty holes where his eyes are and the blood around them? This is strange, he thought, surprised at how calm he was about the oddness of his situation. What's happening here? He asked aloud, knowing that no one was around to hear him. Where am I? He wasn't as alone as he thought he was. I can answer your questions, young jailer. The voice was deep and resonated with power, yet at the same time, it held a certain calmness to it. No, calm wasn't the word for it, more like it had an underline of grief. Who was that? He asked the voice, looking around, seeing no one that it could have come from. Who are you? Where are you? He asked, feeling a small amount of panic building up. This whole scenario was getting weirder and weirder by the second. A mysterious disembodied voice in the middle of a sewer system that Naruto had no idea of. Yeah, that sounded like a wonderful place to be at. Just follow the sound of my voice. The voice spoke again. Naruto took a hesitant step forward, then stopped. Was it a good idea to do as it said? He may not be the brightest candlestick, but even Naruto knows better than to do as a stranger said. Given that he couldn't even see the stranger in question, and this may all be in his head, Naruto was understandably suspicious about it. Do not be afraid, boy, I will not hurt you. You have my word. The voice tried to reassure him. Naruto thought about it for a second or two and concluded that he had nothing else to do given the circumstances. All right, I'm coming, he responded. But if you break your word, I'll whoop your ass, believe it? He shouted as loud as his lungs could allow him. Ha ha ha, then for my sake, I'd better keep my word, the voice said, sounding more amused than threatened, his cheeks lighting up in embarrassment at the thought that this stranger wasn't taking him seriously. Naruto began to walk down the tunnel following where the voice was coming from. I'll show him not to take me seriously, he thought to himself, unaware that his thoughts were not as private as he would like them to be. He wandered about the water-covered tunnel for what seemed like hours until up ahead, he saw something strange. At what he guessed to be the end of the sewer tunnel was a set of cage doors. They were huge, bigger than the gates at the front of the village. The space between the bars was big enough for him to walk past with no trouble. He didn't know why, but something told him they weren't meant for someone like him. The question was who or what was it meant for? Getting closer to the gates, he saw that up in the center where the two doors would meet was a slip of paper that read seal. What is this thing? He wondered aloud, peering into the darkness behind the gates. He could see nothing but what appeared to be the thin outline of something. Something really big. So, the jailer finally decides to visit the prisoner. The voice spoke. Now that he was close enough, Naruto could tell it was coming from behind the barred cage. Jailer? Prisoner? What are you talking about? Who are you? Naruto asked as the confusion set in again. He heard the voice chuckle. I seem to have gotten ahead of myself. It spoke. Naruto saw the outline begin to move. Slowly the light began to reveal the figure behind the cage doors. Allow me to introduce myself. His eyes widened in both fear and surprise as he gazed at the figure before him, its 9 tails swaying behind it, conveying a sense of amusement, and its orange fur glistening with power, unlike anything Naruto had seen. The fox-like creature held a toothy smile that would have even sent a chill down the devil's spine. Hello Uzumaki Naruto, I am the Kyuubi no Yoko, spoke the demon fox that had attacked the village years ago. Processing. 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 KKKKKKKI. Kyuubi? For the first time in his life, Naruto had stuttered, his shaking finger pointing at the giant fox in question. The fox's smile widens, causing the young boy to take a step back. Boo! Naruto would never admit to screaming like a girl even unto his dying breath as he jumped and fell onto his back. The landing sending water everywhere and soaking him. Pa ha 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 ha. The fox reared its head back in a boisterous laugh. Oh, you're aha too easy, kid, ha ha ha, it said in between laughs. Naruto's cheeks flushed in embarrassment, his anger for the moment quelling his fear. He jumps to his feet and points an accusatory finger at the laughing fox. That wasn't funny, asshole. He screeches at the fox, who stops and looks at the sheathing child. Then he began to laugh some more. Ha, yes it ha it is. Waha, why do yo ha you think I'm ha laugh aha ing for? Naruto swore a vein in him was bulging. The fox's loud laughter went on for several minutes before it got control of itself. You done? Naruto asked through gritted teeth. For the time being. Haha, I haven't had a good laugh like that in a long time. The QB spoke. It rested its head on its hand, gazing at Naruto with prideful eyes. For a moment, he thought he saw a hint of softness. Now, I do believe you have questions for me? It asked. Yeah, I do, Naruto shouted at the fox. Where are we? And how are you alive? Wasn't the Yondaime supposed to have killed you? This wasn't good. If the QB was still alive, the village would be in big trouble. I need to find a way out of here and tell Gigi that the fox is still around. Maybe he'll know what to do, Kit. You're standing right in front of me. I can hear you just fine. Keep your tone down. The fox said, the annoyance dripping from its voice. Naruto was about to shout again. He stopped himself, deciding that annoying the giant fox of doom and destruction wasn't going to be good for his health. Answer my questions, he said in a level tone. Better. Now, as for how I am still among the living, QB responded. That is simple. I cannot die. I am a being made of pure chakra, pure energy directed by a powerful mind. Even the most powerful of your kind could never hope to kill me, not truly. At best, you can disperse my body, but I would simply reform years later, and you would be back at square one. He said. Naruto decides it was a he, by his voice. So you're not dead, then how did the Yondaime defeat you? If Naruto could find how his hero beat the fox, then maybe he could repeat it. What hoping you can defeat me? Like your hero, the Yondaime did 5 years ago, the fox sarcastically replied. Even if you did know, it will be years before you have the skill and knowledge to pull it off. Assuming you're even capable of it. But to answer your question, the Yondaime, instead of killing me, went with the next best thing. He sealed me away. Sealed you away? Naruto asked. Yes, indeed. The art of Fuinjutsu is a powerful ability that few can use and even less master. I suggest that once you're out of here that you look into it. Who knows, you might have a talent for it. Naruto had a strange feeling that the fox knew more than he let on. Why would you ask me that? He asked. It seemed odd that the fox would encourage him to study the same power that the Yondaime used to defeat him. Why? The QB parroted. I suppose that would be confusing to you, Kit. Well, to say that we are in the same boat would be the understatement of the century. Understatement of the century? Same boat? Naruto muttered, trying to figure out the fox's angle. Stop talking in riddles. Just tell me. The fox rose, standing on all fours. Tell me, Kit, what do you think the Yondaime used to seal me? He asked. Used to seal you? Yes, used to seal me. When it comes to sealing anything, be it a kunai or an article of clothing or, in this case, a living being, you need something else to contain it. A vessel of sorts, in this context my prison. The QB explained. Naruto got it now for a seal to work. It needed something else to work as a container. I don't know, a scroll, or maybe a teapot. Anything that could capture you. Naruto answered. For a moment, the fox looked like he had been insulted. By the way, he glared at the boy. The glare vanished and was replaced with a calm, almost amused expression. A good guess, Kit, and a correct one if I were one of the lesser Biju. Like Shikaka last I heard, he had been sealed into a kettle pot, never going to let him live that one down. Naruto gave the fox a deadpan look over his mutterings. Other Biju? Shukiaki? Naruto questioned. Shikaku, whatever. So, wait, there are others like you? Naruto asked the 9 tails. Yes, there are 9 of us, to be exact. Going from the one tail, Shikaku the weakest, to me the nine tails and the strongest of the Biju. I will explain more later as I sense our time is short. What matters is that, unlike my brother, I cannot be simply sealed into an animated object. My power and will would be too much for it, and I would break free in an instant. Naruto tilted his head, puzzled by the fox's statement. If an object couldn't be used to imprison the QB, then what could he use a living thing, didn't he? He said as the thought occurred to him. Hearing his own question, he felt a cold chill down his back as certain pieces began to come together. Naruto would be the first to admit that he wasn't the sharpest kunai around, but he was smarter than what most gave him credit for, if any at all. The way the villagers treated him, whispering demon child or fox boy when they thought he wasn't listening. Why his birthdays were always his worst days. How Gigi always seemed to avoid his questions on why the villagers treated him badly. The fox smiled at him like a parent would to their child for achieving something noteworthy, something Naruto did not know how to feel about. Correct, boy. What's more, he could not use an animal since they would not have the will to keep me at bay. The vessel had to be a human, ideally a newborn baby, as their chakra networks would still be forming and could adapt to the strain of the ceiling. Naruto felt his knees start to shake. It was me, wasn't it? I was that baby, he said quietly, not sure if the fox could hear him or not. He did. Yes, you are my container. My prison. Naruto fell to his knees. I am a monster. It's like everyone said I'm a demon child. I killed all of those people 5 years ago. The child muttered out, his voice quivering as tears streamed from his eyes. It was no wonder that the whole village hated him. He was the QB in human form. Gigi must hate him too. The shell-shocked blonde did not get far in his self-loathing. The fox pounds a fist into the watery floor, sending a shockwave out that almost blew Naruto away. Recovering from the blast, the boy looks up at the seething fox, shock and fear battling it out for dominance. Uzumaki Naruto, if your Okayasen heard you right now, she would whoop you for such stupidity, he said in a low growl that caused the water to ripple. To say and believe that is an insult to you and me and degrades the sacrifice that your yandere made to save your worthless village. Now tell me, kid, do I look like a scrawny snot-nosed brat to you? Naruto shook his head, not registering the insult thrown at him. Now, do you look like a giant murdering nine-tailed fox? Again, Naruto shook his head. Good boy, you do have a brain in that thick head of yours. Naruto frowned at the fox's insult. Hey, who are you calling brainless, you overgrown fuzzball? He hotly shouted at said fuzzball. That's the spirit, kid. I don't need you going emo on me like a certain group of people with an eye infection. Elsewhere, all the residents at the Uchiha compound sneezed, except for one. Is something going around? He asked, back to Naruto and the fox. You are not me, and I am not you, Kyubi said, starting to calmer than before. Got that, kid? Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, I think I do. Good, glad to know my vessel isn't a complete moron. Watch it, fuzzball. Humph, the fox snorted. Any other questions before we move on? Yeah, Naruto replied, looking around the sewer. If you're supposed to be inside of me, then what is this place, and why am I here? Last I checked, I didn't have a sewer inside of me, he asked. Simple, we're in your mindscape, the QB said. Mindscape? What's that? Simply put, we are in your mind. Here we can converse as we are doing now. There are other uses for it that I will tell you about them later. Okay. I'm not sure if I follow. But if this is my mind, then why does it look like a sewer? Naruto asked, taking another look around at the admittedly boring scenery. He was expecting the inside of his mind to look a bit more awesome than what he was seeing. And how did I get here? I have a few ideas, but that will have to wait. Though I can tell you that you can change it once you know how to. Wouldn't mind a change of scenery. As for how you got here, I was able to pull your consciousness here after you black out from the pain of your eyes being torn out by that Kumonin. Naruto shot back up to his feet. That girl! He shouts, realizing he had completely forgotten the events in the Ally. I have to get out of here. She could still be in trouble. He frantically looks for any sign of an exit. Calm down, kid. The girl is safe. Right after you lost consciousness, I sent someone else deal with the kidnapper, QB said. Naruto let a breath of relief at hearing that the girl with the pretty eyes was safe. That's nice to hear, he said, plopping down into the water. So, you said that you brought me here? Why, I have two main reasons, replied the fox. First, I had wished to meet my jailer in person. If we are stuck together, we might as well get to know each other, so we don't end up wanting to tear out each other's throats out. Naruto nodded his head to show he understood the fox's reasoning before shifting his position into a sitting one with his legs crossed. Now that he thought about it, he was surprised that the Kyuubi, the monster that attacked his village, a being that killed hundreds if not thousands of innocent lives, a creature that supposedly could level mountains with a single swipe of one of its 9 tails, was acting so cordial. Hearing the stories of the fox from the village had built up an image of a snarling beast that craved only carnage and destruction, an embodiment of death. What he saw here was nothing of such. If anything, he seemed calmer than Gigi. For a moment, he wonders if what he knew of the attack 5 years ago was the full story. My second reason is to discuss what we are going to do about your newly acquired blinded stat. For a moment, the blonde was puzzled by the Kyuubi's statement. Then his mind went back to his most recent memories. My eyes, he mutters, his hand instinctively reaching for his eyes. How could he have forgotten that? Without them, it's going to be hard becoming a shinobi. Right, he saw that Kyuubi nod his head. Correct, Kit. In normal circumstances, it would be hard enough to join the ranks of the shinobi. He began to explain. Difficult but not impossible. However, given your status as my container, certain people may use this to stop you. The villagers, Naruto said, his head downcast, realizing his dreams may be impossible now. Do not fret, Kit. I may have a solution to your problem if you're willing to hear me out. Naruto looked up at the fox, eager to hear what he had in mind. How? He asked. Tell me, Kit, what do you know about Kekkei Genkais? Back to the present. You mean to us that the Kyuubi no Yoko gave you a Kekkei Genkai? Hayashi said, almost shouting. His head was whirling with the revelation that Naruto had contacted the monster that nearly destroyed the village 5 years ago. That it wasn't the monster he believed it to be. Sure, the thought that it was trying to deceive him had crossed his mind, but the Sandaime seems to think that the fox was acting truthfully as he did not bring up any concerns, only asking for the occasional clarification throughout Naruto's story. He even chuckled at the bit where the fox mentioned Naruto's mother. It seemed that the elderly Hokage knew more about the Biju than he let on. Yeah? The young Jinchuriki said, rubbing the back of his head. He gave me a Kengi? Kinji? Kek. That thing you just said, a Kekkei Genkai. Otherwise known as a bloodline limit, a power that can manifest in certain individuals and their families. The Hokage explained. A powerful tool for some. It would explain why we felt the fox's chakra earlier. He did say that it might cause others to panic, Naruto said with a nervous smile. So, he sent me out to calm you guys down. How appreciative of him. Tell him he has my thanks. Sandaime said, I'll be sure to do that the next time I see him. He said that he has a lot to tell. The boy replied, he would not mind if I was in attendance for that. Hayashi looked at the old Hokage like he had gone senile. He was saying that like the two were old friends waiting to catch up with each other. I know a Yamanaka who can help with that. Actually, he does want to see you, the blonde-haired child said. He said something about wanting to have words with you about my living conditions and that a certain redhead was probably waiting for you in the afterlife. Whatever that means. For the first in a long time, Hayashi saw the Sandaime Hokage, the shinobi no kami, visibly shiver. He could not fault him. An angry Kushina was one thing that scared him more than the Kyuubi, and one that parental fury on her side would make Maki look like paradise. I look forward to it, he heard the man say. Hayashi turned his head to face the child sitting in the bed. So tell us, Uzumaki-san, what power did the fox give you? He asked, changing the subject. A fox-like grin crossed Naruto's lips, and for a second, he could swear he saw a small hint of maliciousness in it. Instead of telling about I show you, 1 hour later, interrogation room in Tianai Center, he had failed. It was the only way to describe his current situation. Even if his comrades were to come to his rescue, it would only be so that Reikage would execute him for his failure. His captors brought him into a room and forced him onto a wall where they chained his hands. He was facing the far end of the room. He did not doubt that the wall was a one-way window, and at present he was being watched. What more could they want? They already have everything I know. Another mark of his shame. When the interrogators came, he was prepared for whatever inhumane methods they had to force his lips. Even the Konoha, known for its peace-loving ways, knew when to get its hands dirty. Looking to the past 3 great shinobi wars was evidence enough of that. He was ready to die screaming, taking his secrets to his grave, the hope he had to carry some form of respect in his village. He broke in less than 10 minutes, and the scarred man that was his interrogator never even touched him. His shame was complete, and now he only had one of 2 possibilities to look forward to. Either he would be handed over to the Hyugas and be killed for his transgressions against their clan, or he would be released back to his village, where he would be executed for his failure. 2 different paths ending in the same destination, his body becoming fertilizer for the ground. For a moment, he had contemplated the possibility of ending his life before they had a chance to decide his fate. He quickly discarded that thought because there was no way he could succeed due to being constantly watched, and 2, it would be viewed as a final disgrace. He would take his death with whatever small amount of dignity he could. All of this was the result of one thing. Had he not indulged in his wounded pride, he would be well on his way out of Konoha and back to Kumo. He should have slit that brat's throat when he had the chance. He heard the door creak and a pair of figures walking in. He rose his head up to see who they were. He found himself taking an intake of air. One of them was a purple-haired kunoichi with a sadistic smile plastered on her face. The other caused his blood to boil with rage. "All right, brat, do your thing," the kunoichi said, sounding bored. "Don't know what the old geezer is thinking letting you in here." The boy that had ruined his life stepped towards him. He was now dressed in some simple clothes, and there were fresh bandages wrapped around his head. Nonetheless, he still recognized the boy that he mutilated. Every fiber in his being wanted to lung at the child and tear his head off. To hear his screams for mercy as he died. The former nin controlled himself, realizing what he was seeing was an elaborate genjutsu meant to torment him. He had to admit it was a nicely thought-out one, forcing him to see his victim haunt his guilty conscience, or get a rise out of him. Too bad for them, he saw right through their trick. "You took my eyes from me," the boy thing said, his voice sounding eerily calm for a child that had been tortured only a few hours ago. "Yes, so what of it?" the Kumo nin said, deciding to humor the leaf bastards. "What are you going to do about it?" he said, mocking the image in front of him. "Get even with me by taking my eyes?" What the illusionary boy did next caused him to shiver in fright. He smiled. "There's an idea," he said, raising his hand to the man's face. He gave the child a questioning look. What were these leaf nin playing at? "What are yo?" His voice trailed off as he felt a strange sensation behind his eyes. An odd pressure one usually felt when they sneezed, only this time it was continuous and building up. "What are you?" he said before pressure turned to an aching, then into pain. He felt like his eyes were being forced out of his skull, but he couldn't see what was causing it. The boy was only holding his hand out, and the kunoichi behind him wasn't doing anything. If anything, she seemed surprised by whatever was happening. The pain continued to build. It was like someone had lit a fire behind his eyeballs. He found it hard to breathe, feeling his whole body go numb. Then all at once, he felt an explosion of pain around his head. He screamed as he saw darkness. Hiruzen's mouth was still gaping when Naruto entered the observation room, a giddy Anko right behind him. He had seen what had happened and still found it hard to believe. At first, he had his reservations about letting Naruto in the same room as his tormentor. Kami knew what kind of reaction that would cause in the boy, but the young blonde was adamant about wanting the man to be, in his words, my first victim. A phrasing that worried him then and still did now. How Mitarashi was looking at the boy wasn't helping either. He looked out the one-way window, seeing that the medics were still struggling to sedate the screaming man, blood dripping from his empty eye sockets. He looked back to Naruto, his gaze settling on the pair of green eyes floating in front of him, hovering just in front of where his eyes used to be. A strange sight for sure. The boy gazed up at the old Kage, the eyes moving with his head to look at him. As impossible as it was, he knew that Naruto was somehow seeing him through those eyes. "Naruto," he said to the boy, his mind already thinking of how he would spin this to the council. "Is this the power that the Kyuubi gave you?" he asked. He saw the boy nod his head. The eyes remained unmoving. "Yes, it is," he confirmed. "I still don't know what to call it. But what it does, as the fuzzball said, is it lets me take the eyes of others and see through them," he explained, holding his hand where the eyes floated to. "Interesting." He said a few possible ways of what it could be used for already popping into his head. They would have to find out what all he could do with this ability. "Can you control several of them, and how many? Are there any other powers your gift has?" he asked, wanting to understand the new tool Naruto and Konoha had at their disposal. According to the fox, yes. He's not sure how many, but he estimates hundreds or even thousands. Naruto replied as his eyes floated towards Hiruzen and circled around him before returning to the child. "Any other abilities he says I'll have to discover for myself." Hiruzen stroked his chin, thinking over the details Naruto gave him about his new power. Judging by what he could see right now, the eyes just floated in the air, somehow transmitting what they see directly to the user's brain. He speculated that thin chakra strings were somehow involved. Farther, he could see that Naruto could freely move the eyes around as he was doing now. Depending on how far they could go away from him, they would be invaluable in a reconnaissance role. Imagine being able to scout out an enemy encampment, or the home of a target. After all, no one had a reason to look for floating eyeballs. Even then, they could be hidden in any number of places. Then there was the question of if he could see through several eyes at once. If so, how many at a time? Could he train to see through more? Could he use the Byakugan or the Sharingan if he somehow came into possession of them? How would he acquire more eyes? Many questions formed into the old shinobi's mind, just as they would whenever he came across a new Kekkei Genkai like this one. A power like this one had many possibilities, and he was certain that Naruto was eager to explore them all. But for now, Hiruzen turned his attention back to Naruto chatting with Anko and Ibiki. Despite the boy's energy, it was clear that the boy was tired. "Come, Naruto-kun," he said, taking a grandfatherly tone with the blonde-haired child. "I think it is time that you got some rest. We can learn more about your powers tomorrow." He held his hand to the boy, who took it. The pair walked out of the room, a couple of A and B guards closely shadowing them. "Where are we going, Gigi?" Naruto asked, his head turned towards him. Hiruzen smiled at a memory just before they left the hospital. "Hayashi-san has offered to stay at his home for the night as thanks for what you did," he said. He suspected that the clan head had more that he wanted to talk about in private. He even had an idea of what it might be. "Really?" the child said with awe. "He sounds like a nice guy." After tonight's events, he was inclined to give Hayashi what he wanted. "That he is. Furthermore, I propose," Hayashi had to resist the urge to rub his temples in frustration. A frequent battle he had whenever a meeting of the clan elders was held. Several times a week at minimum. He looked to his twin, who gave him a well-hidden sympathetic glance. Kami above, he didn't know what he would do without his younger brother's advice and support. Hizashi, as far as the clan head was concerned, he was better suited for the role. But old dogmas and bad timing had robbed him of that chance. Hayashi turned his attention back to what the elder was saying. It was yet another attempt to carry out more oppressive acts against the branch house of the Hyuga clan. Luckily, he and some of the more sensible members of the Elder Council were quick to shoot it down. The elder sat back down, grumbling something about being too lenient with the branch family. Hayashi stood up to address the assembled council. "Are there any other proposals that members of this esteemed council would like to bring forth?" he asked, hoping to bring to a swift end the tiring meeting. He gazed around the chamber, seeing that none of the elders were going to say anything. "Then, in that case, we shall call an end to this gathering of the Hyuga clan council," he announced, eager to be done the day's proceedings. "Brother." The voice of Hizashi gained the attention of the council. Everyone looked to where he was sitting. "Do you not have something you wish to announce to the council?" he asked. Before the elders turned their heads to him, a small but brief smile had flashed across his lips. Their little plan was about to be put in motion. Thank you, dear brother, for reminding me. You have an announcement for us? One of the elders spoke. Why was this not brought to our attention sooner? It had little bearing on what this meeting of the council had on its agenda. He explained. It would have distracted us from the proceedings. As such, I thought it best to leave it be until the conclusion of the meeting. The elder nodded, accepting the explanation. Very well, what is it you wish to tell us? He asked. In 3 weeks, our clan heiress Hyuga Hinata and our clan ward Uzumaki Naruto will be attending the Shinobi Academy. The atmosphere of the chamber noticeably became colder. I can see why you would want our heiress to attend the academy, the elder said carefully. Despite her shortcomings, she is a capable heiress, and would show the village the strength of the main house family, as Niji has shown the strength of the branch house. That we can accept those shortcomings being that his daughter was considered to be too gentle and kind-hearted by several of the elders. However, Hayashi repressed a grimace at the man's tone. He knew that this would be the hardest part. Our young ward is another question. Are you certain he is ready? We can always let him continue his training here, and enroll him in the final year of the academy. Even now, 2 years after the fact, some of the elders were still wary of Naruto. Not because they believed him to be the Kyuubi incarnate. That was a trapping that most of the civilian population fell into. Instead, they did not wish to deal with the stigma that came with housing the village pariah. Though that position was in question now, as word that the supposed demon child had saved the Hyuga heiress suffering severe injuries in the process, a fact that seemed to be validated when the clan took him in. While there were still many who held the child in contempt, there were now many who held him in a different light. Despite their reservations, the elders had agreed to take Naruto in as a clan ward. It would be a great dishonor to the whole clan if they did not repay their debt to the boy. It didn't hurt Hayashi's case that once Naruto established a new clan of wielders of a new and powerful Kekkei Genkai, that clan would have close ties to the Hyuga clan. Politics sometimes they were good for something. I am certain, Hayashi responded firmly. If he is to establish a new Uzumaki clan here Konoha as he wishes to do, then he will need the support of not just our clan but others as well. Ideally, the most prominent clans, such as the Uchiha, Aburame, Inuzuka, Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Nara clans. As it is known, the future heads of these clans will be attending the academy this year. While he is already acquainted with them, it is wise to have young Uzumaki deepen his relationships with them in the hopes that he will gain each of their clans' support. He explained to the elders knowing that they would not be able to argue against his point. If his skills you are worried about, you need not be concerned. He has already demonstrated to be capable in his own right. I have no doubt he will hold a high ranking in his class for the duration of the academy. Yet another point they could not argue against. The tutors they assigned to him had quickly learned that the boy was eager to learn, absorbed much of what they said. It was hard to say how intelligent he truly was, as it was quickly discovered that Naruto did not learn things like most people. He was what is known as a kinesthetic learner, meaning that he learned more by doing than through a lecture. Once his learners had adjusted to his learning style, the boy was quick to flourish, proving that he was more intelligent than rumors had to lead most to believe. It should also be noted that he has kept an even pace with my son, Niji, in several sparring matches. Hizashi spoke up. A boy whom this very council has lauded as a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Inwardly Hayashi was smiling like a fox. His brother had brought up a valid point that the elders couldn't dismiss. The elders looked to each holding a silent conversation and consensus. Very well, Hayashi. One of them spoke. We will allow this, but we expect the two to hold a high ranking in their class, and they not bring shame to the Hyuga clan. He said harshly. Smiling, Hayashi respectfully bowed to the elders. I thank this council for its wisdom. I assure you my daughter and our clan ward will bring nothing but glory to the Hyuga name. He said, we expect nothing less. Furthermore, on the morning of their first day in the academy, we wish to address them. The elder requested, Red demanded. Of course, Hayashi said, lifting himself. If there are no more questions, then I call this meeting to an end. He dismissed the elders. Once the last of the elders left the chamber, sliding the doors shut behind them, did Hayashi allow a tired sigh to escape. Dealing with the clan elders was always a tiring affair. A hand appeared in his line of vision. Looking up, he saw it was coming from Hisashi, giving him a knowing smile. "Brother, you alright?" he asks. "I'm just tired, Hisashi," he said, taking his brother's hand and getting up. "Tired?" the younger twin queried, a mischievous glint in his eye. "It is not even late in the day." A small smile graced Hayashi's lips. "To paraphrase our young ward, dealing with old windbags does that to you," he said, receiving a small chuckle from his twin. "Come, brother. I think it's time that we informed the children of the changes to their daily lives." Agreeing with his brother, Hayashi stepped alongside Hisashi. The two stepped out of the council chamber and entered the hallways of the main compound. Navigating their way through the compound, occasionally greeted by another Hyuga, the two brothers made their way to the Hyuga Gardens in the center of the compound. Stepping out into the garden, Hayashi was greeted with a sight that always brought a genuine smile. Close to one of the pounds, two 7-year-olds were playing a game of ninja. One was a girl with dark blue hair and pupilless lavender eyes, which distinguished her as a Hyuga, his daughter Hinata. The other was a boy with bright blonde hair that seemed to spike in every direction. On his checks were 3 birthmarks shaped like whiskers. His most distinguishing characteristic was that his eyes were covered by a dark orange blindfold. The ward of the Hyuga clan Uzumaki Naruto, an energetic boy that brought life to wherever he went. Certainly, he made life in the Hyuga compound less dull. Contrary to what they were seeing, Hayashi knew the boy wasn't blind and could see them, albeit not with the eyes he was born with. The boy stopped in his tracks, turned to face the Hyuga twins, and waved at them before he resumed his game with Hinata. Close by, the two brothers could see another pair of figures watching the children play. One was a boy about a year older than them who was the spitting image of his father, Hisashi. A cold expression covered his face. Sitting on a bench behind him, her belly heavily swollen with child, was Hayashi's love and wife, Hitomi, a stunningly beautiful woman that appeared to be an adult version of Hinata. Her dark blue hair hung below her shoulders. Hayashi and his brother walked towards the watching pair. Noticing them approaching, the boy turned to face them and bowed. "Hayashi-sama, Otosan," he greeted the men. "Raise Niji," Hayashi said to the boy. "There is no need to bow to me, and please just call me uncle. There are no elders here to reprimand you." Niji rose. "That would not be appropriate, Hayashi-sama," he said coldly. The clan head wanted to shake his head in frustration. Ever since the Hyuga affair, as it became known as 2 years ago, Niji had changed from the friendly and gentle boy he was to a cold, unfeeling child who held a deep-seated grudge against the main house of the Hyuga clan, his daughter most of all. He knew why Niji became like this. The elders had not taken kindly to Hisashi's failure to protect Hinata. They had punished him severely and in front of his son, no less. Yet another reason for Hayashi to get rid of the Elder Council once he could. Giving up on the matter, Hayashi turned his gaze to Hitomi, who was giving him a warm smile. He walked towards her and took her hand and placed a kiss on it. "My beautiful Haim," he greeted her. "How has your day been?" he asked, taking a seat next to her. "Judging by your appearance, I would say better than yours," she replied. "How the elders take the news?" she asked, an edge of worry in her voice. "Better than I had expected," he answered. "They did try to put up an objection to Naruto attending the academy so soon. But the points my brother and I brought up in his favor put an end to that." "That's good to hear," she said, looking back at the playing children. Hayashi's gaze followed her. His eyes settled on the blonde-haired boy. He was standing protectively over Hinata as though he was facing down a monster or villain that wanted to harm her. "He deserves to be around kids his age," he heard his wife, "to be able to make friends and have people he can rely on. Hinata, I think, would benefit from it too." "That's right, with Hinata in the academy, the elders wouldn't be able to exert as much influence on her as they did now. While she was doing well to hold her position as the heiress to the clan, Naruto, thank Kami above, was a big help in that regard. The elders were not entirely impressed with her, and wanted to push her harder to excel. Hayashi believed in his daughter, and knew she had the potential to become one of the best that the Hyuga had to offer. What she needed was time and patience to grow into her own. At the academy, she would have that chance. With Naruto at her side, she would blossom like a flower. Indeed, it will be good for them. I believe they might even thrive there," he said, expressing his thoughts. "I only hope the elders won't pressure them any more than they already do," his wife said. He was about to answer when he saw her place her hand on her belly. "Humph." She winced. "Are you all right, my dear?" he asked her, about to get up. The doctors did say that this would be about the time that she was due. What if her water had just broken? Was there a complication? He felt Hitomi grab his arm and nudged him down. "It's all right, Hayashi," she reassured him. "The baby just kicked, is all. The little thing turning out to be something of a firecracker," she said jokingly. Hayashi calmed himself, knowing he had started to overreact again. "Sorry, dear." He apologized to his wife. He heard her chuckle under her breath. "Honestly, I don't know who's more eager about the baby. Me or you," she said, placing her hand on her stomach, a loving gaze centered on it. "Now that I think about it, you were just like this when I had Hinata." She looked back to him, a nostalgic expression clear on her face. "Between you and me, I think you were the happiest when she was born." The Hyuga patriarch hid a small blush at the memory. He remembers the surge of overwhelming emotions when he first saw his baby girl, tenfold when he held her in his arms. The overwhelming desire to protect her from all harm, to hold and cherish her. He remembered the tears that streamed down his cheeks, and the way his father looked at him. On the surface was disapproval at the display of emotion, but underneath, he could see the man's care and understanding. He looked to where his daughter was and knew that those feelings were still as strong as ever. He looked back to his wife, his eyes locked onto her swollen stomach. He reached his hand out. "Mind if I?" he asked. He saw her nod. "Go ahead." His hand landed on her lamp. Initially, he didn't feel anything, then he felt something stir from behind the layers of skin and fat. A jolt of excitement raced through his being. His child, boy or girl, was indeed a lively one as he felt a kick. Hitomi winced again. "As I said, she's a little firecracker," she said. "I can tell," Hayashi responded before his mind picked on what she said. "She?" he queried. Had she went ahead and had one of the doctors check? He saw her smile at him. "Call it a mother's intuition. She places her hand over Hayashi's and remains content just to sit there and feel the movements of their future child." He didn't want to show his other concerns about Hitomi's pregnancy. Hinata had gone swimmingly well, only showing the usual signs such as morning sickness and mood swings. This one had looked to be the same in the first few months, then somewhere in the second trimester, things had started to go wrong. At first, it seemed like she was just having a particularly bad case of morning sickness and fatigue, worrisome but not unheard of in some pregnancies. It's when those symptoms persisted much longer than they should have been when they began to worry that something was wrong. It culminated when she collapsed suddenly. She had been fortunate that a branch member had been close by to catch her. Otherwise, severe harm could come to her and the baby when she fell down the stairs leading to the compounds on the second floor. Since then, the doctors could not find anything wrong with her and the baby, no matter how they checked. Only for one reason or another, Hitomi was getting weaker as her pregnancy continued. There were times when she couldn't even get out of bed. There was growing concern that she may not survive childbirth. Even Hinata and Naruto started to show signs of worry. Sometimes he would catch Hinata sneak concerned glances at her mother, and Naruto as well. Hitomi had told him that on days when she was feeling especially bad, she felt like someone was watching her. Before his worry was piqued, she had told him she didn't feel any maliciousness in the apparent unseen gaze, only a sense of worry. Hayashi made a mental note to discuss that with Naruto after the child had come. Seeing her here in the garden had both brought happiness to him and concerned him. At this point, she needed all the rest she could and conserve all her strength. "In that case," he said, wanting to move away from his dark thoughts, "how about we name our youngest daughter Hanabi when she does finally decide to come?" He suggested as the name came to mind. He saw Hitomi purse her lips with her free hand, putting on a thinking expression. "Hyuga Hanabi?" She turned her head to Hayashi, flashing him a closed-eye smile. "That is a nice ring to it," she said. Then he saw a somewhat mischievous glint in her pale eyes. "What if I'm wrong and she turns out to be a he?" she asked. Smiling back at his beloved and knowing the woman was trying to trip him up, he spoke. We'll still name him Hanabi. He answered he doubted it would come to that. Hitomi had predicted that Hinata would be a girl. Before the whole mess that was the Kyuubi attack, she had guessed Naruto's gender as well. She even guessed what Niji would be. She was 3 for 3, and 4 probably wouldn't be different. Either way, he or she, they'll always be our little firecracker. He felt a strong kick in her stomach. Humph. It seems the baby agrees with you, Hitomi said. Hayashi removed his hand gently from her stomach and wrapped his fingers around her free hand. Of course she does, he whispered to her. And when she gets there, she'll be showered with all the love that she can handle. I imagine that Hinata is quite eager to have a little sister. He saw Hitomi's smile broaden. I think she'll make for a wonderful big sister. A small laugh could be heard from under her breath. Now that I think about Naruto-kun is rather eager about the baby too. You know how he is around the younger Hyuga children. Much to everyone's surprise, Naruto, the spontaneous and troublemaking child, was very good when handling younger children, showing a degree of patience and understanding that seemed uncharacteristic of the blonde. Then once one thought about it, it started to make sense. Naruto had been alone for the first 5 years of his life, and because of his status as the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, most parents would pull away their children when he got too close. They still did sometimes on the occasions he was out of the compound. The orphanage, too, had isolated him from the other children, a fact that the Sandaime Hokage did not take kindly to. Last he heard, the former head caretaker had to leave Fire Country to find a job. Considering those facts, it made sense that the young Uzumaki would be eager to be around other kids and even learn how to handle those younger than him. Because of this, the boy treated the younger Hyuga children with great care, playing games of ninja with them or regaling them with fantastical tales. He would even turn a blind eye to whatever mischievous acts he caught them doing, more often joining them much to the elders' chagrin. Yes, Hyugas were not, in the words of one some Inuzuka, born with sticks up their asses. In their younger years were about as rambunctious and mischievous as most other children. Most of the younger Hyuga children had taken quite a liking to him, and even some of the older ones as well. Thinking about that, it's not too hard imagining him acting like a doting older brother. Hitomi rambled on. I can already see our little girl calling him Onaiken. Kami above, the fit that the elders would have if they heard that. It was bad enough that he was acting as a negative influence on the future generations of Hyuga, but a possible heir to the position of clan head? They would not like that one bit. They already consider Hinata a lost cause in that regard. He knew that the elders were hoping to mold his second child in what they thought of as the ideal clan head. He wasn't about to let that happen. While he did have the clan's future in its best interest, he wasn't about to let others dictate the path his children would take. From the moment Hinata was born, he decided that his children's future was theirs to determine. He is good with kids, isn't he? Hayashi commented, looking at the blonde in question as he seemed to animatedly talk to Hinata. She had a content smile as she listened. He is, he heard Hitomi answer. I can easily imagine him being a caring father in the future. I think Hinata will be quite pleased with that. It was no secret that their daughter had a crush on her blonde-haired savior. Being a parent as early as a week after the kidnapping, when both had caught her shyly following the boy around the compound, though to their amusement, the boy was unaware of the girl's feelings for him, often mistaking her intense blushes as her catching a fever and exasperated when he tried holding his hand out to her forehead. It wasn't hard to conclude that the boy had inherited his mother's denseness. Hayashi remembered why it took Kushina and Minato so long to hook up was because Kushina would always mistake Minato's advances as simple gestures of friendship, or wouldn't register them. It took a straight-up love confession, and no, not one where he said, I like you, please date me. His words had been word for word Uzumaki Kushina, I am in love with you and want to marry you someday. So please, will you be my girlfriend? That had been the first time he and Hitomi had seen the woman's face turn red as her hair without anger being involved. It took about 5 minutes before the Uzumaki woman could have coherent thought, and a bit longer for her to realize what had happened. A week later, the two had been happily dating, and a year later they were married. I just hope that it doesn't take him as long as his mother did, Hitomi commented dryly. I never did let that woman live it down. She giggled out. Hayashi felt a smile tug at the corners of his lips. At the very least, we won't have to worry about grandkids for a while, he responded. I may be eager for it, but I'm not ready to hear myself be called grandpa for at least another 2 or 3 decades. He heard his wife giggle some more, a beautiful sound to his ears. I wholeheartedly agree. These two need time to grow more as people before they're ready to be parents. Their childhoods are already going to be cut short as it is with them going into the world of shinobi, she said, her voice turning somber. It's best that any such thoughts be pushed back. Hayashi knew that his wife was worried about the children and shared in them. In the world of shinobi, there was no such thing as innocence. It was a dark place that forced its denizens to take actions and see things that would haunt them in their sleep. It was a world of deceit, blood, and darkness that at times seemed to know no moral bounds. A part of him wants to keep Naruto and Hinata out of the shinobi life, but he knew from the moment they had been born, they would be forced into that world. Hinata was the heiress of a clan that held a powerful and coveted Kekkei Genkai. Naruto was the son of one of the most powerful shinobi in recent history and the Jinchuriki to the Kyubi no Kitsune, the strongest of the Biju. Without their knowledge or say, their fates had been decided. The two parents heard a soft grunt. They saw that Hizashi was standing close by. Niji was close behind him. If you don't mind me interrupting, he said, pointing to the playing children. But I believe it is time that we called Hinata-sama and Naruto-kun over, to tell them about the change in their daily schedules. Hayashi smiled inwardly, glad that his brother was taking their minds off such things. Their fates had been decided, but it did not mean that they still could not shape their futures in ways that would be to their liking. As an adult, it was his duty to see that the children would have the tools they needed to take the future into their own hands. You're quite right, brother, Hayashi responded. I think we delayed this long enough. He faced Hitomi. Haim, would you do the honors? He asked her. He saw her give him a gentle smile. I would be honored, Hayashi-kun, looking at the children again. For a brief moment, he thought he saw a glimpse of the future. An older Naruto looking so much like his father wearing a familiar set of robes and Hinata grown looking every bit like the beauty he knew she would be. They were close together shoulder to shoulder and gazing down at a bundle cradle in Hinata's arms. Both of their faces were ones of pure bliss. It was a serene image that brought untold joy to Hayashi's heart. Then just as quick, it was gone, and he could see the children were approaching them. Hayashi blinked, then shook his head to clear his mind. What was that? Had Kami seen fit to grant him a brief glimpse of the future? Or had it just been an odd trick of the light, something he had imagined? The memory of the image was quickly fading and already was too hazy to make out any details. He decided he was imagining things. Yet, he still felt an odd sense of hope. He knew that even if their roads on life took them down to some very dark places, they would have each other to hold on to, and when they reached the end of the road, a glimmering light would be waiting for them. The children reached them. Yes, Otosan and Kazan, Hinata said, we have an announcement for you too. Several hours later, the academy? Hinata thought to herself. I wonder if the people there will be nice. Will the other kids be nice too? She wasn't surprised that she would be attending the academy this year. The rumors she heard around the compound said that the heirs to several major clans would be attending this year. It stood to reason that her clan would be compelled to enter her, if only as a gesture of obligation. She was entering for political reasons, at least that's how the elders viewed it. Looking at her father and mother as they talked to her and Naruto, even at her uncle Hizashi, she knew they had other reasons for the two to enter. Reasons that were more benevolent aside from the need to showcase the power of the clan. Slap, thunk, thud, her lavender eyes returned to the sparring match in front of her. She saw Naruto just barely shifting out of the way of an open palm aimed at his shoulder. Naruto's opponent Niji moved his other palm for another attack. This time Naruto blocked it with his arm, then moved his head out of the way of another palm strike. With his free hand, he aimed at Niji's chest. Niji was quick to react and flawlessly deflected the attack. Standing outside the training arena was an older Hyuga. He didn't have the caged bird seal on his forehead, indicating his status as a member of the main house. He was watching the match carefully. Occasionally she would see the man give a nod of approval. He was not the only one watching, though. or rather not the only thing watching the spare. Up in the air and around the training arena was a strange sight to outsiders, and truthfully some insiders. Inside the arena, hanging at a height that none of the combatants could reach, were several pairs of eyes. About 5 pairs to Hinata's counting, for a total of 10 eyes gazing at the spare. Though Hinata knew that there were more watching out of sight. This was Naruto's power, his Kekkei Genkai. He called it the Fudogen, meaning the levitating theft eye, a description that aptly describes its main ability. That was to steal the eyes of others and allow Naruto to see through them. She had first learned of Naruto's new talent sometime after her return to the compound on the night of her kidnapping, a night she still had nightmares about from time to time. To say she was surprised, even a bit freaked out by the pair of floating eyes that hung around the boy responsible for saving her, would be an understatement. She quickly grew used to the sight even as more eyes were added to Naruto's collection. Even with the kind reassurances of Naruto, Hinata still blamed herself for that night. Had she not been so weak, Naruto would have never lost his true eyes, and her uncle would have not been punished so harshly. In another time in life, she might have let the consequences of her weakness drag her down. But thanks to Naruto's kind words and determination to grow stronger, and with the support of her father, mother, and uncle, she instead let it become a driving force for her to become stronger. To overcome her weakness so that those she cared about would never come to harm again. It wasn't easy going in sparring matches. She still found herself hesitating to take advantage of openings. The elders still thought that she was too soft-hearted to be clan heiress. To top it off, Neji would take whatever chance he had to belittle her efforts, claiming she could not defy her fate. He didn't used to like that. Before the kidnapping, he had a kind, gentle, even supportive of her. But after that night, he had become cold, and at times hostile to her. He had developed a fatalistic view of the world that seemed almost impossible to break him of. She knew why he became like this. The elders had punished his father, her uncle, harshly. They did it right in front of Neji, too, as a lesson to him. Failure was not to be tolerated, especially when it could jeopardize the future of the clan. They had made her watch, too, claiming that it would serve to remind her of the branch family's station in the clan. The sight of her uncle collapsing into a heap, convulsing with pain as his seal was activated, horrified her to no end and added to the nightmares she had on bad nights. Had it not been for her father's timely intervention when he caught wind of the disciplinary action the elders were taking, Neji's father might have died that day. Instead, he had been confined to bed recovery for over a week. Since then, Neji had changed, becoming the person he was today. It saddens her to know that he held her in such contempt, and blamed her for his father's punishment, and to some degree, she agreed with him. She imagined that without Naruto, she would have taken her cousin's change in person and hostility towards her far more severely. That is enough, the Hyuga instructor said, taking the girl out of her thoughts. She glances back at the combatants. Both Naruto and Neji were face to face, arms extended out into an attack. But even from here, she could tell who the winner was. While Naruto had his palm to Neji's jaw, the former had his to the latter's chest about where his heart was. Had it been a real fight, while Neji might suffer a knockout blow, he would have dealt a fatal blow to his opponent. A Juken-powered blow would have caused the heart to stop. Both fighters relaxed their stances and stepped away from each other, giving room to breathe. It was clear that both boys were worn from spare, sweat dripping from their faces, and splashing to the floor. Both were short of breath. However, Neji's breathing was heavier than Naruto's, a fact that his pride would never allow him to admit. Now bow before your opponent to show respect, the Hyuga man instructed. There was a moment where the two simply stared at each other, contempt and arrogance in the eyes of one and annoyance in the other. Then both boys did as the man said. They straightened their postures and bowed to show their respect to each other, non-existent as it was. Rise, the instructor said, walking to the boys. Hinata got up from her seat and made her way to Naruto. Now tell me, Neji-san, why did you have trouble gaining victory over Uzumaki-san? He asked the young prodigy. Even though your form was flawless as it is always. Hinata saw Neji bit back his initial response. It wasn't something that the instructor would have been able to notice. Even though my strikes were precise, Uzumaki-san has always proved to be a stubborn foe to put down. He is willing to take a hit if it means he can get an opening. This is compounded by the fact that he possesses a level of stamina and endurance that I am not accustomed to dealing with. The instructor nodded his head. That's right, Niji-san. Though you forgot to mention that Uzumaki-san's style of taijutsu is made to capitalize on his higher-than-average stamina and endurance. The Hyuga instructor explained, there will come a time and place in your career as a Konoha shinobi that you may come face to face with an opponent, or opponents, that are just as stubborn as Uzumaki-san, no offense. None took, Naruto commented, getting a small giggle from Hinata. As I was saying. The man resumed his lecture. In the same vein, those opponents may be shinobi that have been given a mission of such high importance that surrender, or retreat will not be an option to them. In that scenario, you must be ready to do what must be done to defeat them, including going for a killing strike when the opportunity presents itself. Hinata felt something drop in her stomach as the man mentioned the possibility of killing. It was a reality that Hinata knew she would have to accept if she was to become a strong kunoichi of the village. She saw Naruto shift uncomfortably. Even Niji showed signs of being disturbed by the subject. I will keep that in mind, he said, keeping his voice even, but Hinata could hear the unease. Strangely, it was a comfort to her to know that even Niji did not relish the idea of taking a life. It showed that the boy she once knew was still in there somewhere. The Hyuga man seemed to detect the children's unease at his advice and moved away from the subject. I would recommend that you find a way to improve your stamina and endurance. That way, you can last longer in a fight. There are some exercises I can show you for that. Thank you, sensei. I will consider your advice. Niji responded. The instructor nodded his head and turned to face Naruto. Now, Uzumaki, as you may have heard, you did well not to yield to your opponent and to wear them down. He began his praise. In the line of duty, you may find yourself in a situation where giving up is not an option. It may be a mission of great importance, or you may find yourself face to face against a foe who is determined to kill you with no means to escape. The latter was a frightening thought. Hinata did not like killing, but she liked the idea of someone else trying to kill her or Naruto even less. In some cases, you may even find yourself having to stay behind to distract a pursuing force long enough for your teammates to escape. If this had been a real-life fight to the death, while you may have been defeated, your comrades would be at a safe distance, and your opponent left in no condition to continue the pursuit. Hinata saw a small blush appear around Naruto's whiskered cheeks. Something he was quick to hide with a toothy smile. Thanks, sensei, he proclaimed proudly. Hinata smiled to herself, finding the blonde's hidden bashfulness to be cute. Then she felt her face become warm as she caught onto her thoughts. Did I just think that Naruto-kun was cute? She thought, embarrassed. She was glad that Naruto couldn't read minds. Otherwise, she may die of embarrassment. That said, the man continued, while you may find yourself in such scenarios more often than not, you won't. I would advise that if you ever come face to face against a foe who is vastly more powerful than you are or an insurmountable obstacle, that you find a means of retreat and withdraw. Naruto frowned at the suggestion. He never did like the idea of giving up. He was too stubborn at times. Hinata placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Startled for a second, he turned his to face the shy girl. Behind him, she could see a pair of eyes gazing at her. She directed her attention at Naruto, his face showing surprise at her gesture. He's right now, Naruto-kun. Please don't be reckless, she said to him, her cheeks sliding to her stutters. She never liked that part of herself, even when Naruto told her it was okay, and he even found it cute. A statement that had induced a fainting spell in her and caused the boy to worry about her well-being for several minutes. Her mother still teased her about it to this day. She thought of it as another sign of her weakness. It seemed that the blonde-haired boy understood her worry as he nodded an okay at her. Early in his life as a ward to the Hyuga clan, it became clear that Hinata had a calming effect on the boy. He was still a very active child and had a stubborn streak a mile wide, but at least with her around, he would sit still long enough for him to think some things through. He faced the instructor again. All right, I'll think about it, he said. The Hyuga man shot Hinata an appreciative glance. That is good to hear. You show much determination, young Uzumaki-san. I believe that you will make for a fine shinobi of Konoha one day. The elders were wise to agree to Hayashi-sama's proposal to take you in as a ward of the clan. Naruto's smile returned. That because they know how totally awesome I am, he said with enthusiasm. The instructor gave Naruto a small smile. Perhaps, he responded. Now then, I noticed that were some odd changes to your taijutsu style. It seemed like you were trying to predict your opponent's next move and some limited success. He looked directly at one of the pairs of floating eyes. If I had to hazard a guess, you were trying to integrate the use of Ufurigen more into your fighting style. Weren't you? Naruto scratched the back of his head as a pair of eyes floated down towards him. Yeah, it was, he said. It was Hinata-chan's idea, he said, patting her back. Her blush intensified at the attention she was receiving. Well, you see. She began, her stutter worsening. I was thinking, since that Naruto can control several eyes at the same time, and see through all of them at once, I thought maybe he could use that to his advantage by using them to surround his opponents, and watch them from multiple angles. Even ones that normally would not be possible. I thought that it might make it easier for him to predict how they would move. As she explained, her stutter had steadily diminished without her knowing. I also thought that he could keep some of them cloaked. A power that Naruto had discovered early on with his Fudogen was that they could turn invisible. She heard the Sandai mutter something about bending the light around them. She didn't understand it all as Naruto discussed it with the elderly Hokage. What she did get was that he could make it harder to see his eyes than they already were. Naruto had liked the idea of cloaking some of his eyes while fighting, if only to move them around unseen. He had also told her that he would only cloak them partially. He explained from experience that if he turned them completely invisible, they would see complete darkness, as no light would be reaching them. A partial cloaking would still enable them to receive light, and thereby still see everything around them. It would just require a refined control over his Fudogen. I see, the Hyuga instructor said, rubbing his chin. That would make for a most interesting fighting style. It is no Sharingan, but your Fudogen, if trained properly, can provide you with a tool to analyze and predict the movements of your opponents. I would suggest that you look further into it. That said, your technique, while strong, still needs to be worked on. There were points in the spare that your opponent could have capitalized on had he been allowed to use the full extent of his abilities. I recommend 1 extra hour dedicated to katas to improve muscle memory. Naruto nodded at the man's suggestion. Now then, if you don't have any questions, he said, looking at the children, each giving a shake of their heads. Good, we are done here for today. I will be sending a report to Hayashi-sama of your training. I am certain that he will be pleased by all 3 of your progress. Dismissed. Bowing respectfully to the instructor, the 3 children left the dojo room, entering a hallway. Naruto was walking next to Hinata, a warm smile on his face. A few steps behind them was Niji, a blank stare on his face. Hinata knew, though, that there was contempt behind his eyes directed at her. Niji-san, can't you see that I only want to help you? She thought to herself sadly. Naruto picked up on her depressed mood. Hinata-chan, you okay? She heard him ask. She looked at him, seeing that he was giving her a concerned expression. Even the eyes that were floating around him showed emotion. It was funny how a bunch of disembodied eyes could give off emotions. A part of her wondered if it was some trick of the mind. She smiled. Looking at her savior-turned-crush always seemed to calm her. She shoved aside her thoughts on Niji, knowing that there was nothing she could do about him for now. I'm all right, Naruto-kun. I'm just a little tired, she said. The boy looks at her questioningly for a few seconds. The worry melted away and was replaced with a bright smile. I guess that you do look a little tired. She knew that the boy was glaring daggers at Niji with one of his pair of eyes. The two had a difficult relationship almost the moment the two had met. Naruto didn't like how Niji's fatalistic attitude, thinking him to be an arrogant prick, as he often put it. Nor did he like how her cousin would belittle her. The boy was, to both her embarrassment and joy, highly protective of her. Still, did you see how awesome I was back there? I had that jerk on the ropes, he boasted, going into detail on the spare even though she was there to see most of it. Hinata always enjoyed the tales he would spin off about his daily activities, often exaggerating the details, making even the most mundane activity seem like an adventure fraught with excitement and danger. Uzumaki-san, I would advise that you not spread such fictional stories. They both heard Niji say coldly. Hinata and Naruto turned their heads to the older boy, the latter giving him an annoyed look. Especially when Hinata-sama was present to see that I had won that spar. I was not on the ropes as you said I was. Oh, can it, team? Naruto retorted. They rounded a corner. Can't you get that stick shoved up your out for 5 seconds and enjoy the mood? Niji's cold exterior slipped as he glared at the blonde's insults. I still cannot see why the elders would continue to allow a foul-mouthed peasant like you to tread these halls. Your so-called Fudogen is nothing compared to the might of the Baikugan. The older boy taunted, and I can't see how an asshole like you is even remotely related to Hinata-chan. Yet alone her cousin, Kami must have a twisted sense of humor to let that happen. Naruto shot back, TCH. One day you will pay for your arrogance. You will see that fate dictates all things and that it has decided you and Hinata are failures. He turned around and walked off. Before he turned around the corner, Naruto shouted. Tell that to someone who can't make you sweet in a fight. He resumed his walk with a huff, placing his hands on the back of his head. Hinata close at his side. Seriously, how can some like that be related to you? He asked her. He is Uncle Hizashi's son, Hinata answered quietly. Are you sure that he didn't just find him in some ditch somewhere in the compound and took him in? Naruto said darkly. Naruto! Hinata chided the boy, getting a nervous laugh from him. Alright, fine, he said, dropping the matter. Still, I can't get how someone like him can be related to someone as kind and sweet as you are. Hinata blushed at the description Naruto used for her. He used to be a lot kinder. Hinata tried to explain as she pressed her fingers together, an old nervous habit. Before the incident, he was a nice and caring boy. But after what the elders did to Uncle Hizashi, he became like he is now. Please don't blame him. He's had a lot happen to him. She had explained this to him several times before whenever he became irritated with the older Hyuga boy. Still, it doesn't give him the right to be a jerk to you. Naruto huffed. But man, those old farts cause more trouble than they're worth. At least that much she can agree with. Can't your father get rid of them or something? Can't imagine many people would be against it. Hinata shook her head. As unfortunate as it was, the elders held a lot of power in the clan and held onto that power greedily. It's not that easy, Naruto-kun. He can't do whatever he likes just because he is the head of the clan. They came to a door. It should be, he said, opening the door. They stepped outside the main compound. The sky was turning dark with twilight as they walked. The air had begun to cool as well. But the Elder Council does exist for a reason, Hinata said, lowering her head to think. A part of her agreed with Naruto. The clan head should have the power to do what they wished unhindered by the prejudice of the elders. At the same time, though, she understood why the council existed to limit the power of the clan head. The idea was to prevent any future clan head from abusing their power and provide them with counsel on important matters. Hinata knew her father would never abuse his power as the leader of the Hyuga, and he was one of the wisest people she knew. But she knew that in the history of her clan, there had been clan heads that had abused their power and would have to lead the clan to ruin had it not been for the Elder Council. There was no denying that they had done good in the past. But today, though, the elders themselves had become a problem for the clan. Once they may have been filled with the wisest of the clan who truly held the clan's best interest at heart. Now, though, she couldn't help but see that the elders had become too set in their ways and tradition. Tradition that was slowly tearing the Hyuga apart, branding the majority of their family with a seal that many would consider barbaric, treating those same family members like they were less than nothing simply because they had been born on the wrong side of the family or had been just a few moments later than their siblings. Even going as far as to berate those who did not fully conform to their ideal version of what a Hyuga should be. It saddens her that the Council of Elders had lost their way, and they did not see it or refused to see it. It was a problem that she would have to solve when she became the head of the clan. Assuming if they even let me. She thought darkly as memories of whispering elders surfaced. We will have to see to it that we have a firmer control over Hayashi's second child's life if we are to mold them into the clan head the Hyuga needs. Indeed, we do not need an heiress as weak she is. Once the second child has proven themselves to be the superior choice, I recommend that we have the girl branded at once. Hayashi will never allow any of his children to be branded by the caged bird seal. He most certainly will make a move to stop it, and there is no telling what he will do. I agree. Hayashi is a fool, but he has garnered much support from the Branch family in recent years, not to mention he has the Hokage's personal support. We will have to do something else with her. Something that will not raise a fuss from our wayward clan head. I believe I have an idea for that. It will involve using. The memory ended as the elders suddenly stopped talking, seemingly to realize that there was a presence nearby. Hinata never gave them the chance to find her, as she had quickly darted out of the hall and back to her room, shaken by what they were planning. She had never told anyone about what she heard, not even Naruto, too afraid of what the elders would do if they ever found out what she knew. She couldn't allow them to do as they planned to her little sister brother. She would not let them become a puppet. Naruto seemed to notice that the topic was troubling Hinata, so he changed the subject. So, Hinata, what do you think that the academy will be like? He asked as they rounded a building passing by a Hyuga couple who nodded at them. Hinata looked back to see that they were nearing their destination and back to Naruto smiling at him. While the boy was dense to her feelings towards him, he did have the uncanny ability to read her mood. It was nice to know that someone cared so much about her that they could understand her feelings. I think it will be great, she said. It will be nice to meet other kids our age. I hear our friends will be there as well. An expression of curiosity appeared on Naruto's face. Really? Shikamaru and Chuji will be there too? And Kiba as well? Naruto asked. Does that mean I'll get to show Kibble Breath who's boss without getting into trouble with the airbags? Hinata giggled at Naruto's antics. She knew that Naruto had formed something of a heated rivalry with Inuzuka Boy. The two would always get into one competition or another whenever they saw each other, sometimes earning the ire of the elders in the process. The two would vehemently deny it, but Hinata knew that the two shared a strong bond of friendship. Yes, they will all be there, including Kiba. So will Ino-chan. She saw Naruto's face light with joy with the news of his friends outside of the compound, then scrunch up in horror at the mention of Ino. Oh man! Miss Bossy Pants will be there too? He said, his face deflating, receiving another giggle from Hinata, this one being louder. Naruto, don't be like that, she said, getting a huff from the boy. She's not that bad. Naruto crossed his arms and pouting. Easy for you to say. She likes you better than me. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, then both began to laugh loudly. After a minute or two, the children caught their breath, and after a few moments, to calm themselves, Naruto spoke. But I guess it's alright. She may be bossy, but she's nice, Naruto said. Hinata nodded her agreement. Ino could be described as a rather hot-tempered girl, but at the end of the day, she stuck close to her friends. She had become a good friend to Hinata and was another source of encouragement. They came to a stop in front of one of the smaller buildings surrounding the main compound. It was the living area that Naruto had been given when he became a ward to the Hyuga clan. While smaller than the others in the district, it was still bigger than most civilians outside the compound. There was light on in one of the windows, meaning that Sarah, Naruto's given caretaker, was home. Instead of entering the house, the two children opted to sit on the porch. Do you think we'll make new friends at the academy? Hinata asked. Even though she knew Naruto would be there at her side and her other friends would be there, she was still nervous. There would be many civilian children attending, and Hinata heard that clan children or even shinobi children usually didn't get along with them because of their different upbringing. Would the other kids make fun of her for her eyes? It was something that Hyuga children sometimes dealt with when they left the compound. How would they treat Naruto? Or even what would the teachers do? She'd seen the way the adults would look at him whenever they walked down the streets. Sometimes she'd hear hushed whispers, barely making out the words fox brat or demon child. It confused her to no end. Why would they treat Naruto like he was some kind of bad omen? Whenever she asked her father and mother about it, they would say that she should pay no mind to what others thought of Naruto, and that she should continue treating him like she always does, like a friend. What she didn't know was that it had something to do with that strange chakra that enveloped him on that night 2 years ago. "It'll be fine," Naruto said to reassure her. "I'm sure lots of kids will want to be our friends. Even if they don't, we'll prove how awesome we are and change their minds," he said, standing up, striking a pose. Hinata giggled, always happy to see her crush brimming with confidence. Sometimes it made her envious of how bold Naruto could be, wishing she had even half of his energy. "I guess you're right," she said. Naruto sat back down next to her. "Besides, we'll still have our other friends, and they'll be enough," he said. Hinata smiled, realizing he was right. They didn't have a lot of friends in their lives right now. Hinata leaned back, placing her hands behind her to support her, and gazed up at the darkening sky. "You're right, Naruto. We do have good friends, don't we?" She may not have the confidence she wanted or the skills she wished she had, but with the help of Naruto and the others, perhaps one day she would be the person she always wanted to be. A woman brimming with confidence, and had the power and skill to shape her destiny. When that day finally happened, she would ask Naruto to help her change her clan for the better, to create a clan that was no longer divided in two but would be one that valued family above all else. She looked to Naruto, a small blush forming on her cheeks, and perhaps one day she would be able to ask him for something more. The two sat there chatting until the sun had fully set before they said their goodbyes. "Breathe in. Breathe out." He was at the center of the storm. "Breathe in. Breathe out." But even here in the calm, he could feel the intensity of the storm outside. He feels the raging winds lashing out at him. He feels the waters raging uncontrollably, sentencing all who dared to cross them to their end. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. The storm was ancient, older than him. Older than the forest that surrounds his home. Older than anything he could think of. There was another presence within the eye of the storm, and at the same time within the storm. It was not as old as the storm, but still older than anything the child knew of. Breathe in. Breathe out. Here in the calm, the child could exert his will over the endless storm. But the storm rebelled against him and lashed out against him. Even with the other presence holding it back, the child found it difficult not to be swept up into the storm, never to return. He was within the storm, and at the same time, the storm was within him. To control it was to have power unlike any other, to become a part of the unstoppable force of nature. He would become the storm itself. But first, he needed a will unlike any other, or else he would lose himself within the storm and be lost forever. Breathe in. Breathe out. The other presence was watching him. This presence was the true master of the storm, and even it found it difficult not to be swept up in the chaos. To master the storm, he needed to work with the presence, or overpower it. He chooses to work with it, for the child knew that the presence knew more about the storm than any other, and greatly aided him. Its ancient knowledge, too, was a great boon for the child, only needing to ask. The presence spoke. "That is enough." The child opened his eyes, and the storm disappeared. Naruto looked at the Kyuubi. The most powerful of the Biju was giving the blonde-haired boy a proud smile. "You are improving, Kit. Faster than I had thought." He spoke. Naruto stood up, putting his hand on the grassy ground to the left of himself up. Gazing around the place that was his mindscape, it was fully evident of the changes that had occurred in the last 2 years. Where it once was, a dark, cramped, and confined sewer system was now a vast and open meadow with the sun shining brightly in the blue skies above the two figures. The cage remained, though forever trapping the fox. It was something that Naruto could not change without releasing the Kyuubi. Still, he thought he could at least change the place to something they both could be comfortable in. They were stuck together, after all, might as well make the scenery nice. "Thanks, Kurama," Naruto said. It was strange to know that he had formed a bond of friendship with the fox in the past 2 years. Something he had never imagined happening before he learned of his status as a Jinchuriki. In those 2 years he had learned more about the fox than he thought possible, or even what most people knew about. Like that he had a name, Kurama, outside of Naruto. Only the Hokage and a select few others knew this fact. Still, I can't help but feel as though I'm not making as much progress as I could. He continued, his mind wandering back to how it felt to be submerged in the power of the Biju. Powerful, wild, and beyond anything he could imagine. The chakra of the Kyuubi was truly like a storm. Always raging, always ready to unleash untold destruction to all in its path. Naruto was expected to control that power one day, something he found to be difficult to comprehend. It was a good thing that Naruto was not the type to give up easily. "Do not fret, Kit," Kurama said, placing his hand on his paws. "No one expects you to master my power in a day. Even with Shikaku, the weakest of the 9, it takes years for a Jinchuriki to master his power. With me, any normal person, it would likely take decades." The fox's smile widens into a mischievous one. "Lucky for you, you are both one stubborn Gaki and an Uzumaki." Though one could fail to see the difference, Naruto rolled his eyes at the slight against him, taking it more as a compliment. "I know," he said. "It's just that your power feels so vast and uncontrollable. It's honestly difficult to imagine controlling it, let alone mastering it. I wonder how you're able to do it." Another surprise he came to learn more about after his first encounter with Kurama. The power he felt while mediating was much more in line with what he used to imagine the fox was like. Wild, uncontrollable, and without restraint, a being coursing with rage and hatred. Kurama wasn't anything of the like. Granted, he had a temper befitting his stature, but never anything that bordered on outright anger against Naruto. "Believe me, Kit, it's not easy. I have tens of thousands of years of experience to call upon. Even I find it difficult not to be reduced to a mindless animal bent on destroying everything in sight." Kurama was calmer, even introspective at times. When Naruto had asked him why he wasn't angrier about being imprisoned, he said that he was angry. At first, anyways, but his anger had embedded after a short while being several decades, but he came to accept that he would be imprisoned for some time. He once had thought of the possibility of doing everything he could to escape, or take the first opportunity he had. He decided against it instead of settling for the fact that all he needed to do was wait. He was an immortal being in the literal, he had all the time in the world. "Even if I was to be imprisoned for 10,000 years, it would be but a footnote compared to the endless life I would have. Eventually, something will give, and I will be free. All I need to do is wait. In the meantime, might as well use this time to gain a unique perspective on your short-lived kind. Still, you are doing well to control this power. Better than your mother did when she was your age," the fox said, an almost nostalgic look on his face. Naruto perked up at the mention of his mother, his thoughts on the fox's personality shoved to the side. The fox had been the first to tell him about his mother, and how she cared for him deeply. The fox had told him she and his father had been excited beyond words that they were going to be parents. The fox still hadn't told him anything about his father, saying that was the Hokage's job while shooting said old man a pointed look. "What was she like?" he asked. It wasn't the first time he asked the question. He was always eager to learn more about his mother, and the fox always seemed happy to answer. Kurama remained silent for a moment, as he thought. "She was a good person," he said. "She was one of the few people who treated me like a person and not as the demon that most humans believe me to be. Not to say that Mito did not make an effect to know me in our final years together." "Mito?" Naruto asked. "She was my first Jinchuriki, the one that came before your mother. Your Shodai Hokage sealed me within her during his battle against Madara." The fox explained the last bit, coming out in a venomous tone. "Interesting enough, the two were married soon after. And like you and your mother, she was of the Uzumaki. Haha, I suppose that makes me something of a family heirloom. Uzumakis, they could never do one thing normally." Naruto cracked a smile. "That because we're too awesome to do anything normally," he boasted. The fox gave him a pointed look. "I don't think that's something that you should be proud of," he deadpanned. Naruto's smile widens, causing him to roll his eyes. But Naruto knew that the fox was repressing his amusement at the corners of his lips. They were twitching. "Getting back on the topic, your mother was one of the few humans who tried to understand me. She did not think of me as a mindless beast like most of your kind do. Nor did she treat me as a weapon to be used against her enemies. She thought of me as a partner like you do now." Naruto had a serene smile on his face at hearing more about his mother. It made him proud he had such an amazing woman as his mother, and at the same time so sad that he would never get to meet her. She sounds like she was an amazing woman, he said. He heard the fox grunt. Indeed, she was. In many ways, she was the textbook definition of an Uzumaki woman. Passionate, bold, and a fiery temper to boot. A great many men were captivated by her, though few were brave enough to court her. But my dad was, Naruto commented, wondering what kind of man he was to have been able to capture his mother's heart. Indeed, he was, and the only one to succeed. You are evidence of that, Kurama explained. Naruto gazed up at the fox. I don't suppose you're willing to tell me who my father is? He asked, hoping to get something out of the fox. The fox, in return, gave him a sympathetic look. He opened his mouth to speak, but before the words could be spoken, Naruto felt a tug, and his mind was receding from the mindscape. It seems our time here is at an end. The meadow began to fade into darkness as the fox started to stand up. The fox had a sad smile on his face. Do not worry, Kit. When you become strong enough, I will tell you about your father should the Sandaime fail to do so himself. The darkness claimed Naruto. Hyuga compound. A few moments later, Naruto woke to total darkness. It took a moment for his sight to return to him. Or, more accurately, his sights returned to him. Several different images came to life within his mind. Several of them being the same sight but from different angles and distances. Even now, after 2 years of having the Fudogen, Naruto still found it weird that he could see through several different eyes simultaneously. It was even disorientating at times. For several seconds Naruto allowed his mind to readjust itself to the stream of information being sent to his brain. He had once described what his vision was like to Gigi. Only the Hyuga seemed to understand what he described in that. It was like having an incredibly expanded peripheral vision. He could focus his attention on one single image to bring to crystal clarity, while the rest would merge into an odd, misshapen background image, generally to be ignored as one would normally do with things they saw in the corners of their eyes unless something was happening to catch their attention. But even that description failed to fully encompass what it was like for Uzumaki Naruto to see, as even his expanded peripheral was clearer and more defined than the average person. The other images were just as clear as the one he would focus on. His attention was just on one image or a set of images at any one time. If something were to happen in the other images, his attention would shift to them. Suffice it to say, it was strange to have the sight of Uzumaki Naruto. His attention went to 3 images, all of the same person but from 3 different angles. 1 from the front and 2 from the back on 2 different sides, giving him a full 360 view of the individual in question, and of himself sitting down in a mutative position. He moved his head up to face the man, one set of eyes looking into his eyes. I assume you had a productive session? Hizashi asked with a smile. You could say that, Naruto responded, slightly annoyed that his conversation with Kurama had been interrupted. Hizashi offered his hand to Naruto. That's good to hear. Though something tells me I interrupted something, he said, having picked on Naruto's annoyance. Naruto took the older man's hand and lifted himself. Don't worry about it, he said, shaking his head. The old fox wasn't probably going to tell me anyway. So, nothing lost. A sad smile forming on his lips, Hizashi gave him a critical look that was a mix of worry and understanding. It was about your father, wasn't it? He asked. Naruto should have not been surprised by his question. The man did have a strange gift for seeing through people even by Hyuga standards. Yeah, was all Naruto could say. Hizashi's expression softens. Naruto, you have to he began to say, to be interrupted by Naruto when he put his hand up. I know. My father was a great and powerful ninja, and he had a lot of enemies even here in the village. Naruto recited the explanation he had always been given about his father. Enemies that would not hesitate to get at me. He understood the need to hide his father's identity until he was strong enough to handle the consequences. But still, it hurt him a lot not knowing about his father. He knew about his mother, so why not his father? I just wish it wasn't that way. Hizashi gave Naruto a sad-looking expression. I understand, Naruto. It pains me that I can't tell you about him. Then a smile formed his lips. But what I can tell you is that he loved you and your mother very much, he said. And that he was a good man. You would have been proud to have him as a father. Naruto smiled. Thanks, Hisashi, he said to the Hyuga man. You're welcome, Hisashi responded. Now then, how did you do? Naruto allowed his eyes to gaze at the meditation room as he thought. It was a simple white room that, for the most part, was unremarkable. Except that all over the floor, walls, and ceiling were complex lines of seals that appeared to be incomprehensible to any normal person. The seals emerged from a circle in the center of the room, where he had sat. This room was meant to contain Kurama's power during his mediation sessions. The room itself was situated in a building in one of the more remote areas of the Hyuga grounds. Kurama did say that I was making good progress in channeling his power, he said after a few seconds. He says that I'm learning quicker than my mom did. Kurama? The man asked before he made the mental connection. Oh right, the Kyuubi's name, he said uncertainly. He's not as bad as everyone thinks he is. Naruto defended, realizing where the man's thoughts were going. You even met him once, he pointed out. I know that, Naruto-kun. It's still hard to believe, Hisashi said, rubbing his chin. You have to understand that before that, my only real face-to-face encounter with the Kai Kurama had been on the field of battle. At that time, he devastated a large portion of Konoha, and thousands were killed. He explained. That much Naruto could understand. Kurama had even admitted he felt guilty about the whole thing and had apologized to the Hokage, Hiashi, and Hisashi when they visited him in Naruto's mindscape. They had one Inoichi Yamanaka to thank for that. I know that, but you do remember that it wasn't his fault exactly, Naruto was quick to point out. Keeping his hand to his chain, Hisashi nodded. I do. During their visit to Kurama, this being Naruto's second time talking to the Biju sealed in his gut, the group had learned of the true events behind the Kyuubi attack over 7 years ago. Or rather, Naruto and the two Hyuga brothers did as the Hokage would confirm the validity of the fox's story by first vouching for his word, later showing them the preserved corpse of the rogue Uchiha that had released and taken control of Kurama. The man himself had remained unidentified as his head been caved in by a well-placed Rasengan courtesy of the Yondaime Hokage. He was only identified as an Uchiha by a blood test and the dying testimony of the Yondaime. For what it's worth, I don't hold him responsible for what happened that night. That dubious honor belongs to the man that controlled him, and I hope he suffers in hell for all eternity for his crimes. But still, it's hard to move on from the fact that he had been the instrument of destruction used to attack Konoha. I lost a fair few friends that day, and Hyuga took heavy losses that night. I understand, Naruto said soberly. He knew where the man was coming from. Even he found it difficult to forgive Kurama for all the lives lost during the attack. He knew that the fox wasn't in control of himself during that night, and it was another who had used him to attack his home. But it was hard to separate him from the fact that he had been the one to kill all those people. It was the swipe from one of his 9 tails that reduced so much of Konoha to rubble. But he was trying. But still, at least try to, he said, hoping to drop the subject quickly. That is all we can sometimes, Hisashi said. Now then, he said that you were making good progress. Did he make any indication on how far along you are? I'm not sure. Let me ask him, Naruto replied. Hey Kurama, I heard what the Hyuga said. The voice of the fox rang in Naruto's head. If I had to guess, you might be able to control 1 tail's worth of power but wouldn't hold my breath. I'm not even at 1 tail yet? Naruto exclaimed. Ah man, I've been at this for 2 years now. Shouldn't I at least be doing 1 tail? He mentally pouted. In the back of his mind, he heard the fox chuckle. Remember, Kit, I am the strongest of the 9 Biju. It should be no surprise that it would take the longest to master my power, which we are aiming for mastery. Sure, you may be able to control 1, maybe 2 tails, but you would not have mastery over it, and if I don't have total control over it, I risk losing myself, Naruto said, mentally gritted teeth. That's right, Kit, and I won't let you use any of my power until I say you're ready, Kurama said, emphasizing his point. So how long until I can defiantly do 1 tail? Naruto asked. If you keep this progress up, then very likely by the time you graduate from the academy. You may even be on your way to doing 2 tails. The good news is once you're past the first tail or 2, progress will be comparatively faster with the other tails. By my estimation, and don't quote me on this, by the time your body has reached full maturity, you may be close to fully mastering my power. Naruto perked up at Kurama's assessment. Not even his mother had managed to fully master Kurama's power before she died. She was close. That's great to hear, Kurama. I'm going to be awesome when I grow. Gigi, you best give me that hat. He mentally cheered and was almost jumping with excitement. He heard a quiet cough that stopped him. He looked to Hisashi, who was giving him an odd look. I take it that the fox said something good judging your rather celebratory mood? He said. Naruto had the right mind to act a bit sheepish. Sorry about that, he said. But yes, he said that by the time I graduate from the academy, I'll have control over one tail's worth of power. He even thinks I'll be close to having full control over his power by the time I grow up. Isn't great, awesome even? I'm going to be a kick-ass ninja in the future, he declared, raising his fist into the air. Now then, Kit, Kurama chided. Don't go and get ahead of yourself. You still have a long way to go, and even if you do gain full control, you won't be invincible. A more experienced and skilled opponent will find a way to beat you. Power alone will not win a battle. You need the knowledge, experience, and creativity to fully use your powers to their fullest potential. And right now, you only one of those three. Naruto visibly deflated at Kurama's explanation. Spolsport, why can't you let me have some fun? He pouted, not arguing the point. He heard Kurama laugh lightly. Because you make it easy. Naruto rolled his eyes and turned his attention back to the Hyuga man. So yeah, that's about what he said. I see, Hisashi said, ignoring the exchange Naruto had with the fox. It seems you are making remarkable progress. I do not doubt that you will become one of Konoha's greatest shinobi. Naruto smiled and was about to reply when he suddenly frowned, causing a worried expression to form on Hisashi's lips. Over the 2 years since he gained the Fudogen, Naruto had collected several more pairs of eyes, mostly from condemned criminals and enemy shinobi, a few times from Konoha shinobi who had volunteered their bodies after they passed away. He kept several of them with his person, and others he had throughout the compound. He even had a pair follow Gigi around on occasion. One pair of eyes had caught something that made his heart race with panic. Naruto, is something the matter? Hisashi said, an edge of concern in his voice. Naruto looked up at the twin of the Hyuga clan head, an all too serious expression on his face. It's Hinata's mom. He said if Hisashi's worry wasn't visible, then it was now. She's collapsed in the garden and… Naruto stopped as something else caught his eye. He felt the muscles around his eyes used to be widened. And there's water all over her. Several hours later, outside of Konoha, for the 7th time, that day and probably the 100th time in the past 2 weeks, Tsunade wondered what the hell she was doing. The source of her trepidation? Konoha! There it is! Came the excited voice of her apprentice Shizen. In her arms, her pet pig Taunton oinked in equal excitement. Tsunade looked to her apprentice, seeing the excitement rolling off her. A bit of her nervous energy ebbing away at seeing how happy the girl she thought of as her daughter. Remember, Shizen, we're only here for a short while. We are not staying here. No, there were too many demons waiting for her there. Too much bad blood between her and her former home. She looked down the path they were walking. At the end were the gates that led into the hidden village. They were wide open for all to enter, and likely guarded by a dozen shinobi. Why was she returning to the place that more than a decade ago she swore never to return to? Coming back to the place that caused her so much heart-arch. The place that took her brother and lover away from her? The answer was simple and complicated. 2 years ago, Hokage Tower. Tsunade closed the door behind her as she entered the last place she thought she would go to, the Hokage's office. Your verdict? Her former mentor said, cutting to the chase. She looked to the man that at one time she had considered as her adoptive grandfather, still does. She shook her head, genuine pain stabbing at her as she saw the grief that flushed his face. I'm afraid there's nothing I can about it. The nerves around his eyes suffered too much damage. Not even I would be able to fix them. I see, was all the old man said. Sensei, you're getting too old for this. Just retire before this job kills you. Truthfully, she didn't know what she would do if something ever were to happen to her former mentor. She had already almost lost all the people she held dear to her. Only 4 such people remained alive today, and one of them had become a twisted perversion of his former self. I tried my best even though of several new techniques that could work. But they were beyond my skill to work, beyond current medical technology or both. I'm sorry. At this, she wanted to turn and leave out the door and get of this village. Leave before the memories got to her. Her feet refused to move. She saw the man give her a critical eye as though he had expected her to leave and was now trying to determine as to why she hadn't walked out. I understand, Tsunade, he said after a moment. How long will you be staying here? He asked. Not a moment longer than I need to be. She thought. I don't know, she said uncertainly. She saw the barest hint of a smile on the old man's face. So, he's already had an effect on you? He said as a statement more than as a question. Tsunade brushed a stray strand of hair back into place. I don't know what you're talking about. A lie. Flashes of her examination of the blonde-haired boy surfacing. His bright and yet weary smile when her former and still sane debatable teammate introduced them. His excited bubble as she looked over his empty eye sockets, an image that disturbed her and made her wish the worst pain upon the perpetrator, talking about how he heroically faced down an S-rank Kumo-nin to save a beautiful princess. Ah, kids and their exaggerations. Except she knew it wasn't a complete exaggeration. He had faced down a Kumo shinobi to protect the heiress of the Hyuga clan. She wanted to strangle the Jinchuriki for his foolishness. Didn't the brat know that he could have been killed? Dear Kami above. This tiny clone of Minato had inherited both of his parents' recklessness. She kept these thoughts buried in the back of her mind as she finished her examination. What she didn't know was that the smile she kept on her face had been a real one. Only truly faltering when he mentioned his dream of being Hokage. Foolish, she wanted to say to the son of the girl that was the closest thing she had to a daughter. She wanted to tell him that only idiots strived for such a goal, and that the job would only make him suffer. She didn't say a word of it, and replaced her smile. She told herself that she would not get attached to this ball of sunshine. She would be here for a few nights at best, long enough to rest up and stock up on supplies. They would never see each other again. She told herself that this boy would never achieve his dream, that it would be best to forget about him. At the same time, a small treacherous voice spoke in the back of her mind. You will get attached. You already are. You know he will become Hokage because you want to believe he will. Why would I believe that? She asked that voice. What's the alternative? The voice shot back. Tsunade didn't answer. Her silence was enough. Very well, Tsunade, her former mentor said, dropping the subject. Regardless, I'm glad that you're here. It's good to see you after so long, he said with a tired smile. Same to you, she said, surprised at how honest she was. She hadn't realized how much she had missed her former sensei. Hell, she had been surprised at how refreshing it had been when her pervert ex-teammate had suddenly shown up. She was about to turn around and open the door when she saw the old man reach into his desk. A moment later, he flops a small stack of papers on his desk. While you're here, there's another favor I would like to ask of you. Present time, Gates of Konoha. Since then, she had made infrequent visits to her old home. Usually, to check up on her aging ex-mentor old man, you need to retire and stock up on new supplies on her journeys. She would also check up at the hospital and help with implementing the new improvements as per her agreement with the Hokage. In return for paying off her debts, she would get to enact the plans she proposed several years ago to improve Konoha's medical care, both in the shinobi and civilian fields. Progress was slowing going with her infrequent visits, but already the village was benefiting from the changes. Much to her chagrin, Naruto would find her and irritated her to no end. Because of the blonde-haired brat, she would frequently visit the Hyuga compound. She had to admit it was good to see Hitomi again, and her daughter was too cute for words. No wonder that Kushina's spawn had fallen for her even if he didn't know it yet. The last time she had been here was about 4 months ago. They stopped at the gates and were greeted by the 2 Chunin manning customs. Tsunade-sama. One of them greeted the pair, triad if you counted the pig. It's good to see you. He continued, pulling out a sheet of paper and began to write on it. I assume you're here to visit Hokage-sama and check the progress at the hospital? Tsunade simply nodded, not bothered with having small talk. She signed the paper for her and her apprentice, plus Taunton, allowing them entry into the village. Once done, they entered the village. Finally, a place where we can sleep in real beds, and not dirt, her apprentice said with a serene smile. Tsunade rolled her eyes at the young woman's antics. Honestly, Shizuyo, her comment was cut off when an ANBU with spiky gray hair and a dog mask appeared right in front of them. The man kneeled in front of them. Tsunade-sama, I apologize for this intrusion. I know you only just got here. He said. There was an urgency in his voice that caught the full attention of the two women. What is it? Tsunade asked, already getting a bad feeling in the pit of her stomach. Taking a quick side glance at her apprentice, she saw that the young woman had a similarly worried expression. Tsunade-sama, I ask that you come to the Hyuga compound right away. It's an emergency. The statement confused the Sannin what could be happening at the high. Hyuga. Tsunade's eyes widened as everything clicked in her mind. This should be about the time that Kami, please tell me she's okay. Her mind raced. 4 months ago, when she had been in Konoha, she had checked on Hitomi and knew about her condition. At the time, she couldn't identify the cause. Her condition couldn't have deteriorated that much, could it? It is the Hyuga matriarch Hitomi-sama. She's in labor, and I'm afraid that there has been comply. Tsunade didn't give the man the chance to finish. Faster than even she thought possible, she was racing towards the Hyuga compound, her apprentice close behind. Can't let another person die on my hands. Not again. Her subconscious thought. A minute later, at the Hyuga compound, outside the medical ward. What do you mean you don't know what's wrong? Hayashi all but shouted at the Hyuga doctor. The man squirmed under the clan head's intense glare. It is precisely as I said, Hayashi-sama. The doctor replied, doing his best to keep calm. I cannot identify the cause of your wife's current condition. Whatever it is, it appears to be killing her. Hayashi took a step back like he had been slapped. This can't be happening. His beloved Hitomi was dying, and there was nothing he or anyone else could do about it. He had been in a clan meeting when he heard about his wife going into sudden labor, and almost immediately encountering complications. He had been well out of the chamber before the elders had a chance to respond. Close to the pair sitting on a bench were Naruto and Hinata. Both children were looking every bit as distressed as he was. Naruto was softly saying comforting words to Hinata, trying without success to calm the girl down. Next to them stood his twin Hisashi, a grim expression on his face. Next to him was Niji, a cold expression, but Hayashi could see the small cracks in his mask. He too was concerned about his aunt by marriage. He just didn't want to show it. Killing her? He repeated after a short silence. I'm afraid so. The doctor said, nodding his head. Hayashi-sama, if we don't do something soon, I fear we may lose both the mother and child. Again, Hayashi was stunned to silence. Not only could he lose his wife, but there was a chance that he could lose his second child. That was a loss he didn't know if he could bear and didn't even want to think about how it would affect Hinata. Is there anything you can do to save her? He asked, clinging to any hope he could. The doctor gave an expression that told him everything he needed to know. I'm afraid not, Hayashi-sama. At this point, lady, Hitomi is a lost cause. Hayashi almost choked. Our only recourse at this point is to do what we can to save the baby. Never in his life did Hayashi thought he would be faced with such a difficult decision. Save his second child and lose his wife, or try to save them both and lose them both. His eyes turned to the children, seeing that Hinata had buried her face in Naruto's shoulder, who had a blank expression on his face. Even the eyes that floated around him seemed to show no emotion. The grim expression of Hisashi's face had grown deeper. Finally, his eyes settled back on the doctor. Are you certain that there's nothing you can do? He asked for clarification. The Hyuga doctor shook his head. Without a doubt. We either save the baby or lose them both. I beseech you, Hayashi-sama, make your decision now. The more time we waste, the harder it will be to save the child. Hayashi remained silent for what seemed like hours, even days. In reality, it had been less than 3 seconds. In that brief window that had stretched out into eternity, he thought of all the consequences that come from his decision at this moment. His wife, his daughter's mother, would die no matter what choice he made. Would Hinata be able to handle the loss of her mother? Would she become like Niji, cold, resentful, and a deep hatred buried deep in her? Would she regress into her shell? How would it affect Naruto? Hitomi had become a mother figure to the orphan boy, something he dearly needed and craved. Finally, how would it affect him? Aside from Hinata and his brother, he loved Hitomi more than anything in the world. Then there was the possibility that he could lose his second child alongside his wife. That was a far more deadly blow. He opened his mouth. Save then fate took pity on him at this moment. Hold on. Came a frantic and familiar voice. But to him, it might as well as be the voice of Kami. Tsunade, the so-called slug Sannin and world-renowned medic, stopped in front of him. Her apprentice close behind. I'm not too late, am I? An irritated expression appeared on the Hyuga doctor's face. Now hold on, he said, turning to face the Sannin. You can't just barge in here, and then promptly shut his mouth and paled once he recognized the former student of the Sandaime. Tsunade-sama. Please forgive me, I meant no disrespect. The doctor began to apologize. The Sannin held her hand up to stop the man. Can it? She said sharply, silencing the man. How is the patient? The man hesitated and looked to Hayashi, sending a silent question to the clan head. Hayashi nodded his approval, and the doctor returned his attention to Tsunade. The patient, Lady Hitomi, is not faring well, he said reluctantly. The Sannin glared at the doctor. That much I can gather, she said harshly. What I want are details. The Hyuga doctor flinched at the woman's tone of voice. Of course, Tsunade-sama, I was getting to that, he replied. About an hour ago, Hitomi-sama, while tending to the gardens, went into labor suddenly. The complications showed almost immediately after, as she collapsed. If it had not been for our ward Uzumaki Naruto, then we may have never found out until it was too late. He gestured to the boy in question. So that's how we found out. Hayashi thought to himself. It seemed now he owed the boy another debt. The adults looked toward the blonde-haired child, who perks up at the mention of his name. I had a pair of my eyes watching her, Naruto explained nervously, his cheeks getting a slight tint of red. I noticed that she wasn't feeling well for a while. I was worried. So, I decided to keep an eye on her, no pun intended. I'm sorry if I crossed the line, he raised his hands defensively. I always tried to respect her privacy. I never watched her use the bathroom or bath or anything like if that's what you're worried about. Then he began to scratch his cheek, a nervous tick. I was just worried about her, you know. She's almost like a mother to me. Hayashi and Hitomi both had been aware of Naruto's spying. Both Hyuga had figured that the boy had been concerned for her, and only wanted to make sure she was okay. Though Hayashi did intend on talking to the boy about the matter after the baby had come, spying on others was unbecoming of a young man, at least when inside the walls of Konoha or when not actively carrying out his duties as a shinobi of the village. In those cases, it was all fair game. We'll discuss this later, Naruto-san. But thank you, Hitomi may owe you her life, Hayashi said. Don't worry about what we think of it. In this case, you did the right thing. He tried to assure the boy that he did nothing inherently wrong. Naruto brightens up. Thanks, he said. And you're welcome. Seeing this as a good time to cut in, Tsunade took a step towards the boy. Tell me, Naruto, what you saw when she collapsed, Tsunade asked. They saw the boy think over the question before he responded. When she collapsed, I got concerned, so my full attention went to where she was. I noticed that her dress was soaked, and there was water all around her, he explained. I think that might have been some blood mixed in. It was a very subtle gesture, almost unnoticeable even for the eyes of a shinobi, but Hayashi caught it. Tsunade flinched. You're still afraid, aren't you, Tsunade-sama? Hayashi thought, remembering the Sannin's fear of the red substance. The moment hardly lasted a moment before Tsunade got a hold of herself. Was there anything else? Signs of fatigue? Shaking? Any kind of change in behavior? She pressed the boy. Fatigued? Did she seem tired? Tsunade explained. Naruto nodded. Yes, she did. She was kind of moving slowly, and right before she collapsed, It looked like she got really dizzy, Naruto said. It's what got my attention in the first place. The Sannin placed her hand on her chin. I see, she said in a tone that indicated she was thinking. That was very helpful, Naruto, thank you. She turned back to the doctor. Hayashi gave the blonde a thankful inclination of his head. Thank you, Naruto. You have been more than a help in this situation, he said. Please continue to look after Hinata while I discuss things with Tsunade-sama. Naruto nodded at him. Next to him, Hinata held onto his arm, a worried expression still on her face, but now her eyes had a glint of hope in them. Turning back to face the doctor and Tsunade, Hayashi listened to their conversation. If you can't give me a cause, then at least give me the symptoms, Tsunade growled at the Hyuga man. Of course, Lady Tsunade. The man quivered. As young Naruto stated, Lady Hitomi is experiencing extreme fatigue. She's barely managed to hold on to consciousness throughout her labor. Furthermore, she's been showing signs of disorientation and possible hallucination. She might not be fully aware of what's happening to her right now. He explains Hitomi's condition as he did with Hayashi. Hearing it a second time felt no better than the first. Please, Tsunade, if there's anything you can do about this, then do it. The Hyuga clan head wished to himself. What about her physical condition? Tsunade prompted the man. Also, is it okay if my apprentice checks up on her? If you think she can help, then please be my guest. The doctor indicated. Tsunade motioned to her apprentice, a young lady with black straight hair and eyes holding a pig. Of course, Tsunade-sama. She walked to the bench and placed the pig next to Naruto. Could you please look after Taunton for me, Naruto-san? She asked. Sure. Why not? Naruto asked, giving the pig an awkward stare as it trotted up to him and sat in his lap. Thank you, she said and turned around to walk up to the sliding door. She opened it and walked in. Excuse me? I'm here to. Her voice was cut off as she slid the door shut behind her. Now, as for her physical condition, the Hyuga doctor began. Simply put, she's getting weaker? Getting weaker? Tsunade pressed a slight edge of annoyance. Yes, there's no other way to describe it. I haven't found what's causing it. No signs of internal bleeding, trauma, poison, or anything else that could be a cause. I even checked to see if her pregnancy had any link. Nothing. She is simply getting weaker, dangerously so. As I was saying to Hayashi-sama, I fear our only option is to do what we can to save the child. Tsunade listened intently to the doctor's assessment. A deep frown appeared on her face. What made you think it was poison? She asked. He didn't mention anything about poison. Hayashi thought, horrified at the possibility that someone would do that to Hitomi. It was a remote possibility that I decided to test. Since the other causes didn't seem to work out, I thought it a good idea to test and see if poison or venom was involved. The doctor explained. No luck. Tsunade-sama, I found no traces of any kind of poison in her body. Hayashi relaxed at hearing that. Not surprising, as if it were poison, it would be affecting the baby as well. The baby has been unaffected. I find that difficult to believe, Tsunade said, sounding a bit suspicious. As remarkable as it sounds, the baby, for the most part, appears to be unaffected by the mother's condition. Granted, there are signs of stress on the baby, but nothing dangerous. The Hyuga man clarified. It is why I believe the child can be saved while the mother cannot. Tsunade-sama, Hayashi said, getting the Sannin's attention. Is there anything you can do about Hitomi? Please, I don't want to lose her, Hayashi said desperately. A sympathetic flashed across the woman's face. I'm not sure, Hayashi. From the sounds of it, her condition sounds bad. Tsunade tried to explain. I'll have to take a look for myself. But, if there is a chance, I will try to save her. That is, if you don't mind if I take over from here, doctor, she said to the Hyuga doctor. The man gave a respectful bow to the Sannin. Of course, Tsunade-sama, it would be an honor to see the greatest medic nin in the elemental nations in action. If you do not mind that I aid and observe you. Tsunade rolled her eyes at the man's flattery. Then let's get to work, she said, gesturing for the man to move. He nodded and stepped towards the door, opening and closing it behind him. Thank you, Tsunade, Hayashi said with a bow. Regardless of what happens here, the Hyuga clan will be in your debt today. Just please save my wife and child. His voice was uneven as he tried to keep his emotions from overwhelming him. Tsunade turned her head to face the man, seeing that he was open and genuine with his feelings, a rare sight with a Hyuga, not to mention the clan head. Don't thank me just yet, she said just above a whisper loud enough for him to hear. I still haven't seen Hitomi for myself yet, she said, turning to the door. She stepped right in front of it and froze. No, not now, Tsunade thought herself. She had been about to step through the door when the reality of the situation had fully hit her. She was about to go in to take care of a patient in need, a patient who was giving birth and was in a critical state, a patient who could die if she failed, a patient who was bleeding. There would be blood. There would be blood. There would be blood. Tsunade started to take a deep breath, trying to calm herself. She had to keep her hemophobia from overwhelming her. She had to keep those memories of a dying boy and a dying lover both covered in their own blood from stopping her from doing her job. She had to. In the back of her head, a small voice was mocking her. Ladies and gentlemen, gaze upon the most pathetic thing you'll ever see. Tsunade Senju, the world's greatest medic, is afraid of a little blood. How can she expect herself to operate in a profession where it's guaranteed she'll encounter the stuff? Tsunade wanted to rebut the voice but couldn't come up with an adequate answer. Oh, that's right, she didn't. The voice almost laughed. She all but abandoned her profession and ran like a coward. The voice was right. She had, for the longest time, turned her back on being a medic. Her training of Shizen notwithstanding, she had not done much as a healer in the past decade. When she did, it was comparatively minor stuff, something any hometown doctor could do. Even when she was roped into doing something bigger, she usually trusted her apprentice to do the bulk of the work. Only in the last 2 years did she start to do anything resembling the work she used to do. When she and her former sensei made their deal about improving the medic practices of Konoha, again, nothing major, like surgery or anything else that would involve her seeing and coming into contact with blood. If she got squeamish around something as simple as a paper cut, then how was she expected to help a patient through childbirth? No, I can't do this, she thought, taking a step back. It's too much. Let Shizen handle it. She can do it. She tried to justify the mocking voice continuing its taunts. Then a new voice sounded in the back of her mind. Yes, you can, it said. It had been barely above a whisper, but it had been enough to break her out of her panic-induced state. She didn't recognize the voice, but it had a strange familiarity to it that she couldn't place. Whatever it was, it had been enough to kick her mind into gear. She looks to Hayashi, seeing a very concerned expression on his face. Tsunade, are you all right? He asked. She wants to say that she was not ready for something like this. But she shoved that thought to the deepest recesses of her mind. I'm fine, she said. Just lost focus for a second. She admitted the partial truth. Hayashi, I will save Hitomi and your child. You have my word on that. For the first, since she got here, she saw a smile form on the man's lips. It wasn't forced one either, showing signs of hope in it. Thank you, Tsunade, he said. For the first time in a long time, Tsunade found herself believing her own words. She turned her gaze back to the door and steeled her nerves for what was to come next. She opened the door, knowing that if she stepped through, there would be no turning back. She stepped inside and closed the door behind her. Several hours later, Hinata didn't know how long she had passed when Naruto nudged her awake. Groggily, she opened her eyes and gazed at the blonde-haired boy. She lifted her head, too tired to have noticed that her head had been resting on his shoulder. Naruto? She asked, almost yawning. She saw the boy motion towards something. She turned her head to face whatever he wanted her to see. It was her father waving for them to come in. It took a few seconds for her tired mind to wake up and process the picture before her. When it did, a wave of apprehension came over her. Her mother had gone into labor, and as Hinata understood it, something had gone wrong. Something that could cause her mother to die. When she had realized that the girl couldn't control herself, and had ended up crying into Naruto's shoulder. She didn't care if what she was doing would be considered unhyuga-like. She didn't care if Niji would mock her for her open display of weakness. Nor did she care that she had gotten into her crush's personal space, something that causes her face to turn beet red. All that she knew was that she was going to lose her mother and possibly her little brother-sister. What could she do without her mother? Her ever-loving mother who would gently stroke away her tears whenever she had a nightmare. Her mother, who cared for the central gardens, and passed on her love of nature to Hinata. Her mother who would encourage her to do her best in everything she did. How could she bear to lose her mother? When the doctor had made his report to her father, she had lost all hope. Then that other lady showed up, Tsunade she believed her name was. The name did trigger a strange sense of familiarity in the back of her mind. She felt as though she should know who the lady was but couldn't place where. But she did recognize the woman. She had shown up 2 years ago to examine Naruto, something about seeing if she could restore his eyes, and would every few months make an appearance in the village. Naruto seemed to take a shine to her, even calling her Bachan, a nickname that seemed to irk the woman to no end. With her sudden appearance, hope had begun to well up in her again as the woman proclaimed that she would save her mother, and soon Tobe a newborn sibling. For the next several hours, before Hinata had dozed off, Hinata waited with a mix of hope and despair, wishing that her mother would survive. She would often see the younger lady, Shizen, if she heard correctly, dashing out of the room along with the doctor and nurse. Sometimes disappearing down the hall and to later return with an assortment of items. Sometimes they would stop by to talk to her father and uncle, speaking in hushed tones. Always they would look exhausted. Now the moment of truth had come. "To-san?" she asked, hope and fear resonating in her voice. Her father gave her a weary smile, an action that both made her hopeful and fearful. "Come," he said quietly. Wordlessly Hinata nodded her head. She felt Naruto standing up. She looked up at him, seeing that he was now offering his hand to her. She took his hand, a small blush heating her cheeks as she realized that she would be holding her crush's hand. With his help, Hinata stood up, and still holding hands, the young pair followed her father past the door into a small hallway. They walked down the small hall. As they came to the door, Hinata felt her heart beat faster. She felt Naruto squeeze her hand. She looked at him, seeing a reassuring smile on his face. Hinata nodded at him, thankful he was here to support her no matter what happened. The two went through the second set of doors. Hinata prepared herself for the worst. What she saw stopped her heart for a moment. For her, that had been an eternity. Sitting up in her bed, alive and well, was her mother. Her eyes were tired, but she had a content smile on her face as she gazed down at a precious bundle. That bundle Hinata quickly realized was her newborn sibling. The mother noticed the newcomers, and her smile widened as she motioned them over. When they got to her bed, Hinata could make out some of the details of the baby. She noticed how small it was, how vulnerable it was. The child had its eyes closed. She couldn't see the eyes, but she knew that underneath they were the same eyes as hers. Small bits of black hair could be seen poking out from the cover. The baby was beautiful, and Hinata felt a happiness she never thought possible well up inside of her. Her mother smiled at her, her eyes looking tired, almost dead. Carefully she held the child to Hinata. "Say hello to Hanabi, your little sister," she said, voice calm and tired. Hinata let go of Naruto's hand and gently took the baby Hanabi into her arms and held her close to her chest. The small caused the newborn to stir. Her eyelids opened, revealing the same set of pale eyes that all Hyuga had. She gazed up curiously at Hinata. Hinata's smile brightened, and she knew that she loved her little sister. "Hello, Hanabi. Welcome to the family." Hiruzen looked out the window of his office. It was early in the day, but he could feel the weight on his eyelids. Outside he could see the citizens of the village going about their day. Sometimes he saw the distinctive shape of a shinobi or two jumping from rooftop to rooftop. It lifted his spirits to see such a peaceful day in his village. It almost made him forget all his regrets, all his mistakes. Almost. "I'm getting too old for this job." He had been too old when he had named his successor, and had been when he was forced to take the hat again. That night had been hard on him for more reasons than one: the loss of his successor Minato and his wife Kushina, leaving their newborn child Naruto alone in a cruel world. The death of his beloved Biwako and the deaths of so many others all weighed down on him. Perhaps what was the worst part of it all was the cause of it. To be more accurate, a former member of Konoha's shinobi forces long thought to be dead. In the aftermath of the Kyuubi attack, the body of the true culprit had been found where Minato had said he killed him. It had been difficult to identify who it had been at first due to his head having been obliterated by a Rasengan. DNA testing had confirmed his identity, and the results had almost broken him. That night he had ordered the identity of the man, and the DNA tests to be sealed. The only thing that would be known was that the attacker had been a rogue Uchiha. No one, least of all Kakashi, would ever know that it had been Obito that was behind the Kyuubi attack 7 years ago. He would see to it that the boy would always be remembered as a hero. It was better that way. What happened, Obito? What caused you to turn on us in such a way? It was the first of many questions he asked himself about that night. He may never know the answers, and to be honest with himself, he hoped he never would. He had more than just the regrets of the past weighing down on him. New problems were rearing their ugly heads in the present, 2 to be exact. Both had one thing in common at their root: Hyuga. The incident 2 years ago was most certainly causing him headaches. He was making plans in the event the worst happened, a reality that seemed more likely with each passing day, and thus was a lesser issue at the moment. It was the second and most recent problem that occupied his thoughts and brought about his melancholy. A few days ago, Hitomi had given birth to her and Haishi's second daughter, Hyuga Hanabi. Normally this would be a joyous occasion, something that would warm his old heart to know that new life had been brought into the world, into his village. A welcome change considering his profession. The girl's birth had been anything but normal. Very few outside the Hyuga clan knew of Hitomi's troubled pregnancy, and he had been one of them. No one could quite figure out the cause behind the woman's illness. Even Tsunade couldn't figure it out when she examined her several months ago. Now they had an answer, and Hiruzen had been left disturbed by the implications. Hitomi had been poisoned. If it had not been for Tsunade's timely arrival into the village, then the Hyuga would likely be making burial arrangements right now. The poison had been a very subtle one, enough to avoid Tsunade's attention when she first examined Hitomi. Otherwise, they would have found it a long time ago. He didn't know the exact details, but he gathered that Hitomi going into labor had made the poison more noticeable to Tsunade's sharp eyes. Once she knew that poison had been involved, she had set about treating Hitomi while helping her through the birthing process. Hitomi wasn't in the clear yet, she was still weak from the poison and childbirth, but Tsunade said she was optimistic. The worrisome part was if his former student was correct, then Hitomi had been poisoned over the course of months. Which meant the culprit was someone in Konoha and likely a Hyuga. Doubly so since the poison was one that had been used by Suna on Konoha shinobi when the relations between the two had been less than amicable. A poison that Tsunade had treated and was stored in a secured site to be studied. Only high-ranking officials in the shinobi corps and authorized medical personnel were allowed in there. The implication of that worried the old Hokage to no end. He looked up to the sky hanging overhead, gazing at the 4 faces carved into the mountainside. His eyes settled on the second of the 4. Sensei, the village you and your brother helped to create it is in dark times now. If you were to see it now, how would you react? Would you be as worried about its future now as I am? It was a thought that haunted him at night more times than he cared to count. He looked to the 4th and newest of the faces. Minato, if only you had survived that night, then perhaps we would not be facing the problems we are now. Perhaps we would not be readying ourselves for another war, nor would we have traitors amidst our ranks. He let out another long sigh, feeling every year his age. Tsunade was right. He needed to retire before this job killed him. The trouble was he had no successor to hand the hat to. He had some ideas for candidates, but each had their problems. Kakashi, too mentally unstable for the position and did not want the job. Jiraiya, he would have an uprising from the kunoichi. Danzo, the less said about that the better. His former student Tsunade was probably his best choice as a successor. She had in recent years shown signs of improvement in her mental health, and despite what she claimed, Hiruzen knew she still cared for the village that her grandfather created. But she still had a way to go before he was ready to hand the hat to her, and at the moment, she would flat out deny his offer. No, he was afraid that he would have to hold on to the hat for a few more years. By then, he would have a few more options to choose from. He turned away from the window and back to his desk, which had a mountain of paperwork on it. He swore that the thing grew 5 inches while his back was turned. He picked up a sheet, eager to get his mind focused on something else. The intercom on his desk buzzed, grabbing his attention. Yes, Aiko? What is it? He said with a press of a button. Hokage-sama. The voice of his secretary responded. A guest is waiting for you. It's Tsunade-sama, sir. She appears to be eager to meet with you. If the woman had been in the same room, she would saw Hiruzen's eyes widen. Is that so? He said. Please send her in. What could his former student want? Usually, she would be on her way out of the village by now. She already is. Almost on cue, the door to his office opened, and in walked Tsunade. There was an expression on her face that he couldn't place. Tsunade, it's good to see you. Hiruzen greeted his student while trying to gauge her. To what pleasure do I owe this unexpected visit? He pulled out his pipe and lit it. Old man, there's something I want to talk to you about. Hyuga compound. Naruto, quit squirming and hold still. She'll be out in a moment, Sarah said, chastising her ward. Naruto glanced up at her, giving her an exasperated look. Impressive considering, he had no eyes, at least not where they should be. But Sarah-chan, we've been waiting for like 100 hours. The Hyuga woman had to stop herself from rolling her eyes at the boy's exaggeration. Honestly, the boy was more trouble than he was worth sometimes. She supposes that was a part of his charm. The boy did have a strange talent for worming his way into people's hearts if they gave him a chance. She had been no exception 2 years ago. It has not been that long, she said sternly, with a bit of amusement slipping in. She had to admit that she had been less than enthusiastic when she learned that she would be the Jinchuriki's caretaker when he had been taken in as a ward of the clan. At the time, she had been Chunin that was starting to make a name for herself and had been well on her way to being a Jonin in a few years. Taking care of the child, any child really would slow her progress, maybe even stump her completely. And yes, there was the stigma of having to care for the village's resident Jinchuriki. Looking back now, she realized she had acted in a manner unbefitting of a Hyuga and as a shinobi of Konoha. When she met the boy, she had to expect to meet many things. A wild animal-like child, a bloodthirsty demon in human flesh, a soulless being. She did not expect to meet a small, lonely, shy, and looking back at it now afraid boy, who at the time would flinch whenever she raised her voice even above a whisper or would pull away from her even at the slightest touch. If she ever met the former matron of the orphanage, unpleasant things would happen. She had not expected that boy to become the ball of sunshine he was now, nor did she expect him to become an important part of her life. She was proud to say that in the past 2 years, she had done a fine job caring for the boy. Her skills as a kunoichi had not degraded as she first feared they would. She had kept them sharp through training, and occasionally she was sent on missions that required her skill set. She was still a shinobi of Konoha, after all. If anything, they had improved. Naruto being a training nut did not hurt. But how much longer is she going to be? I'll die of old age at this rate, Naruto whined. How long can it take a girl to get ready? Get used to it, young one. You'll be waiting a lot on her in the future, she thought to herself. Naruto, she'll be out when she's done and not a moment before, she said before a smile crept onto her face. Besides, us ladies need to look our best on special days like this, she said, striking a small pose. Naruto gave her a blank expression. So that's never for you? Sarah felt a vein bulge in her head as she resisted the urge to thump the impudent child on the head. So, this is what it was like to have a younger brother. Thank Cammy, she had been an only child. Watch it, boy, you're one remark away from a visit to the hospital. She saw a fox-like grin spread across his face. The boy opened his mouth, and Sarah was in the process of making an explanation to Hayashi-sama about the blonde's demise. Fortunately, Cammy decided that today was not Naruto's day to enter the pure world as a set of doors slide open to reveal 3 familiar figures. Flanked by both of her parents, Hinata looked stunning in her dress. Evident by how Naruto was doing his best impression of a fish. Oh, this is going to make great blackmail material in the future. Sarah thought to herself as she bowed to the clan head and his family. If only I had a camera right now. Click! The sound of a camera got the Hyuga woman's attention. She raised from her bow to see Hitomi-sama holding a camera, a fresh picture rolling of it. Taking the photo out and examining it, the Hyuga matriarch gave Sarah a knowing wink. The sound of the camera had also snapped Naruto out of his daze, and just as quickly, the device was gone. Wow, Hinata-chan, you look great, the boy said with a smile. Sarah was treated with the sight of a scarlet-faced Hinata. Thank you, Naruto-kun, she said. You look good too. Told you that getting dressed into something nice would pay off. Sarah thought as she remembered Naruto kicking up a fuss about wearing something nicer than what he normally wore. The blonde scratched the back of his head. Thanks, Hinata-chan, he said, his smile brightening. Sarah smiled to herself at seeing the interaction between the two children. Even if they didn't realize it, it was evident to everyone around that the two cared for each other deeply. I may be a bit biased, but Naruto-kun, you have picked a fine young lady to fall for. The same goes for you, Hinata-sama. She noticed that the group had started to move, and she walked close behind her eyes, remaining on the children. It came as a surprise to her that Hayashi had fallen back to walk beside her. You did a good job caring for the boy, he said. We couldn't have picked a better person for the job. She felt elated at her clan's head's praise. I was merely doing my job, she humbly admitted. Anyone else would have done the same. Hayashi shook his head. Perhaps for the first month or two you were. But after that, you did more than just doing your job, he said, looking at her. I remember what happened with that storekeeper in the third month. A dark shadow fell over her expression as the memory was dredged up. Naruto, Hinata, and she, along with another Hyuga she thinks, had been on their way back to the compound after spending time in the park when Naruto had taken notice of something in a shop's window. A stuffed animal, a fox. Ironically enough, the boy had such a longing look on his face that Sarah knew she would have felt guilty if she didn't try to get it for him. She had told Hinata and Ko to wait outside while she and Naruto went inside to retrieve the item, even asked the girl if there was anything she wanted. The stuffed rabbit next to the fox had caught the girl's attention. The moment the two had stepped inside the store was when the trouble began. Sarah was proud to be a child of Konoha. She was proud to be a shinobi in service to the village. She praised her ancestors for having the wisdom to settle in Konoha in its early years. She loved her village and would give her life to defend it just as easily she would for her clan. But even she had to face reality and acknowledge that the village was not without its faults. The same could be said about her clan, but that was getting off topic. She knew how the rest of the village viewed and treated her charge. She couldn't blame them either. It was hard to separate the boy from the demon he contained, and humans were irrational beings after all. The orphanage aside, ignoring the child's existence had been the worst offense against him. Certainly, Konoha treated its Jinchuriki better than other villages. The rumors out of Suna alone made her question if humans were any better than the supposed demons they feared. The store owner had been friendly to them for all 3 seconds. Then his eyes went past her and narrowed in on her charge. Never in her life had she seen so much hate and fury in someone's eyes. Not even the many opponents she had faced in her career came close. The few moments were a blur of shouting between the two, mostly the man shouting, "Demon child," and other things she was loath to repeat in front of anyone, let alone a child. Several times he reached for Naruto, fully intending to harm him, with her stopping him using more force than the last. The result was that she and Naruto leaving the store with the latter almost on the verge of tears, and the store owner left unconscious via several Juken strikes. On their way back, Sarah had her Byakugan on the whole way and a deathly aura around her that dared anyone to strike at her charge. A few hours later, Anbu arrived at the Hyuga compound. The man had pressed charges against her and Naruto for assaulting him in unprovoked manner. "Yes, I remember that too," she said after a moment. "I never thought someone could be so cruel to a child. Nor did I think they would be so devoid of intelligence to attack a Hyuga." She got a simple nod in response to her statement. Fortunately for all involved, that matter was resolved. Sarah smiled to herself at the bright side of the memory. The testimonies of Hinata and Ko had cleared them of any wrongdoing, especially when they had been backed by the support of Hayashi. The charges had been dropped, and the store owner was forced to leave, otherwise, he would be charged with falsely accusing a shinobi of Konoha, attempted assault of a shinobi of Konoha, and attempted assault of a Konoha citizen, hefty charges that all would have seen the man pay heavy fines and had him locked up for years. That had been the beginning of his bad luck, as the elders, feeling like the clan had been slighted, had blacklisted the store. Within a week, the man had been forced to shut down his business and left the village by the end of the month. She had never returned to that street, making a point to avoid it. I don't think I can ever thank you enough, Hayashi-sama, for backing Naruto and me, she said. Hinata-sama's and Kozen's testimony alone would have cleared us. You didn't have to involve yourself, she said. The clan head small. But I did, and as clan head I had to, he replied. The man was challenging the Hyuga clan whether he realized it or not. Plus, my daughter was involved as well, Sarah nodded her understanding. Still, I thank you. The group rounded a corner. Now that young Naruto will be attending the academy, you will find yourself with more time. Hayashi began. What will you be doing now that your schedule has opened? He asked. That was something she had been asking herself when she realized what it meant for her that Naruto would be at the academy. As her clan head pointed out, she would have a lot more time to herself, as Naruto would be at the academy training to be shinobi. Sure, she still would be expected to carry out her duties as his caretaker, and she was more than happy to do so. But with each passing day, month, and year getting closer to the day he graduated and became a full shinobi of Konoha, Naruto would be expected to become more independent. Start to care for himself. In time, Sarah would be expected to move out and return to her former residence, occasionally checking in on the boy, as her role would never come to an end, just lessened. She felt conflicted. On one hand, she was overjoyed to have more time to herself. She had learned that caring for a child was a time-consuming and tiring affair. It didn't help that Naruto was more troublesome than most children. Shit, she was starting to sound like a Nara. On the other end, she found her role to be strangely fulfilling. She viewed the blonde as the little brother she never had, and caring for him had made her wonder what it would be like to be an actual mother. She never really put much thought into it before, and on the rare occasion she did, it always seemed unappealing to her. Now, though, she was uncertain. She had much to think about, and soon would have the time to think about it. I am not certain, Hayashi-sama. She spoke the truth. There's much to consider for my future. She saw the clan head give her a critical look that made her shift nervously. That I can understand, he said after a moment. Though I assume that you will be resuming your duties as a full-time kunoichi? Now that much she was certain of. Of course, Hayashi-sama. While I am happy to be Naruto-kun's caretaker, I am eager to resume my responsibilities as a kunoichi of the village, she said with honesty, while the possibility of her wanting to be a mother was uncertain, and far she knew clearly that she wanted to continue her career as a kunoichi and take as far as her ability allowed her to. For obvious reasons, I can't do that this year or even the next, but maybe in 6 months, depending on how well Naruto-kun is doing in the academy, I may start doing some missions to ease myself back in. Most likely, they will be simple cranks that won't take me out of the village for more than a few days, a week at most, she explained. She would be training harder now to sharpen her skills. That's good to hear, Hayashi responded, bringing his hand to his chin. I do feel a bit guilty that we had to assign you to Naruto-san at a time when your career was just starting to take off. I imagine that did not sit well with you at the time. At the time, yes, she admitted. But I have long since gotten over it. Reflecting on it now, it may have been a good thing for me in the long run. Remaining here in the village for the past 2 years has allowed me to hone my skills and developed my technique. Sometimes it is best to slow down rather than rush ahead. That is one of the lessons of the Sandaime, is it not? Hayashi nodded, seemingly pleased. That is good to hear. You are becoming one of Konoha's best, and I am glad your drive has not diminished, he said. Though it's not like you have allowed yourself to grow lax in your as others would. I have seen you training hard, and there is no shortage of sparring partners in the village. It doesn't hurt that my charge is a training nut, she said with a smile. That boy can give our resident green beast a run for his money in the enthusiasm department. She shudders to think what would happen if the two ever met. Still, I look forward to seeing your progress as a kunoichi. The group came to a stop in front of a double set of sliding doors, the entrance to the Elder Council's chamber. Hayashi turned to face her. Once the children are done meeting with the elders, you will escort them to the academy. Unfortunately, my responsibilities as clan head will keep me from taking Hinata to the academy on her first day. Kurenai will be arriving shortly to take Hinata. Nodding her understanding, Sarah saw a flash of disappointment on Hinata's face. Understandable, a child should be with their parent on a special day like this. But he was a clan head. More times than he liked, he couldn't be there for his daughter. Her mother was still recovering with expressed orders that she not leave the compound for at least a month. It was a wonder that she was even walking with them now. At least they got someone close to Hinata to fulfill that role. Yes, Hayashi-sama, she said with a bow before turning her attention to her charge. Now, Naruto, do please try to behave in there. The elders are not accustomed to your unique brand of respect, she said sternly. If he had been able to, Sarah was certain that he would be rolling his eyes. Instead, he settles for the ones that float around him. Yes, Sarah-chan, I'll behave, he said, sounding like a child whose fun had just been ruined. She turned to look at Hinata. Hinata-sama, please make sure he behaves himself, she said with a small smile. Hinata returned the smile. I'll try, she giggled out. Naruto looked between the two females, an incredulous look on his face. Does no one have faith in me? He said. Not much. Hitomi, Hinata, and Sarah deadpanned, causing the boy to slump. What is this pick on Naruto Day? He said, exasperated. I believe that's next week. Hayashi commented with a straight face, getting a chuckle from the three females. Naruto just glared at the man. Now, I do believe we made the elders wait long enough, he said, opening the doors and ushering the others in. Sarasan, have a good day, he said before closing the day. Sarah silently bowed in front of the door before moving away from it, and stood at the wall opposite of it. He would wait for her charge and Hinata to come out and take them to the academy. In the meantime, perhaps she could use this small amount of time to think about her future. Uchiha compound. Remember, Sasuke, you must show the strength of the Uchiha clan while you attend the academy. Yes, father, Sasuke said to his father. He saw his father give a grim nod. Then you are dismissed. Your brother will be taking you to the academy, he said, raising his mother close behind him, a look of disappointment on her face. Sasuke felt a small jolt of surprise. He had hoped that his father would be the one taking him to the academy. Father, why aren't you taking me? He said before he could stop himself. His father looked at him, seemingly annoyed at his youngest son's outburst. As the clan head, I am far too busy to take you myself. You should understand by now I cannot indulge in every childish whim you come up with. His voice coming out harshly in Sasuke's ears. Now go, it would not look well upon the clan for one of my sons to be late on his first day. He left, leaving a disappointed Sasuke. His mother stood in front of him. Don't worry about him, Sasuke-kun, she soothingly said. Your father is a busy man. I'm sure if he could, he would take all the time in the world to be with you. Sasuke didn't say anything as he stood up and began to walk into the room his mother closed behind. His brother was waiting for him outside. I assume that father did not wish to take you to the academy, he said. No, he doesn't, Sasuke said, feeling hurt at saying the words. He had hoped to spend some time with his father, however small it was. It wasn't fair his father paid more attention to Itachi than him. Unlike him, his brother was a prodigy without equal. He had graduated from the academy at the age of 7 and made Chunin 3 years later, and a year late, made ANBU. If rumors were to be believed, he would be ANU captain soon. Sasuke loved his older brother, he truly did. Itachi was more like a father to him than his own, but he felt jealous of him. For once, he would like to be the center of attention, to have everyone's eyes on him. Deep down, he knew he would never shape up, and his train of thought came to a crashing stop when he felt his brother poke him in the forehead. Covering his head with hands, he shot a glare that would melt the Hokage moment at Itachi. What was that for? He questioned, his voice sounding whinier than he intended. He saw his brother give him a small smile. You were getting angst, dear little brother, he said calmly. No, I wasn't, Sasuke retorted, feeling his cheeks heat up. Oh yes, you were, came a familiar voice. The group turned to face the newcomer. Shui stopped in front of them. You could feel that angst from halfway across the compound, he said with a laugh. Sasuke puffed out his chest, feeling more than a bit annoyed. I'm not angst, he said, fighting back a smile. Come, little guy, cheer up, it's your first day at the academy, Shui said, patting Sasuke on the head. You even get to have your awesome brother to take you there. He's right, Sasuke-kun. This is your special day, his mother interjected. You'll find that your days at the academy will be some of the best in your life. Oh, I remember my days in the academy there. I met some of the best people that would become my friends and comrades in arms. Your friends? Sasuke asked, wanting to learn more about his mother. Itachi and Shui were listening closely as well. Yes, such as your father's teammates and friends Hyuga Hayashi and Namikaze Minato. Of course, there was my generation's Inoshikacho trio. Wait, my father was friends with a Hyuga? Sasuke said, disbelieving that an Uchiha and Hyuga could ever get along. Wasn't Namikaze the Yondaime? His brother queried. Sasuke's eyes widened as he looked between his brother and mother. His father had been friends with a Hyuga and a Hokage? Yes, indeed he was. The Uchiha matriarch confirmed. They were some of the closest friends you ever met, and were a formidable force together under their sensei Jiraiya. They heard Shui whistle. That's impressive, the current clan heads of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, and the Yondaime together under one of the Sannin? That's a wicked combination, I ever heard one. Again, Sasuke felt his head spin. His father had trained under one of the Sannin. He had been teammates and friends with the current Hyuga clan head and with the deceased Yondaime? He was learning more about his father than he ever had in his life, and it was all hard to keep up with, indeed. At the time, they were and still are considered to be one of Konoha's deadliest teams. Some even liken it to a second coming of the Sannin. His mother explained with a nostalgic smile. My team was also considered to be a close contender. Funny enough, my teammates were Hayashi's wife Hitomi and Kushina, a close friend of the Yondaime. Our sensei was Tsunade. Funny how fate works out sometimes. You mentioned someone named Kushina, Itachi said. I'm afraid I have not heard of her. If she was your teammate, why have you not mentioned her until now? He asked with an analytical eye. All three Uchiha males saw the woman's happy smile morph into a sad and somber one. Really, I haven't? A small chuckle escaped her lips. Funny, if she were here now, she would get onto me about not talking about her. She would probably punish me by telling you an embarrassing story. My guess would be that one time in Suna. If she was still here? Shui asked, though it sounded like he already knew the answer. She died defending the village during the Kyuubi attacks 7 years ago. Her body was found lying beside the Yondaimes. I lost 2 good friends that day. Tears started to stream down her reddening cheeks. She brought her sleeve up to wipe her eyes. I'm sorry if I'm getting emotional here. I'm bringing the mood down. It's just thinking about that night is hard. I guess maybe that's why I haven't talked about her. I apologize if I made you uncomfortable, Mother, Itachi said, sounding guilty. I was merely curious about why you had not talked about your friend before. It's all right, Itachi-kun, I know you didn't mean to, she said. Funny enough, though, it feels good to be talking about her. Maybe once Sasuke returns to the compound, I'll tell you 3 more about her. That would be interesting to hear more about it, Itachi said. I wouldn't mind learning more about my father and his team. The man has always been withdrawn about details about himself. Sasuke nodded his head. Me too. He was eager to learn more about his father and his teammates. I'll think about it, their mother responded. But I've gotten off topic. The point is, your time in the academy will be something you always remember. The people you will meet there will become your friends, comrades in arms, and 2 lucky ones will become your teammates. Those 2 you will feel the closest to, sometimes feeling like they are family, and sometimes even closer than that. Sasuke didn't know how to respond to that. He learned a lot about his parents in his mother's brief explanation. More than he ever thought he would learn, and once he got back from the academy, he would learn more. Then there was what his mother said about his time in the academy. He wondered if what his mother said was true, that he would find people that he would come to trust more than his own family. Would that really happen with him? Was his mother exaggerating and that her experience was out of the norm? Well, only one way to find out. And on that note, I believe it's time that Itachi got you to the academy, his mother said, clapping her hands together. Your father wouldn't like to hear about how his son was late on his first day. Nor would I, Sasuke. Promise me you'll be a good boy. I will, mother, Sasuke said. I promise. Come, little brother, it's time we left, Itachi said, beckoning Sasuke to follow as he walked down the hall. Shursui walked up beside Itachi. Mind if I tag along? I finished training a while ago and got some down before I head for the mission boards. I don't mind if Sasuke doesn't, Itachi responded. Shursui looked to the younger Uchiha for his answer. Sasuke shrugged his shoulders. I don't mind. Shursui was a nice guy to be around and was Itachi's closest friend. It would be nice to spend some time around the both of them. Then let's get going, Shursui said as they left the compound, Konoha streets. In Shursui's opinion, it was always nice to walk down the streets of Konoha instead of jumping from rooftop to rooftop. Granted, as a shinobi, he did it frequently during missions, and there was a certain thrill in seeing each street, its inhabitants rapidly disappear in single bounds, but doing that never gave one the impression of how lively the village was if they had walked instead. Whenever he wasn't on a mission or had a mission that wasn't constrained by time, he would stroll down the streets taking his time to admire the hassle and bustle of life that was life in Konoha. There always seemed to be something happening. People walked up and down the street, children weaved through the crowds playing and laughing, and he would pass by dozens of shops offering a wide range of wares. Most were normal, ordinary things that one would expect to find at a shop. Some offered rarer or exotic items if you knew where to look and were willing to pay a hefty price. Others, though, had strange things. One time, he bought a supposedly haunted mask. It was a creepy little thing, so he could sort of see why some would think that. He bought it so he could try giving Itachi a good scare. That didn't pan out as he thought it. Nothing could get past that guy. Funny enough, soon after he discovered the mask had a seal etched into that when it was worn, it induced a slight genjutsu that heightened the wearer's paranoia. That would explain its haunted origins. Getting back on track, walking down the streets on Konoha was always an interesting affair. Today wasn't any different, considering that 3 Uchihas were walking down the street. That alone was usually enough to get people to notice them, but 2 of them were the sons of Fugaku, the clan head of the Uchiha, one of which was hailed as a prodigy of unmatched caliber. The third of the group was one of the strongest shinobi in Konoha, having earned the moniker of Shunshin no Shursui. A lot more people were paying attention and whispering among themselves, some in awe and reverence. Isn't that Itachi? Yeah, it is. He's a genius, and he's with Shunshin no Shursui. Who's the kid with them? Wait, could he be Itachi's little brother? I think you're right. I bet he's every bit the prodigy his brother is. Fugaku-sama must be so proud. Shursui rolled his eyes at the civilians' idle praise of them. They didn't see them as individuals, only their last names and who they were related to. Others, though, were concerning. What are Uchiha doing out here? What wrong with that? Haven't you heard the rumors? Shursui hid his discomfort as he noticed not everyone was looking at them favorably. It was a recent trend in the last few years, one that had almost gone unnoticed, but tensions were rising between the Uchiha clan and the village. No one quite knew where or when it started, but the result was that the clan was slowly being isolated from the village. The Uchiha, as some would correctly guess, were not taking this well. Most disturbing were the rumors that his clan was somehow responsible for the Kyuubi attack 7 years ago, which had cropped up recently. Every day more and more people were viewing him and his clan with suspicion. If this kept up, he feared for the future relations between the clan and the village. All this had gone unnoticed by Sasuke as he was escorted to the academy. Coming to the academy building, they noticed a booth had been set up at the front entrance. A small group of people was waiting at it, children and their parents. Almost all of them were nothing notable, most likely were civilians or from minor shinobi families. 4, however, did catch his eye, 2 women and 2 children around Sasuke's age. One was a young woman with black hair, red eyes, and clothes that looked more like wrappings. The other woman appeared to be around his age and had brown hair that stopped around her shoulders. Most notably about her were her eyes that made her look like a blind person. Based on her rather stern and cold exterior, Shursui surmised that she was a Hyuga and one of the main house, judging by the lack of a certain seal. One of the children was also a Hyuga, a girl with dark blue hair. She was shyly, was that even possible for a Hyuga? Clinging to the fourth member of the group and the one that stood out the most. A boy with hair that spiked in every direction and seemed to be blessed by the sun, and around where his eyes should be was a dark orange cloth wrapped around his head. The Uchiha stopped behind the group of four, getting their attention. The reeded woman was friendly enough as she gave the group a respectful and friendly smile. "Itachi-san, I haven't seen you in a while," she said. "It's good to see you as well, Yuhi-san," Itachi replied. "My duties in Anbu have kept me busy, so you have not seen me as often." Shursui looked to his best friend. "You know this lady?" he asked him. Itachi nodded. "This is Yuhi Kurenai. We met when we were paired together for a mission. She is a very skilled genjutsu user," Itachi said. Shurshu arched an eyebrow. He knew Itachi was an honest person, seeing no need to lie when it wasn't necessary. So, when he said this woman was skilled in genjutsu, and keep in mind he was considered a master in the field that some say couldn't be beaten, he meant it, and it said a lot about her skill. "You flatter me, Itachi-san. Hearing you speak highly of my skill in genjutsu is quite the honor," the woman said. "Though I still feel that I can't hold a candle next to you." Itachi shook his head. "I only speak the truth, Kurenai-san. I respect your skill as the genjutsu mistress of Konoha. You should not compare yourself to me," he said, getting a grateful nod from the woman. "Perhaps we can have a spare some time? A battle of genjutsus to see how much I've improved since I last saw you," Kurenai suggested. "I will think about it," Itachi replied. "At the moment, I have to take my brother," he gestured to Sasuke, "to the academy, and you have yet to introduce me to the rest of your friends." Shursui saw the Kurenai shift in embarrassment. "Oh, where are my manners?" Shursui waved her off. "It's all right, Yuhi-san, he hasn't introduced me and his brother either. So that makes you two even," he said to her, calming her. "I'm Uchiha Shursui, and as Itachi-san said a second ago, this is Itachi's little brother Sasuke," he said, gesturing to the boy in their group who stood at attention. "Hi," he said, "Uchiha Shursui?" The Hyuga woman queried. "As in Shunshin no Shursui?" She continued, a bit of awe in her voice, and was that a hint of blush he saw? "Why, yes, I am." "And you are?" he said, noting her reaction. "Ah, of course, how rude of me." "I am Hyuga Sarah," she said with a respectful bow. "I apologize for any offense. I was just surprised to meet two of the village's most notable shinobi. You and Itachi-san have made names for yourselves more so than most Uchiha." Shursui waved her off. "I'm not offended. You said your name was Sarah? Correct?" He got a nod. "I'm sorry to say I haven't heard of you." "You a shinobi?" "Chunin," Sarah replied. "Could have been a jonin by now, if it were not for my current assignment." "Current assignment?" Shursui inquired with a raised eyebrow. "An assignment from Hayashi-sama and the Hyuga Elder Council that has taken me off of active duty," Sarah began. "For the last 2 years, I have been charged with the care of our ward Uzumaki Naruto." She motioned towards the blonde-haired boy. The now-named Naruto gave the Uchiha an energetic bow. "Hi. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, soon to be the greatest shinobi in the world and future Hokage of the Leaf. It's nice to meet you." He introduced himself loudly. "So, this is our resident Jinchuriki." As a member of ANBU, he was entrusted with certain secrets. He noted the small eye roll Sarah gave the boy. "I had heard that the Hyuga clan had taken an orphan in as a clan ward. Something about repaying a debt they owed him," Shursui commented. "It's nice to meet you too." He extends his hand to the boy. The boy grasped it and gave it a good shake. "That's because I saved Hinataheim," he said, letting go. "Hinataheim?" Shursui said, masking a smirking, seeing the Hyuga girl next to him turn a bright shade of red. "Hayashi's daughter and current heir to the Hyuga clan." The boy opened his mouth to explain. "Yeah, Hinataheim. He grabbed the aforementioned girl and pulled her in close, getting an ep from her and causing her to turn several shades redder. She's awesome and the nicest person I know. Introduce yourself, Hinata. Shursui saw the girl fidget in the boy's grasp. Hi. It's nice to meet you. I am Hyuga Hinata. She stuttered out, doing her best to maintain eye contact. Wow, Shursui was seeing all sorts of new things today. Are these two always like this? Itachi asked the question that was on Shursui's mind. He had a small, amused smile on his face. Sarah brought a hand to her exasperated head shake. Though by the smile on her lips, she found the exchange to be entertaining. I'm afraid so, she said. Though Hinata is usually well behaved and has a talent for keeping this one in check. She pointed her thumb at the boy who just waved. Though you can imagine he's handful at the best of times and a downright nuisance at worst, and I have to deal with him every night. Hey! I'm not that bad. The blindfolded boy said incredulously. Oh yes you are. I swear every night, I find more gray hairs than I started with. That's because you're getting old. The Uchihas felt a spike of killing intent. Thump! Naruto was left nursing a bump on his head. Did you have to hit that hard? He complained. You know I didn't mean it. Hinata was giving the boy a worried look while trying to suppress a giggle. Humph, Sarah huffed out. Of course I did. You should never call a lady old and rude. Plus, you have a thick skull. It is about the only way for things to get through to you, she said, examining her nails. Shursui felt a bit of sweat rolling down his head. These two act like their brother and sister. He thought to himself. I can see that you have your hands full, he said, making mental note to never get on the woman's bad side, a general rule of thumb regarding women, especially if they were kunoichi. I get by, she stated with a blank face. But a caring smile crept in. Despite his shortcomings, he is a good kid with a good heart. Otherwise, he would have not put himself in danger to save Hinata-sama. So, I suppose that looking after him isn't entirely a bad thing. Admit it, you like me, Naruto said, getting an eye roll. I only spoke the truth. My feelings have no bearing on the matter, Sarah said. You didn't deny it. Shursui turned to Kurenai. The woman had an amused smirk. Tell me, are these two always like this? He asked her. I can see that, Shursui commented, keeping an eye on the two as they continued their banter. Shursui was about to interrupt them when another voice joined in. What's with the blindfold? Sasuke asked. Are you blind or something? The banter between Sarah and Naruto came to an end as they stared at the youngest Uchiha. Sasuke, Itachi warned. I believe that's not something you should be asking. Why? Sasuke asked, looking at his brother. I'm sure you and Shursui are wondering too. So why not ask? Shursui was not curious about the boy's blindfold. He had read the reports on the Hyuga affair 2 years ago and knew why the boy wore a blindfold. That is because you are asking a personal question, Itachi tried to explain. How would you like it if he asked you a question like that? But I'm not the one wearing a blindfold, he is, Sasuke said. That's not the point, Sasuke, Itachi replied. What you are asking is a personal question for someone you just met. It's rude, and you should apologize. But, no buts, Sasuke, apologize, Itachi said with an iron voice. Sasuke grumbled. He turned to face Naruto. I'm sorry for asking a personal question. Please forgive me if I offend you in some way, he said. I too apologize, Uzumaki-san, Itachi added in. My brother meant no disrespect. I believe he was just curious, and had not thought it would be rude to ask you. Naruto rubbed the back of his head. It's all right. I forgive you. I figured the question was going to come up at one point or another, he explained. Most likely when we were in the classroom. So, it won't hurt to tell you now. Shursui had not taken that into account. If Sasuke asked, then the other children would too, and odds were that they would be less polite about it. I assume it has something to do with the Hyuga affair 2 years ago? Itachi said. Hyuga affair? Sasuke asked. What's the Hyuga affair? Shursui was the one to explain. 2 years ago, while under the pretense of making a peace treaty, the head of the Kumo delegation attempted to kidnap the heiress of the Hyuga clan. He noted the way Hinata fidgeted and how Naruto took a protective step towards her. He didn't like that he was bringing up bad memories for the girl. The attempt failed due to the interference of a street orphan. The heiress was rescued, and the man brought into custody. While there, after a brief interrogation, he confessed to his crimes and admitted that Kumo had planned it. To repay the debt they owed to the orphan, the Hyuga clan took him in as a ward. It was a short and simplified version of the story, one that most in Konoha would know. What he didn't mention was that the man was handed back to his village, where if intel was correct, he had been executed soon after. The peace treaty had held, but relations between Konoha and Kumo had turned icy and were steadily sliding in the negative direction. Nor was it known that the boy had awoken a new power, not publicly anyway. He's that orphan, Sasuke guessed while pointing at the blonde. That's right, Sarah chimed in. Thanks to his heroic. Shursui heard her mutter and reckless under her breath. Actions our heiress Hinata-sama was saved that night. Shursui and Itachi noticed the odd look in Sasuke's eyes. You fought a Kumonin? He asked in disbelief. Yeah, I did, Naruto boasted. Naruto, Sarah said. The blindfolded boy deflated somewhat and scratched his whiskered cheek. Well, more like I was a nuisance and got my hand to me, he admitted. But I still saved Hinata. He quickly added, but what does that have to do with you having a blindfold? Sasuke asked, the awe still present but more restrained. I was getting to that, Naruto said. Well, as it turns out, the bastard, language Naruto, Sarah cut in. Naruto ignored her. Was a sick and vindictive type. He cut my eyes out. Shursui knew this from the reports of that night. It still left his stomach twisting. He glanced at Itachi in time to see a rare and terrifying sight, an angry Itachi. Shursui could count on one hand the number of times he had seen Itachi angry, and the perpetrators didn't get to tell the story. Just as quickly it was there, it was gone. He cut your eyes out? Sasuke said, looking a little green in the face. He did, Naruto said, untying the blindfold and taking it off. Shursui had seen some messed up stuff in his life, things that would haunt his dreams on bad nights. But most of them never gave him the bone-chilling feeling like seeing a smiling blonde with an empty set of eye sockets. He was certain that he would be seeing that in his sleep tonight, as would Sasuke. Shursui had to commend the younger brother of his best friend for not reacting any worse than he was. His expression was a mixture of disgust and fear and maybe a bit of sympathy. That's horrible, Sasuke said after a moment. Naruto nodded, putting the blindfold back on. It was. I fainted from the pain when he was done. I woke in the hospital with Gigi and Hinata, and her dad in my room. The rest you know, Naruto said. Well, except for one thing, Naruto added with a smirk. What? Sasuke pressed. I got back at him, Naruto said as a pair of eyes flowed down in front of him. Konoha Shinobi Academy, Auditorium. Naruto took a seat next to Hinata. Next to him, Sarah sat down. Kurenai took the other seat next to Hinata. The auditorium of the academy was a large room, big enough to hold 100 people comfortably. A space that was quickly being filled as more shinobi hopefuls and their parents/guardians filed in. Naruto had several of his eyes floating overhead, where they went unnoticed by most of the occupants. The ANBU stationed in the room had taken notice and almost acted when they remembered that Uzumaki Naruto was present in the building. They still kept their guard up. With his unique vantage point, Naruto could see where everyone was and even got a good look at who they were. He recognized several familiar faces, the most recent Sasuke, his brother, and that Shursui guy. They were sitting a couple of rows ahead of them. He guessed that Sasuke was a cool guy. Sure, they didn't have the best of starts with him asking about his blindfold, but Naruto had prepared himself for the reality that someone would ask him that question, and he would have to explain why he wore one. The way he saw it, there would be one of two reactions to his story and revealing his power. There would be that initial moment where they would be shocked and sickened, but after that, either A, they would not get over their discomfort and would make a point to avoid him, or even bully for his misfortune, in which case, he would keep his distance from them and defend himself when B, they would get over their discomfort and try to get to know him better, allowing them to become quick friends. Sasuke had fallen into the latter category. He had that initial moment of disgust and fear, a bit more so than most people would when they learned about his Fudogen. Given that he was an Uchiha, Naruto could forgive that. Not for the first time, Naruto muses if he could use the powers of other Dojustas if he ever came into possession of them. Sasuke had quickly gotten a hold of himself, and even said he thought his power was kind of cool, then boasted about how it didn't compare to his clan's eyes. Naruto had the feeling that they would become good friends. Speaking of friends, Naruto saw several of them sitting throughout the auditorium. Having been taken in as a ward of the Hyuga clan, something that Naruto would be forever grateful about even if the elders were asshats, and being a personal friend of Hinata, Naruto was given the opportunity to meet and befriend the children of several major and minor shinobi clans. Mostly the heirs and heiresses, most he was on good terms with, some though he had become close friends with. In the same row as him and Hinata, but sitting on the opposite end, was Kiba, a feral-looking boy with brown and red fang marks on his cheeks. His mother, equally wild-looking, had an irritated expression on her face. Given that he was acting like an unruly mess and was loud enough for Naruto to hear, he could take a good guess as to why. Naruto smirked to himself. And Sarah Nissen thinks I'm a handful. Wait until you get a sight of kibble breath there, he thought to himself. He took notice of the small puppy sitting on Kiba's head. A few rows behind, he saw a large boy eating a bag of chips, choji, and a boy with black hair that looked like the top of a pineapple, shikamaru, and he was asleep. Lazy Nara. He wondered what their other blonde-haired friend was. Ah, there you are, Ino, Naruto thought, seeing the bossy but admittedly nice girl. And who's this you're sitting next to? There was another girl next to her. Unusual pink hair with a red ribbon tied into it. A new friend of Ino's? He didn't recognize her from any of the clans, and he hadn't heard of any clan with pink hair. Her clothes suggested she was from a civilian family. Naruto had a frown on his face as he thought over that detail. He didn't have the best history with civilians and their kids. Grant they were improving, but still not on good terms. He wondered how the girl would fit into their dynamic. He would have to find out for later, as he spotted the last of his friends. A black-haired boy wearing a trench coat and glasses that covered his eyes, his father sat next to him dressed almost identical. There were several empty seats around them. It seemed no one wanted to be near the bug people. Naruto shook his head, disappointed at how quick people were to judge. He could sympathize with them. There are a lot of people here, he heard Hinata say softly. Naruto nodded his agreement. Taking out the adults, there were around 100 students here, and that was in the first year alone. He imagines his class would get smaller with each year as the students would be weeded out. From what he heard from Gigi and Hinata's dad, a third of their year group would have dropped out by the time they got to graduation. Maybe even half, depending on the quality or lack thereof of the students. The academy was meant to weed out the weak and build up the strongest, the brightest, and the most talented. Wonder how many of them realize what they're in for. Most forgot that while it didn't have all the same restrictions, the shinobi forces of Konoha and, by extension, the academy was a military institution. Most of the parents believed that their child would become some noble hero of the village and live a life of glory and adventure. Naruto knew better. Hinata's father, Sarah, and even Kurama had seen to that. While there would be elements of that fantasy, he knew it would be a life of hardship and that he would see and do things that would haunt him. But despite this, he still wished to protect the village and the people he held dear to his heart. Yeah, there is, Naruto said after a moment of thought. And Naruto-kun, can you see the others? Hinata asked. Naruto nodded. They are scattered throughout the room. Kiba is the only one who's in the same row as us. Pup, settle down before I thump you on the head, though I imagine you already knew that, Naruto said with a smirk. Hinata giggled. I think Iwa knows. They heard Kurenai comment. Kami help me if I get stuck as that boy's Jonin-sensei. They continued to chatter before silence fell over the room. The headmaster of the academy had stepped up to the podium. He waited for everyone to stop talking and to turn their attention to him. Hello everyone, he said, his voice enhanced by chakra so he could be heard throughout the auditorium. It is good to see all of you here today. As many of you know, The Nidaime established this institution in the hopes to cultivate the young minds that would grow to be the future generation of Konoha shinobi. It was his fervent hope that the academy would equip these future generations with the tools, skill set, and knowledge they needed to defend our great village. From this very building, some of the greatest legends and heroes were molded here. The Sannin and Yodaime, just to name a few. Speaking of legends, I would like to introduce one that needs not an introduction, our very own Sandaime Hokage. The headmaster stepped away from the podium, allowing the old Hokage to step up. Applause sounded throughout the auditorium. The Hokage waved to the crowd before he waited for the noise to die down. Once it did, he cleared his throat and spoke. My fellow citizens of Konoha, it warms these old bones to see so many yous hearing the call to defend this great and mighty village. I thank all of you children for answering this call, and I thank your parents for allowing you to come here. As our resident headmaster said, you are our future generation of shinobi. You are our defenders to be, the ones that shall bear the burden of protecting this village from its enemies alongside countless others. In all of you, I can see the will of fire burning brightly. Some claim that it is power, and the will to gain power by any means necessary is what makes for a strong shinobi, that no sacrifice is too small or too great, that the ends will always justify the means. I say no to this, and so did our Shodai and Nidaime Hokages. They believed that a shinobi was at his strongest when he was defending his home, his friends, and most importantly, his family. They viewed this village as their home and all its people as their family. Just as I do now, looking at all of you now, I see not a collection of strangers but a gathering of family. Brothers and sisters, cousins, nephews, and nieces. This village is my home, and you are my family, one I would gladly give my life for, just as all of you shall one day see. Alone a shinobi is nothing but, together with his village, his comrades in arms, and his family, he is an unstoppable force. The will of fire allowed us to emerge victorious in the 3 great shinobi wars and countless other disasters that befell us. So as long the will of fire burns within even one heart, Konoha will survive. The crow erupted into loud cheering and abuse, giving the Hokage a standing ovation. The Hokage waited several minutes as the crowd continued. The old man was giving everyone a fond smile. Naruto, however, noticed a wariness in his smile. Kurama had explained to him from what he had observed that the position of Hokage was both an honor and a burden. He wondered how much of a toll it had taken on his honorary grandfather. Another reason for the blindfolded blonde to become Hokage as quickly as possible, so the old man could enjoy the retirement he rightfully deserved. The crowd died down, and everyone took their seats. He cleared his throat and continued his speech. I will warn you now that while the path of the shinobi is a rewarding one, it is one of great hardship. Many great shinobi have given their lives in defense of this village, and one day you will be expected to do the same. The Shodai, Nidaime, and Yandaime each gave their lives to protect the village they loved so much. Their sacrifice is still honored and remembered today, and as well yours. A grim silence fell over the crowd at the mention of the past Hokages, and their sacrifices, and the possibility that the children training to be shinobi would join them one day. It was a thought that most preferred to pass to the backs of their minds. The moment was brief as the Sandaime smiled. But until then, I hope all of you have a great day. The Hokage stepped away from the podium, allowing the headmaster to take his place. With that said, this orientation is finished. I ask that the students begin to leave for their classrooms. In the hallway just outside, you will find several sheets of paper that will tell you your assigned class and where to find it. Parents and guardians, you are free to leave any time or remain here. Refreshments will be provided as you wait for your charges and are free to mingle amongst yourselves. Again, I welcome every student here and look forward to the next 5 years together. Dismissed. The group of 4 waits for the rest of the road to clear out before getting up and leaving. Now, Hinata-sama and Naruto-kun, this is where we'll be leaving you, Sarah said as they got to the doorway. Remember you too, this is your first day, so there is no pressure on you to excel, Kurenai added. So, try to enjoy yourselves, we will. Naruto said. I'll try too. Hinata said softly. Sarah looks at Naruto. And Naruto, do please try to stay out of trouble. I don't need another lecture from the elders. She said. Naruto gave her a mock expression of disbelief. Sarah-chan, I'm not that big of a troublemaker, he responded. The Hyuga woman had an expression that could be translated as you couldn't convince yourself? Naruto felt a sweat drop roll down his neck. I'll try, but I make no guarantees. Sarah looked at him for a second longer before closing her eyes and sighing. I suppose that will have to do. Just try not to get caught if you do. Naruto gave his guardian one of his fox grins. Now that I can do. It was at this moment that Sarah decided to end the conversation before she could become an accessory to whatever her charge was planning. You two better get going before you're late to your first day of class. If you need us, we'll be waiting here at the auditorium, Kurenai said, giving the two children a fond smile. Now off with you two. The two children nodded at the adults. Naruto grabs Hinata's hand, getting a blush from the shy girl. Come on, Hinata, let's go, he said before dragging the red-faced girl into the crowd of children. Kurenai watched as the two disappeared from sight. She turned her attention to the Hyuga woman next to her. Naruto sure is a handful sometimes, isn't he? She said to her friend. You don't know the half of it. The woman responded with a faint smile present. That boy has more energy than he knows what to do with. A chuckle escaped her lips. Though if I am to be entirely honest with myself, if it were not for all the lectures from the elders about Naruto's antics, I might enjoy his trouble-making more. At the very least, he does make life more interesting. Indeed, he does. Kurenai agreed. It was funny, a year ago, before she had met Hinata and before she had met Sarah, her mental image of a Hyuga would like anyone else. A cold, distant, and arrogant human being that only held respect because of their name. She would never say it aloud, as she was the one to show respect to others even if they did not deserve it in kind. When the clan head of the Hyuga said they would be acting as Hinata's escort outside of the compound, she had expected the girl to be the epitome of what a Hyuga was. Hinata was anything, but she was almost shy as a mouse and tended to stutter all over herself, especially when a certain blonde was involved. Kurenai never thought she would meet a shy Hyuga, and in the same vein, she never thought she would be friends with one. Sarah was closer to what she thought of what a Hyuga was, but did not completely fit into that mold. Certainly, she came off as a rather strict person, but there was a sort of caring undertone to it. Most times, she was a calm and collected individual, being the picture definition of Hyuga stoicism. But tiny little things made her drop that mask and show a more emotional side to her. Like whenever she bickered with Naruto, her charge, with him, she acted like an annoyed big sister, and no matter how much she denied it, there was always a subtle smile on her lips when they fought. Likewise, whenever someone was cruel to Naruto or showed even the slightest sign of wanting to harm the boy, the woman was ready and willing to leap into action, showing that mothers were not the only thing to worry about when messing with their young. From her interactions with Sarah, Hinata and her family, she had learned that while there were plenty of Hyuga that fell into the stereotype, there were plenty more that did not. Even some of the former had small little quirks that made them seem more human if you paid enough attention. Plus, it was nice to have another kunoichi as a friend who was not completely batshit insane. Enko, I love you like a sister, but you drive me crazy sometimes. Kurenai turned around. Come on, Sarah. Let us go and see if we can find Itachi and Shursui. She had noticed the small blush on Sarah's face when she talked with Shursui. I'm certain that you're interested in getting to know them better. The women of the Yamanaka clan were not the only ones that liked to play matchmaker after all. An Hyuga and an Uchiha that was going to make things interesting. I would be interested to learn more about them. Sarah responded, following Kurenai into the auditorium. Shikamaru had been of the first to enter the classroom, mainly so he could find a good place to nap undisturbed. To anyone else coming in, they would see him acting like a typical Nara of the male genome, lazy as can be. That was true by their nature. Most Nara men and some of the women were easygoing and preferred not to deal with what they termed as troublesome. This also served as a cover. What few knew or even suspected was that they were very observant individuals, scarcely so at times. It came with their high intelligence, so even when they were lazily sleeping or appeared to be, they were fully aware of their surroundings. Nara Shikamaru had chosen the top row of the classroom to have the best vantage point to observe the class while he slept. No one noticed, not even Choji, his best friend sitting next to him, took note that every time a student walked through the door, Shikamaru would peek it from a small gap in between his folded arms. His sharp mind would analyze them and make quick determinations on whether they would graduate from the academy and become shinobi. Most, he noted, were civilian children, not surprising despite numerous shinobi clans and smaller shinobi families. A large portion of Konoha's shinobi corporation came from civilian stock. He also knew better than to underestimate civilian-born shinobi. The Yondaime, Jiraiya, and even Orochimaru had proven that one did not need to be from a prominent clan or family to become a great shinobi. Some he had already decided would not make it. Maybe a few would get through a year or two before dropping out but would not be shinobi all the same. Others would, but he determined that they would not become anything noteworthy. The rest, as he noted, were the ones to keep an eye on. Speaking of, Shikamaru briefly glanced over at the odd sight of a pair of eyes floating above the classroom. So, you're attending as well? How troublesome, now I'll have two annoying blondes to deal with. Shikamaru's gaze returned to the rest of the class. The notable students were, for one, all clan-born and heirs, no less. There goes the whole "you don't need to be born from greatness to be great" notion. And two, they were all his friends. You'd think a higher power had planned this. The one exception was a pink-haired girl sitting next to Ino. He remembered Ino mentioning the other day that she made a new friend and that she would be attending the academy with them. The girl was shyly clinging to the Yamanaka girl, but Shikamaru could see that her timid eyes hid a keen intellect. Sitting down in the front row, the Nara could see another unfamiliar face, or, to be more accurate, unfamiliar back. But the symbol on his shirt was something that everyone in the village knew well. The trademark red and white fan of the Uchiha clan was a dead giveaway of the boy's heritage. If the pattern were to hold, and Shikamaru knew better than to doubt such things, then this boy was the son of the Uchiha clan head. Didn't he have an older brother who was rumored to become a NBU captain? This is going to be an interesting class, he decided. Troublesome. The doors slid open, and in walked two figures he knew very well. Uzumaki Naruto walked in with a very shy and very red Hyuga Hinata clinging to his arm. The boy had a bright, cheery smile on his face as he strolled in, with Hinata closing the door behind them. Kiba was the second to notice their presence, as the wild boy greeted them with a boast. Well, if it isn't the Hyuga's favorite pet," he said hotly. "Hey, kibble breath," Naruto responds. "I see you finally got a master to keep you on a leash. My apologies to you, little guy. I imagine he's a handful to keep up with." "Hey, bark!" the puppy on Kiba's head answered, wagging his tail. Akamaru knows siding with the enemy. Kiba whined to his partner. From there, things descend into a heated but strangely friendly argument between the two boys. Shikamaru had to refrain from rolling his eyes and kept his amused smile hidden. Contrary to appearance, the two arguing boys were close friends and were just as quick to support each other as they would fight. Their fight lasted for a few minutes, with the two almost challenging each other to a spar before the door slid open again, and two men walked in. Both wore Chunin vests. The first one had tanned skin, a scar across his nose, and his hair was done in a ponytail. He has a friendly, almost brotherly aura coming from him. The other one had white hair that went to his shoulders, and for reasons that Shikamaru couldn't place, he felt something was off about the man. "All right, class, settle down and get to your seats," said the scarred Chunin. The class quickly did as he said. Once everyone was settled, the man smiled at everyone. "Hello everyone, I'm Yumino Irika," the man introduced himself. "And I'll be your homeroom sensei for the next 5 years. But please just call me Irika sensei." The other man stepped up. "I'm Tuji Mizuki, and I'll be Irika's assistant." The now named Mizuki introduced himself with a smile. A smile that almost felt forced. "I look forward to the next few years together, and I hope to see every one of you graduate and become fine shinobi of Konoha. Now I believe it is time for some introductions. When Mizuki-sensei calls for your name, please step out in front of the class to introduce yourself. Give us some of your likes, dislikes, hobbies, and goals for the future," Irika instructed. "Let me and Mizuki give an example. My name is Yumino Irika. I like ramen, hot springs, and of course this class. I dislike Mizegahen, perverts, and spiders. My hobbies include visiting the hot springs and figuring out different ways of teaching. My goal is to see all of you graduate from the academy. Mizuki stepped up next, a sheet of paper in hand. I am Toji Mizuki. I like my girlfriend Tsubaki, sushi, and learning new jutsus. My dislikes include ramen, foxes, and the ignorant. My hobbies include reading up about new jutsus and being with my girlfriend. My goal is much the same as Irika's, to see all of you become shinobi. He finished his introduction with a bow. Now it's your turn. First up is Aburaim Shino. Watching the trench-coated boy walking down to the front of the classroom, Shikamaru could hear a boy in the row below him whisper to his buddy something about bug boy and freak, followed by snickering between the two, the closed minds of some people. Shikamaru thought bitterly. The boy stopped in front of the class and brought his fingers to his glasses, putting them back into place. I am Aburaim Shino. My likes include bugs, my clan, and winter melon. I dislike those who harm bugs needlessly and foods that are strong-smelling. My hobbies are studying insects and collecting them. My goals are to discover new species of insects and become a worthy successor to my father as clan head. The boy didn't give the teachers much of a chance to respond before he returned to his seat. Up next is Akimichi Choji, Mizuki said. Next to him, Choji stood up, still eating his chips. Great! Not only do we have a bug freak in the class but also a fats. The boy from a second ago was interrupted by a grunt from Shikamaru. The boy and his friend turned to face him, giving him odd looks. Lazily the Nara boy points his finger. The boys followed and froze in fright. Choji, the normally kind, sweet kid, gave them a death glare that would make seasoned shinobi take a step back. Needless to say, the boys didn't finish their conversation and would likely remain silent for the rest of the day. Choji got to the front of the classroom. My name is Akimichi Choji. I like eating, my friend Shikamaru, and butterflies. I dislike bullies and anything food I cannot eat. My hobbies are eating lots of food and hanging out with my friends. My goal is to one day run my family's restaurant. When Choji got back to his seat, Mizuki read off more names, and the students would introduce themselves. Mostly boring stuff that Shikamaru could not be bothered to remember. Haruno Sakura, seeing the pink-haired girl next to Ino's stand, got the Naro's attention. The girl shyly made her way to the front of the class. My name is Haruno Sakura. I like reading, my friend Ino-san, and dumplings. I don't like perverts, bullies, and anything spicy. My hobbies are reading and playing trivia games. I don't have a goal that I can think of other than maybe becoming a strong kunoichi. The girl gave a quick bow before she darted back to her seat. Another student was introduced before a familiar name was called up. Hyuga Hinata. Shikamaru looked down at where the Hyuga heiress was sitting at. He saw Naruto lay a comforting hand on her and whisper something to her. The girl nodded at him, a small blush on her cheeks lighting up. The girl got up from her seat and slowly walked out in front of the classroom. The girl was pushing her index fingers together, a shy habit of hers she had yet to grow out of. My name is Hyuga Hinata. I like cinnamon, rabbits, and nar, the girl stuttered out. Shikamaru had an idea of what she was trying to say, or who. My friends. She quickly changed. I don't like bullies, CR crabs, and the caged bird seal used by my sea clan. My hobby is flower pressing. My goal is to become a strong and capable kunoichi and become the head of my clan and change it for the better. Towards the end, she had become more confident. The girl bowed and quietly returned to her seat. The next to be called for was everyone's second favorite loudmouth, Inuzuka Kiba. The feral-appearing boy just about jumped down from his row to the front of the class, his canine partner nestled in the front of his jacket. My name is Inuzuka Kiba, the most awesome guy you will ever meet. I like dogs, especially my partner, Hirakimaru. Said partner gave a happy bark, getting coos from some of the girls. Most meats and girls. I don't like cats and anything that isn't chewy. My hobbies are training and walk my clan's dogs. My goal is to become the best tracker in the village. His introduction was loud and obnoxious. Shikamaru swore he saw a sweatshop appear on Irika's head. Perhaps next time, you can be a bit less enthusiastic when you talk, he said with a nervous laugh. Mizuki continued to call out names, and they continued to give forgettable introductions. Then they got to his name. Shikamaru stood up, grumbling about troublesome things under his breath. He had his hands in his pockets, and his back was hunched as he slowly walked to the front of the class. He looks over the class trying to decide what he should say, and how much trouble it could cause him. My name is Nara Shikamaru. My likes are clouds, shogi, and my friend Choji. I dislike troublesome things. My hobbies include sleeping, cloud watching, and playing shogi. My goal is to become an average shinobi and to marry an average woman and have 2 kids, 1 boy and 1 girl. He yawned when he finished his introduction, then bowed and returned to his seat. On the way, he passed both Naruto and Ino, and both muttered, "Lazy Nara." His response was troublesome blondes. More names passed, and the Nara was about ready to fall asleep for real. Uchiha Sasuke. Several people perked up at the mention of the famous clan's name. The boy with onyx eyes turned to face the class, and several of the girls swooned. Great, Shikamaru whined to himself. We got fangirls in here as well. What a drag. The Uchiha boy began his introduction. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like my old brother Itachi, tomatoes, and learning more about my clan. I dislike sweet things. Hobbies are training and spending time with my brother. My goal is to follow in my brother's footsteps and become a powerful shinobi. I'm sure you will, Irika said, seeing the boy return to his seat. Mizuki, let's get to the last students and wrap up things. Mizuki nodded to Irika and looked back to the sheet. He was about to call out the next name when he stopped himself. That had been enough to catch Shikamaru's full attention, and for a moment, he saw a wide range of emotions flash across the man's face. First, confusion followed by disbelief. Then his face twisted in fear, anger, and disgust of an intensity that had frightened the Nara. Then all at once, the man got a hold of himself and returned to his previous passive and friendly state. The shift in the man's behavior had lasted less than maybe 3 seconds. It had been enough to put Shikamaru on edge around the man, and he would keep an eye on him for anything else strange. Irika had noticed the pause from his assistant. Mizuki-san, is something the matter? He asked, concerned. Mizuki turned his head to Irika with an apologetic face. Sorry, Irika-san just spaced out there for a second. Nothing to worry about. He turned his attention back to the roll sheet. Uzumaki Naruto. A flash of recognition flashed on Irika's face, but nothing more, certainly no indication of how he felt about the blonde with the blindfold. Gears started to turn in Shikamaru's head as other details about the Hyuga ward came to mind. Namely, how the adults treated him. On the few occasions he had seen Naruto out of the Hyuga compound, he had noticed the strange behavior the older generation exhibited around the blind boy. They weren't hostile to him, at least not outwardly showing hostility. But they did noticeably become tenser around him. They tried to ignore him but could not stop themselves from treating him like he was a paper bomb. Shikamaru had once brought his observations to his father and asked him what he thought of it. The answer he got was an interesting one and had only served to further pique his interest in the mystery of Uzumaki Naruto. Firstly, his father had lied to him, saying he did not know anything about it. As far as he could remember, his father had never lied to him about anything, so have him do it was disturbing. His father knew what was happening, and he would not or could tell him. Shikamaru couldn't decide which was worse. Then a moment later, his father had grabbed him by his shoulders and gave him one most intense stare he had ever seen on the man's face. What he said had stuck with him. No matter what you hear or learn about him, Shika, you must remember to judge that boy solely on who he is and his merits. I will tell you this now, that boy deserves better, and I am glad that his life has recently taken a turn for the better. Promise me that no matter what happens, you will stick with Uzumaki Naruto or leave him for the right reasons. Can you promise me that? His father did not give him a chance to answer, saying that only he needed to know that. Stay with or leave his friend? And for the right reasons? What did his father mean by that? He acted as though he would abandon Naruto one day. Why would he do that? Why did the adults treat Naruto like a ticking time bomb? Why was his father keeping secrets from him? Many more questions swirled in his mind and would leave him up at night muttering troublesome. Hey, isn't he that one kid? Shikamaru had noticed that some of his generation had become infected with their parents' behavior. Yeah, I think he is. Didn't our parents tell us to stay away from him? I think they did. Does that mean we'll have to drop out? I don't know. Shikamaru tuned the other students out and focused on Naruto. He saw the blonde get up. Hinata was giving him a worried look. Wordlessly, he walked out in front of the class and turned to face them. For a brief second, his face was expressionless, and Shikamaru was left to wonder what was going around in his head. Then a smile that could outdo the sun appeared on his face. My name's Uzumaki Naruto, he loudly proclaimed. I like ramen, Hinata-chan, said Hyuga Aricept. And the color orange. I dislike the 5 minutes it takes to make instant ramen, bullies, kidnappers, and people who can't tell the difference between the kunai and the scroll. At this, both of the adults stiffened and gave each other a concerned look. My hobbies include trying different kinds of ramen, gardening, and training. My goal, no, my dream is to become the greatest of the Hokages. The class was stunned into silence, not that they were making much noise to start with. This overly cheery ramen-addicted kid had just claimed that he would be the village's leader one day. Shikamaru rolled his eyes and silently muttered, "Troublesome ramen-addicted blonde." He heard a sneeze. Looking back to the front, he saw Naruto rubbing his nose. I guess someone is talking about me, he said. He was about to walk back to his seat. Why are you wearing a blindfold? Are you blind? Asked a student. Shikamaru should have known that question was going to come up at some point. He already knew, and so did several others in the room, all of them friends of Naruto. It gave them all a reason to dislike Kumo, even himself, who normally found such things to be too troublesome. Now, class? I'm certain that is something that Uzumaki-san would prefer to keep private, Irika said. But how can he be a shinobi if he can't see anything? Another student asked. There have been blind shinobi before, some of them quite famous. Irika tried to explain, but there was some uncertainty in his words. Irika-san, he may have a point, Mizuki interjected. We can't in good conscience let a. It's alright, Naruto interrupted. Both adults looked at him expectantly. I knew this would come. He turned his head back to face the class. To answer your question, the reason why I'm wearing a blindfold is that I have no eyes in my head. The class remained silent as they listened to Naruto's explanation. As for how that happened, well, that's a long story, and I imagine Irika-sensei wants to get through the introductions. Don't you? The scared Chunin nodded his head. So, I'll be brief. 2 years ago, there was an incident that cost me my eyes. Naruto removed his blindfold, showing the whole class his empty eye sockets. The whole class gasped, and more than a few looked green. Naruto put his blindfold back on. But that does not mean I am blind. What do you mean you're not blind? The student in front of Shikamaru asked. You said you had no eyes. Naruto had a fox-like grin. The same smile that told the Nara and his friends that the blonde was about to pull one of his. I said I didn't have any eyes in my head. Shikamaru couldn't see it, but he knew the boy was frowning. What difference does Thaho? The screaming boy tumbled back in his seat, his head almost hitting the desk behind him. Shikamaru could not help the small smile forming on his lips. The entire class, senseis included, whipped their heads to see what had frightened the boy. For a few seconds, it seemed like the boy was jumping at his shadow. He raised a shaking finger, guiding everyone's line of sight to what had caused his reaction. For anyone else who had not seen it before and had long since filed the detail as being strange but ignorable, seeing a pair of eyes floating in the air must have been a strange sight for sure. For Shikamaru and Naruto's other friends, it was average. The eyes floated towards Naruto and hovered above his outstretched hand. The difference is that my eyes are not in my head. Other eyes appeared around Naruto, and for the first time, the class started to take note of the eyeballs that floated around the class. To be expected, more than a few looked creeped out. Any other questions will have to wait for now. Irika-sensei, can I return to my seat? No? It took a moment for the Irika to shake off his daze. Sure. Go ahead, Uzumaki-san, he said. Naruto returned to his seat. The class was whispering to themselves. Mizuki-san, call up the last name. Right, Mizuki said, sounding like he was still processing. Yamanaka Ino. Final. You got to me. The girl with platinum blonde hair said. What a drag, 2 troublesome blondes in a row. That has got to be illegal somewhere. Shikamaru groaned inside his head. The Yamanaka girl got to the front of the class. My name is Yamanaka Ino, the prettiest flower in this room, she said, flipping her hair, more like the most self-absorbed. Shikamaru thought, and continued, my likes include flowers, cherry tomatoes, and romance novels. I dislike lazy people. At this, Shikamaru shrugged. Judgmental people and show-offs. My hobbies are going shopping and gossip. My goal is to become the best kunoichi and to find the man of my dreams. Ino returned to her seat. With the final introduction done, Irika spoke. Now that is out of the way, we'll have a brief lunch break, and then we'll gather outside in the back. There we have some demonstrations of what you know of ninjutsu, followed by taijutsu matches between students. After that, classes will be dismissed. Any questions? None? Good, class dismissed. Naruto stood with the rest of his outside of the academy. There were standing in of the small training areas that littered the back area of the outside. Lunch had been a somewhat interesting affair. He got to spend time with his friends. Mostly him arguing with Kiba about who was the strongest, and Ino nagging to him about being a show-off. He did get to meet Ino's new friend Sakura. The girl with pink hair was nice and sweet, kind of cute though not as much as Hinata. Wait, did I just think that Hinata-chan was cute? Well, it is true, he thought to himself. The whole time the rest of the class stared at him, and even now, some of them gave him a wary eye. Understandable, but it was getting on his nerves. Alright, class, can anyone tell me what they know about chakra? Their class sensei Irika asked, looking over the assembled body of students. For a little everyone stared at each other, wondering who would step up and answer their sensei's question. A small frown formed on the scared Chunin's face. He waited for an answer. Naruto was about to volunteer his answer when a voice cut him off. I can answer that. The attention of the class and senseis were now on a certain pink-haired girl. Chakra is the source of a shinobi's power. It is a combination of physical and spiritual energies and is present in all living beings. With chakra, a person can do any number of things that would normally be impossible, such as walking on water and moving mountains. Though the latter takes incredible strength and reserves of chakra. Irika nodded at Sakura's explanation. Well done, Harino-san. Chakra is an important part of a shinobi's life. Without it, we would not have the powers we have, not to mention we would not be alive without it, so that's a plus, he said with a smile. Now then, there are 3 main branches of techniques that make up the arsenal of a shinobi. First is ninjutsu, or in the literal meaning ninja art. It is the most well-known ability of all shinobi and is what enable us to shoot fireballs from our mouths and create tornadoes. Mizuki, if you will? The white-haired man nodded to his partner and went through a few hand signs. Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 identical copies appeared beside him. The class was in awe of what they were seeing. Most of them were, but Naruto and the other kids from clans were unimpressed. It was a basic technique, and they had seen more impressive. What you see here is one of the many things you can do with ninjutsu. Irika nodded to Mizuki, and the clones dispelled. What saw was the Bunshin no Jutsu. As you saw, it creates copies of the caster, but do not be mistaken. They are not real but are, in fact, illusions. They have no physical interactions with the world around them. It is best used as a distraction. You will be required to know this jutsu for the graduation exam alongside the Henji no Jutsu and the Kawarimi no Jutsu. Naruto frowned at that bit of news. He had learned that he could not do the Bunshin due to his massive reserves of chakra. It was like he was trying to drain an ocean into a bottle using a funnel. He just could not do it. It was a common problem that Jinchuriki and Uzumaki's faced. Naruto had the misfortune of being both. On the bright side, with the proper training, you will be able to spam out high-level jutsu like their candy. Kurama piped in. I'll still have to ask Irika-sensei if there is an alternative that I can do besides the Bunshin. Naruto responded. Naruto listened to Irika's explanation on the basic components of ninjutsu and demonstrated the 12 hand seals needed to mold chakra. Then on to explain taijutsu and genjutsu. There are, of course, other branches of ninja arts such as the Iryo ninjutsu and Fuinjutsu. In time we will cover those, but for the most part, we will be learning more about ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Now then, would anyone like to demonstrate any jutsus they know? Irika looked over the class to see if anyone would volunteer. Naruto stepped up. With him were Ino, Sasuke, Shino, and surprisingly Shikamaru. Irika gave an approving nod, though he gave Naruto a worried look. He hoped that the man would, in time, be able to look past the fox and see him for who he was. "All right, you 5 line in front of the class?" The 5 shinobi hopefuls did as he said. "Now then, when I call you up, demonstrate the jutsu you wish to show the class. Be sure to inform Mizuki-san and me if you need one of us to act as a partner or a dummy." "Understood?" "Yes, Irika-sensei." The 5 chorused. "Now then, Yamanaka Ino, you're up first," Irika said. Ino walked out from the small line. "Irika-sensei, I'll need a volunteer for this." Irika and Mizuki looked at each other. "You want to go?" Irika asked. No. "Be my guest." "Fine, but you get the next one." Irika stepped out in front of Ino. "Is this good?" Irika asked the platinum blonde. "Perfect," Ino said, holding her hands out in an odd seal. "Shintenshin no jutsu." A moment later, Ino's body went limp and slumped to the ground. At the same time, Irika stiffened. Then Irika looked up at the class, giving them a mischievous smile. To the confusion of almost everyone, the man struck a sexy pose. "Hello class, it is I, your lovely sensei, under the control of the most beautiful Inohime." Naruto repressed his laughter to a chuckle. He heard Shikamaru mutter, "Troublesome blondes." It took a moment to realize what had happened, and chuckles from them floated around. Mizuki looked like he was ready to burst out laughing and was covering his mouth. After she had her fun, Ino released her control over Irika, her body standing up, a satisfied smile present on her lips. Now in control of his body again, the scared Chunin gave the Yamanaka girl a nervous smile. "Thank you, Yamanaka-san, for that interesting display. You may return to the rest of the class." Ino bowed and rejoined with the rest of the class, getting a high five from Naruto on the way. "Next up is Aburame Shino." The Aburame walked out to the front. For a moment, it seemed like he was going to do nothing when the class noticed the stream of black moving away from him and gathering in a pile next to him. Slowly they realized it was a stream of bugs creeping more than a few out, particularly the girls. The pile formed up and began to shape into a humanoid form roughly the same height as Shino. Mushi Bunshin no Jutsu. The mass transformed into a perfect copy of Shino. The class looked equal parts, amazed, and disturbed at the 2 Shinos. "Is this sufficient enough of a demonstration?" one of the Shinos asked. Irika nodded. "Yes, that will do. Now dispel your clone and rejoin with the class." Shino silently nodded, and the clone deformed back into a swarm of insects that quickly retreated into his body. The boy returned to the group of students. Several of them stepped away from him. "Nara Shikamaru, you're up next." "Troublesome. Why did I volunteer for his?" the lazy pineapple head boy said, walking out from the line of now 2 people. "I need a volunteer for this," he said before yawning. "Your turn this Mizuki," Irika said to his partner. Mizuki rolled his eyes. "All right, have it your way." "What's the worst he can do?" Mizuki asked, stepping out in front of the Nara boy. "Mizuki, you should know better than ask such a question," Naruto thought, knowing that Shikamaru was going to take that as a challenge. Lazy as he was, the lazy boy had a devious mind that even Naruto didn't wish to incur the wrath of. Shikamaru formed his hands into a hand seal not seen by the class. Kagemain no Jutsu. Then, to most of the students' surprise, Shikamaru's shadow shot out from him and connected with Mizuki's. A distant sound could be heard as it did. "Complete," the boy with pineapple hair muttered. He raised his hand, and Mizuki did the same like he was a mirror of the boy. "So, this is the famous shadow possession that the Nara clan are known for," the man said nervously. "Now I don't suppose you can let me go, and we can move along the line?" For a moment, Naruto saw a small smirk appear on the lazy boy's face and knew that he wasn't done with the assistant sensei. "Maybe," Shikamaru said. "But just one more thing," he added. "What are you?" Mizuki's question was cut off when he began to flap his arms and pick around like a chicken. The whole class started to laugh, pointing at the man that was acting like a chicken. Even Irika appeared to be fighting back a grin and losing. After a moment, the scarred Chunin decided to come to the rescue of his friend and partner. Nara-san, I believe that will be enough. Release him and rejoin with the rest of the class. Understood? He said, the smile having won out. Yes, sensei. Shikamaru responded, releasing his hold over Mizuki. The man stopped acting like a chicken, and Shikamaru joined with the rest of the class, getting several high fives from other students. Though he did get a bump on the head from an irate Ino. The next person was called up. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke walked up to the front. Irika-sensei, I'll need a target for my jutsu, he said. Irika nodded to the Uchiha boy. That can be done, Uchiha-san. Mizuki-san, if you will, I'm on it. Mizuki said, starting to walk away. Mizuki-sensei, Naruto said before the man could get too far. If it is not too much trouble to ask, could you also get me a target? My jutsu also requires it. He asked him. The white-haired Chunin looks to his partner for confirmation. Irika nodded. It will save you a trip and a few minutes for the class, he explained. Mizuki sighed. All right, too soon to be damaged or destroyed targets coming right up. A few minutes later, a target had been set up for the Sasuke, and another was lying beside Mizuki. Sasuke stood in front of the target set up for him. He took a breath, likely to calm himself and center his mind. He flashed 3 quick hand seals holding on Tora, and took a deep breath. Katan Gokaku. Then he breathed out a steady stream of fire that formed into a ball, and it shot out towards the target. The thing never stood a chance, and was consumed in the ball of fire. The flames quickly died down, leaving a small pile of burning wood. The class was amazed, and Naruto had to admit he was impressed. He's not half bad, isn't he, Kurama? Naruto asked the fox. Oh yes, really impressive. An Uchiha that can breathe fire. Who would have thought it possible? Next, you'll be telling me that they have some weird eye infection that gives them powers like copying other jutsus or mind-controlling people. Kurama said, his voice not dripping but drenched in sarcasm. If he still had them in his head, he would be rolling his eyes. The fox had an intense hatred towards the Uchiha clan, though not without good reason. Irika put the flames out with a quick water jutsu. That was very impressive, Uchiha-san. In fact, that is the most advanced jutsu I've seen so far out of the class. You're definitely a level above your peers. Irika praised the Uchiha boy. I'll be looking forward to your progress. Now then, rejoin with the rest of the class. Sasuke walked away, more than a few of the girls giving him longing looks. Alright, Uzumaki Naruto, you're last. Just let Mizuki-san set up your target first, and then you can show us what you can do, Irika said. After about a minute of waiting, the target had been set up. Naruto walked out to face the target. Like Sasuke did before, he took a deep breath to calm himself and center his mind on what he wanted to do. He held his hand out, and one of his eyes floated out in front of it a few inches away. Focusing through the eyeball, he narrowed his sight on the target. He channeled his chakra molding into what he needed it to do and sending it through the invisible strings that connected him to his collection of eyes. This technique did not require hand seals to do but did require him to channel the chakra through his hands, a limitation he hoped to overcome one day. When he felt like the chakra was right, he activated his jutsu. Fudogen Piasa Shursen. Several bolts of light were shot out from the eye. Most found their mark on the target, leaving burning holes in it. The few that missed harmlessly dissipated as they only had enough energy to reach the target. Again, the class was stunned by what they saw, and his friends were surprised as well, as he had not shown them this technique, with it being a recent development. What do you think? Naruto asked mostly Irika and, to a lesser extent, the class. That was, Irika trailed off for a second, uncertain of how he should respond. Interesting. He finished. Uzumaki-san, what was that? I've never seen or heard of a technique like that before, Irika asked. Naruto could sense his curiosity was genuine. The other students were staring at him, keenly listening in. Naruto smiled at himself when they weren't giving him those hateful and fearful stares. Naruto liked being the center of attention. It's a technique I made for my Fudogen, he said, having the eye float above an outstretched hand. All I have to do is channel some chakra into my eyes, and they shot them out in concentrated bolts or beams. It takes a little bit of concentration. I see, Irika said, absorbing the information. How long does it take to charge these bolts or beams? Depends on what I want them to do, Naruto answered. If I want to stun my opponents, then maybe a few seconds, and it would take several shots or the beam to connect for just as long. Anything beyond that, I'm really sure. But I am working on cutting down on the times to make it more viable in a fight. I'm thinking maybe mostly using to distract my opponents by making them worry about multiple angles of attack. Naruto explained. Interesting, Irika said, rubbing his chin. I would be interested in talking to you more about this technique. It sounds like it can be very useful, Irika said. Mizuki coughed, getting the attention of the two. While I find this to be just as fascinating as you, Irika-san, we do have a class to take care of, he said. Irika nodded to his friend. We'll talk about this later when we have more time, Uzumaki-san. Naruto smiled, sensing the opportunity to make another friend. He felt like Irika was a good person. For whatever reason, Naruto was an unusually good judge of character. What he did not know was that since he was the container of the Kyuubi or Kurama as he came to know him as, Naruto could, on a subconscious level, sense the intentions of others. Kurama made a mental note to tell the boy and teach him how to use it on a conscious level. For the same reason, he felt something was off about Mizuki. He would have to be careful around that man. Sure, I would love to. I know this great place that makes the best ramen. Maybe we can talk about it over a few bowls, Irika smiled. I would be happy to just let me know where it is, and we'll meet up there sometime. My treat. Irika had unknowingly condemned his wallet to a painful death. Now then that demonstrations are over, let us get on to the rest of the class. Everyone follow me. The class followed the scared Chunin to another section of the training field. This one had a large circle drawn into it, a sparring arena. All right, class? Irika called to everyone. For our last activity of the day, we will be having taijutsu spars between students. Sparring partners will be chosen at random. Mizuki stepped forward, holding a glass bowl full of small sheets of paper. In this bowl are the numbers 1-15. Each number has a copy, meaning that there are two of each number. Irika explained, getting nods from the class. Each of you will get to draw one number, and you will spar against the person who drew the same number as you. For example, Irika reached into the bowl and drew out a sheet of paper. Number 11, he said, showing the number to the class. That means my opponent would whoever draw out the other 11. Do you understand? Irika asked, putting the sheet back into the bowl. Everyone nodded. Good, then let's get started. It didn't take long for everyone to draw their numbers. Should I be worried that I drew this number? Naruto asked, holding the number 9. Or be happy about it? Beats me. Kurama responded in a monotone voice. Considering the luck of you, Uzumaki's, it could go either way. Now that everyone has a number, we can begin to determine the sparring pairs. Irika said once everyone was done. I will call out each number. The students with that number will enter the ring. Each match will last 5 minutes. The scared Chunin pulls out a small timer from one of his pouches. Once the timer goes off, or when Mizuki or I say stop, you will stop the spar and not a moment after. Am I understood? Yes, sensei. The winner of each match will be determined by Mizuki and I, or when one of you manages to pin your opponent to the floor for 5 seconds or push them out of the arena. Remember this taijutsu only, no ninjutsu or genjutsu, only hand-to-hand combat. If Mizuki-san or I see you use anything outside of taijutsu, you will be disqualified and given a reprimand. Understood? Everyone nods. Irika smiles. Good. Now, remember this is just a friendly spar between comrades, so have fun. Let's begin with number 1 come forth. I wonder who my opponent will be. Naruto asked himself, looking over the assembled student body. The first match was just between 2 civilian children and was of little interest to him. His eyes lingered on Sasuke, the boy he met earlier before entering the academy. He would not mind having a go at the Uchiha boy. Naruto felt like he would make for a strong opponent to face, maybe even another rival to test himself against. Sasuke noticed him staring and gave him what Naruto assumed to be the trademarked Uchiha smirk that he heard so much about in the Hyuga compound. The boy raised his paper, and to Naruto's delight, it held the number 9. Naruto returned the smirk and held up his own paper, getting an affirming nod from the boy before returning his attention to the match. The matches were not interesting to watch, mostly inexperienced civilian children having fistfights. On the 5th match, they did get 2 kids from shinobi families sparing each other, which proved to be more entertaining but still nothing noteworthy. The 8th match did get a raised eyebrow from Naruto as Shikamaru got paired against the boy that almost made the mistake of calling Chuji fat. The Nara boy muttered his favorite word before the match and after swiftly beating the boy, Naruto and Sasuke were in the arena before Iruka could call out their numbers. "Are both participants ready?" Iruka asked, looking at both boys. Hi, begin! Both fighters shifted into their taijutsu stance. Neither one made a move as they analyzed each other, both trying to get a feel for what the other was capable of and would do. In this, Naruto had an advantage. He had several pairs of eyes floating above and around the arena, offering him a full 360 view and then some. The advantage was only slight though. The young Jinchuriki was still trying to learn how to read people's body language. A few seconds in, the first move was made by the Uchiha boy. He ran to Naruto and shot out his hands, aiming for the chest. Naruto intercepted, blocking or deflecting several blows while trying to get in some hits on Sasuke. The boy was just as quick to block and deflect Naruto's blows. No, he was just a bit faster. So, he's faster than me, Naruto thought, filing that bit of information away. That meant there was a chance that Sasuke could get in a strike quicker than Naruto could react. A second later, he noticed something else about the Uchiha boy. He's losing steam fast. If Sasuke did manage to get a hit on Naruto, it would be a blow that Naruto could take. The same could not be said about Sasuke. He was faster and had better reflexes, but Naruto could outlast him in terms of endurance and stamina. It seemed that Sasuke had figured this out as well, judging by the glint in his eyes. A moment later, both boys broke off their clash and jumped away from each other. They began circling each other, still holding their stance. They had learned a lot about the other from their first clash. Naruto now knew that Sasuke was faster than him, and his fighting style empathized that by focusing on fast and precise strikes, if trained to the fullest, Sasuke could overwhelm his enemies through sheer offensive might. Sasuke, on the other hand, had learned that his opponent had more stamina than he did and thereby outlast his offensive, and could even break through his defenses if given enough time. With this information, both boys had to figure out how to beat the other. Sasuke was faster. Naruto had more endurance. So, the question was, could Sasuke attack fast and often enough to beat Naruto? Or could Naruto outlast him long enough to tire Sasuke out and land a decisive blow to end the match? The answer came soon enough. Both combatants lunged at each other, and this time they held nothing back. The fight had become a storm of punches and kicks. Sasuke was mostly on the offensive side of the fight, but Naruto would intercept most of the attacks. But inevitably, as he feared, Sasuke did manage to get a few blows through Naruto's defenses. But they were nothing Naruto couldn't take. In the same vein, Sasuke was fast to stop any attack from Naruto. But unlike the blonde, his defenses were not as good, and however few it may be, Naruto got a few powerful blows in on the boy. Blows that Sasuke struggled to take. With a kick from Naruto, Sasuke was sent skidding across the arena and short of breath. It became apparent that despite the advantages that they held over the other, both were more evenly matched than they thought. Both also knew that their next clash would decide the victor. Sasuke was short on breath and had a noticeable bruise on his face. One more good blow, and he would be out. Naruto, however, while not showing it was reaching his limit, the many blows he had taken from Sasuke were adding up, and he could feel it. If Sasuke could avoid getting hit long enough, he could beat him. But despite this, Naruto felt a smile creep onto his face. He was enjoying this fight. Sasuke was proving to be better than he thought, and was looking forward to their future spars together. Sasuke had the same smile on his face as well. Both boys slipped back into their fighting stances and were ready to fin. This match is over. The winner is Uchiha Sasuke. The voice of Mizuki stopped them. Konoha Academy, class is dismissed. Remember to read up on the First Great Shinobi War. Iruka watched as the class filed out of the room. He sat back in his chair, letting out a tired sigh. It had been almost 3 months since the academy had started, and Iruka had learned that teaching was more tiring than he had anticipated, though that could be because his class was rowdier than the others, given that it had several heirs from prominent clans were in attendance. There was certainly a wide range of personalities in that group, from the quiet and shy Hinata to the loud, boisterous Kiba, the latter causing no shortage of trouble for Iruka alongside a certain blonde-haired boy. Credit where it was due, at least Naruto had the decency to be subtle about his pranks and to cover his tracks. Did everyone know it was him? Yes, but could they prove it? No. Good thing Hinata was around. That girl had a strange talent for keeping the boy out of trouble. The work was tiring, but at the same time, he found it to be gratifying. Teaching and molding the next generation was an oddly rewarding experience, being able to see firsthand their growth as both people and as shinobi. In the short time he had spent with this class, he came to genuinely believe that they held immense potential that would turn most of his class into some of the finest shinobi the village had to offer if handled correctly. He would be laying down that foundation, a task he intended to take seriously. A stack of papers was flopped down on his desk, breaking him out of his thoughts. He looked to see Mizuki looking at him. The papers for today, he said with a distant tone. Iruka felt a small frown coming onto his lips. He and Mizuki had grown distant recently. It was hard to say if they were still friends or not. He had to wonder where they had started to drift apart the first day at the academy 3 months ago. No, looking back at it now, Iruka realized they had started to drift away from being friends long before that. That day just made the gap openly apparent to him. Flashback 3 months ago. Both boys were stunned for a moment, and so was Iruka. He looks to his partner and childhood friend. It couldn't have been 5 minutes, and how was Sasuke the winner when in his eyes, both were evenly matched? Naruto and Sasuke turned to face Mizuki, giving him a questioning look. Around them, the class was murmuring, disappointed that the match had ended so abruptly. Mizuki-san, Iruka spoke to his friend. If you mind me asking, how is the match over? And how is Uchiha the winner? He questioned, even though he had a sneaking suspicion on what the answer was. Like most of the older generation, Iruka and Mizuki knew of Naruto's condition. Iruka wouldn't admit it when he heard the blonde's name called out and saw him walked out to the front of the class. He felt afraid of the boy and perhaps even a bit of hate. He had seen the Kyuubi attack and knew his parents had fought and been killed by the monster. He had seen the devastation left behind by the strongest of the 9 Biju, all the lives that had been lost. The number of orphans it left behind. He had been one of those orphans. It was understandable that he felt a certain dislike towards the boy, however irrational it might be to hold a child who held no control over the events responsible. It seemed to me that both he and Uzumaki-san were evenly matched. But he was an instructor at the academy now, and he took that responsibility seriously. Even if he had to work with students that he didn't feel comfortable around. At least Naruto was proving to be a good kid, so perhaps there was a chance that discomfort would fade away. Mizuki glanced at him, giving a surprised look. Uchiha-san was the winner by the fact that he managed to push Uzumaki-san out of the arena, Mizuki said, pointing to Naruto. Iruka looked at where his partner was pointing and raised an eyebrow. Naruto's foot was just outside of the arena. That couldn't be enough for him to be disqualified. He did say they had to be pushed outside of the arena, and not only a part of them. Iruka saw that both Naruto and Sasuke were frowning. They felt cheated. Iruka could not blame. He felt a little cheated too. Their spare had been the best ones so far. Mizuki-san, surely that isn't enough to disqualify Uzumaki-san? After I did say, they had to push their opponent out of the arena, not a part of them. Iruka reasoned. Iruka-san, I'm surprised that you didn't know this. According to the Academy rule book, in any sanctioned taijutsu spare, if any part of a participant leaves the arena, it is grounds for disqualification and the victory handed to their opponent. Here, let me show you. Mizuki pulled out the rule book from one of his pouches. Opening it up, he handed it to Iruka. Iruka took the book and scanned through it. Irika's eyes narrowed. It was just as Mizuki had said. If any part of a participant's body left the arena during a sanctioned spare, they were to be disqualified, and the victory was to be handed to their opponent. Like it or not, as an instructor, he had sanctioned the spares. Granted, he could try to overrule Mizuki's decision, saying that a little levity in the rules wouldn't hurt anyone, but he had a feeling that Mizuki would argue against it. He handed the book back to his partner. "I don't like the way you interpreted the rules," he said, deciding that the argument wasn't worth it. What was done was done. Nothing he could do about it. But I will be holding all preceding spares in the same standard. Understood? Mizuki took the book back, giving a coy expression. Very well. But I don't see what there is to interpret. The rules are clear as day, he said. The two turned back to face their students. Naruto and Sasuke had grown more upset. Sorry guys, but it looks like I'll have to concede this to my partner. Uchiha Sasuke is the winner by pushing his opponent outside of the arena. Sasuke looked like he was ready to argue against them. Naruto stopped him, a sad but understanding expression on his face. Was it a trick of the light, or did the eyes that float around him also display the same emotion? Some even looked like they were glaring at Mizuki. It's okay, Uchiha-san, we can always have a rematch, but this time we'll have a full understanding of the rules. The Uchiha boy gave a questioning look to the blonde. HN. He grunted after a moment and walked away. Naruto looked back at Irika smiling, and for a moment he felt a twinge in his heart. Thanks Irika-sensei, I know you tried. But as Mizuki said, rules are rules. For a moment, Irika saw a mischievous glint in his eyes. Again, how was he seeing emotion being displayed in what are floating eyeballs? It was a look he was familiar with back in his youth. The look of a trickster having found his next target. He decided to keep his distance from his friend to avoid the splash zone. Naruto returned to the group of students. The rest of the spars went on. Most, when compared to the Narutos and Sasukes, were unexciting to watch. There were some goods, ones mostly involving the clan heirs and the few others from shinobi families. Overall, Irika felt this class had a lot of potentials and was proud to know he would have a hand in forming the next generation of Konoha shinobi. I'm impressed with all of you, he said to his class. I might be biased here, but I believe all of you have the potential to become some of the greatest shinobi that this village has ever seen. I look forward to teaching all of you and seeing you grow as shinobi. Several students were beaming with pride at Irika's praise. Class is dismissed. I hope you all have a good day, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow. The class dispersed, most returning to the main building where their parents' guardians were waiting. Some stayed outside and grouped up with their friends. Irika turned his head to see Naruto chatting with the clan heirs. They looked like they were trying to comfort him. Irika raised an eyebrow. He knew the boy was a ward of the Hyuga clan, so it made sense he would be friends with Hinata. But he didn't know that the boy would be friends with the other clan heirs. Those were some powerful connections to have in the future. Irika suspected that Naruto would need them, especially if he wanted to fulfill his ambition of becoming Hokage. Naruto's goal had made Irika feel odd. On one hand, it was nice to know that one of his students was aiming so high. Looking back at it now, a lot of his class had goals worth striving for. On the other hand, he felt uncomfortable that the container of the Kyuubi was gunning for a position of power. If did become the Hokage, there was no telling what Irika stopped that train of thought and mentally chastised himself. What was he doing thinking like that? He had to remind himself there was a difference between the scroll and the kunai, as the blonde-haired boy put it in his introduction. His rational side told him that he was just a normal boy, mostly, and thus far, he hadn't acted like what the villagers made him out to be. He would listen to that side of himself. The other one, well, that was just a bad idea. He walked up to the group. It did not take long for the children to notice him approaching. To his surprise, the group shifted slightly to a defensive around Naruto. The Inuzuka heir, in particular, stepped in front of the boy. What do you want? The wild-looking boy said, hostile. Irika stopped and raised his hands in a placating manner. He noticed that the Nara boy was giving a scrutinizing look. I just came to check up on you guys, he said. Kiba, for a moment, looked like he didn't believe him, but Naruto put a hand on his shoulder. Kiba gave the boy a questioning look. It's alright, Kiba. I think he's okay, he said. Kiba looked back and forth between them before giving a wary nod. Naruto stepped out to Irika. So, what is it you want, Irika-sensei? He asked with a smile. Just wanted to check up on you guys, Irika said, kneeling, coming face to face with the boy. He rubbed the back of his neck, feeling a bit of guilt coming over him. Also, I want to apologize for what happened earlier. Mizuki-san may have been a bit zealous about it, but the rule book did say that. Honestly, there was more than enough room for bending the rules, in his opinion. Irika suspected that Mizuki's call had less to do with wanting to abide by the rules and more to do with something else. He would have to talk with his childhood friend in private. For what it is worth, your spar with Uchiha-san was one of the best I've seen all day. It was disappointing not being able to see its conclusion. You got that right. Kiba huffed, receiving a thump on the head from Ino. Don't be rude, dog boy, she said, getting a grow and a glare. Irika restrained a laugh at the two's antics. Glad to hear you say that, Irika-sensei, Naruto said, his smile becoming more genuine. But as I said, it's okay. I'll just have to be more careful next time. Besides, Mei and Sasuke can always have a rematch to decide who is the winner. Irika nodded, feeling a bit of relief that the boy was feeling too down about it. He was obviously bothered by it, but not in a major way. That said, who do you think would have won? Irika smiled at the boy. I can't say, both of you looked evenly matched. It could have gone either way, he said truthfully. Honestly, it could have gone either way, making Mizuki's call all the more disappointing. Ah, but Irika-sensei. Naruto began to getting some laughs from his friends. Surely you must have some idea. Irika rolled his eyes at the boy's playfulness. Tell you what, he said, getting up. Sometime this week, say when classes are dismissed for the weekend, we eat at this ramen place I know of and discuss it. My treat. Why did he feel a sudden sense of impending doom? Naruto's smile went from ear to ear. Are you sure about the Irika-sensei? I'd think about this carefully if I were you, Irika-sensei. The Nara boy lazily spoke up. It will be more troublesome than you think. Irika held a nervous smile and sweat rolling down his neck. Why, yes, I'm sure, he said. Well, too late to back out now. You're on, Irika-sensei, Naruto exclaimed. He grabbed Hinata by the hand, getting a surprised yelp from the blushing girl. Come on, Hinata-chan, let's go tell Sarah-san and Kurenai-san about the good news. Then the boy sped off, dragging the Hyuga girl with him. Irika didn't know how to process that. You're a good guy, Irika-sensei, Kiba said, walking past him with the others in tow. But your wallet is going to hate for that. Irika wondered what kind of trouble he had gotten himself into. He shook his head, an amused smile still present on his lips. He had a sneaking suspicion that the next few years would be very interesting. He returned to the main building to finish the day's work and to plan the next day's curriculum, and have a talk with Mizuki. Flashback and present day. Following that first class, he had a talk with Mizuki about his prejudice. To cut things short, they had a heated argument, and had not talked to each other beyond what was required since then. A part of him wished to reconcile with his childhood friend. But whenever he tried to reach out, Mizuki would rebuff him. Irika opened his mouth to try and say something, but Mizuki talked first. There is some paperwork I need to get down. Can you look over papers by yourself tonight? Irika nodded, deciding now was not the time. He would have to wait until Mizuki was ready to get their friendship back on track. I believe so. Thank you for gathering the students' papers and bring them to me, he responded. Being seeing you tomorrow, Mizuki-san? Yes, I will, Yumino-san. Irika felt a tug at his heart. When had Mizuki stopped calling him by his first name? He watched his old friend leave the classroom. When the door had slid shut, Irika looked at the ceiling. Kami, where did it all go wrong? He asked no one in particular. He's starting to grade the students' papers. He noted that Naruto's had disappeared. Hokage's tower. Are you sure about this? Hiruzen asked. I'm afraid so, Hokage-sama, Weasel reported. It was as we feared. The Uchiha clan is plotting a coup against Konoha. They wish to kill you and several other high-ranking officials in Konoha, and put the village under their rule. The old Hokage finished Weasel's report. He closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the years more than ever now. How could they have let things get so bad that the Uchiha clan who helped to found this village was now plotting treason against it? How far along are their plans? From what I could gather from my clanmates, the plan is in its beginning stages. There are still several who remain uncertain and wish to remain loyal to Konoha, Hokage-sama, Weasel said. But if things continue as they are, then I fear more of my clansmen will side with the coup. Does it matter? Danzo said. It is clear your clan is filled with traitors if they are planning to turn against the village. Hokage-sama, I urge you we must strike now before it is too late. Hiruzen whirled around, shocked that his old friend would suggest such a thing. Danzo, surely you don't mean resort to such a drastic measure if there is still a chance settle things peacefully? If we struck now, that would only push those on the fences firmly into supporting the coup. Not to mention how would the other clans view it. No, we will try to settle the problem with Uchiha peacefully if we can. We will not resort to violence until it is absolutely necessary. Hiruzen, listen to me. We must ensure the safety of the village by whatever means necessary. Danzo argued back. The Uchiha have already proven that a peaceful solution is out of the question if they are plotting a coup against us. By delaying now, we only give them more time to plan and prepare. We can end their rebellion before it has a chance to start. Hiruzen, I know you're a soft-hearted fool, but even you must see the clear and present danger that the Uchiha clan is to Konoha. No, I will not be the one to start a civil war within our own walls. The Uchiha helped to found this village alongside the Senju. I refuse to believe that they will so easily turn against it without at least trying to resolve the matter peacefully. Weasel-san, you said that they were only just beginning to plan out the coup and that several of your clansmen are unsure if they should support it, correct? Yes, Hokage-sama, Weasel reported. The decision only passed by a thin margin. What of your father? Does he support this coup? Hiruzen asked. Weasel remained silent, making the old shinobi nervous. I am unsure, Hokage-sama. My father is a hard man to read at times. But I believe that he is reluctant about the coup. Then there is still a chance at peace, Hiruzen said. If we can convince your father that this coup is wrong, we start to mend the gap that has formed between the Uchiha and the village. That may not be easy, Hokage-sama. Tensions between my clan and the villagers have been festering for a long time. Madara's betrayal planted a seed, the policies instituted by Nidame allowed for the roots to spread, and the aftermath of the Kyuubi attack gave it room to grow. Even if we do prevent the coup, the underlying cause will remain. Weasel finished his explanation. The Hokage smiled to himself. Weasel, if you would remove your mask. He saw a small jolt of surprise in the young man kneeling in front of him. Hokage-sama? Hiruzen raised his hand to stop the man from talking. Please just do it, he asked. After a moment, the Anbu gave a hesitant nod. Weasel removed his mask, and Itachi looked up at Hiruzen. Is there anything else, Hokage-sama? He asked. Tell me, Itachi-kun, what do you think I see? Hiruzen asked the young Uchiha. I do not understand, Hokage-sama, Itachi responded. Hiruzen's smile broadens. Of course, he didn't understand. As wise as he was, the young man still had much to learn and to grow. What I see is a young man who risking everything by bringing me this information. He raised his hand to stop the objection that was no doubt forming in Itachi's throat. At any time, you could have chosen to disobey my orders and conceal the truth of your clan's plan to rebel. I may be your Hokage, but I am still a man, and my power over people is only as strong as they let it be. By reporting this information and by bringing up your concerns about the future relations between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, I can see that you truly want what is best for your clan and your village. I have seen such loyalty and conviction before in your clan. In my old friend Kagami, his descendant, and your friend Shursui, and in your father. Itachi's eyes widen a fraction of a second. Like you, I believe your wishes to remain loyal to Konoha and wants a peaceful end to our problems. If we can find a way to reach out to him, to that part of him that believes in Konoha and its will of fire, then these tragic events can be put to rest. Yes, I know it will not be easy, and resolving the underlying issues will not be either. But history has shown us time and again that the things that are worth doing are rarely easy. But that should not stop us. If it had before then, we would not have this village today. We would still be in the Warring States period, our clans roaming the elemental nations and pledging allegiance to the highest bidder. Itachi, there is good in your clan. The curse of hatred may be a real thing within your clan, but they have proven to be able to overcome it many times throughout their history and to be able to work with their former enemies. Good relations with them can happen. It has happened before. First, when they aided the Senju in making this village and sided against Madara when he turned against us. Before he died, the Yondaime worked tirelessly to mend the gap that had formed between Konoha and the Uchiha. Itachi nodded. My mother recently told me my father had been the Yondaime's team and a close friend. Fond memories began to drift into Hiruzen's mind. Memories of Minato, Fugaku, and Hayashi spending time together as friends and teammates, their times of joy and grief. Memories he was starting to see repeated in their children. Indeed, they were, and was because of that friendship that the gap was so close to being mended. If only he had not died that day. If only that was a statement he had been saying a lot to himself over the years. He was certain everyone had said it to themselves once or twice in their life. If only I had known this or that. If only I had made this choice and not that one. If only so and so were still around. If only, indeed, life was full of if-onlys and what-ifs. But there was no changing what had been done, and to be truthful, he did not think there should be. One could only move forward and hope that they learn from their past mistakes and achievements to best prepare them for the future. It is because of that I believe that we can reason with your clan and work with to undo the mistrust that has formed. I know that it never be fully forgotten, and it should never be, but I believe it can happen. We need only to have the strength, the will, and the willingness to do it. To say enough is enough. I see, Itachi said after a moment. I think I understand, Hokage-sama. There was a quiver to his voice. Hiruzen smoked his pipe and puffed out a cloud of smoke. You will one day. Before they could talk more, a slow clapping noise brought their attention to Danzo. Bravo, my old friend, truly well said, he said while he continued to mockingly clap. While you and Weasel are picking flowers with your heads in clouds, the Uchiha clan is still plotting to overthrow Konoha. Hiruzen shook his head, not at all surprised that his old friend had been unfazed by his speech. Danzo, you never change. You see enemies everywhere in the shadows and wars to be fought. You have inherited Tobirama's paranoia but none of his wisdom, because there are. Danzo responded. You refuse to see it. Your hesitation and cowardice will doom this village. I ask you again, my old friend, please see reason and do what needs to be done. Eliminate the traitors and let me ensure that the remaining Uchiha remain loyal to this village. So, in other words, kill every Uchiha except for the children and turn them into mindless weapons. Danzo, could you have fallen so far? Tobirama, I know you must be spinning in your grave knowing what Danzo has become. Hiruzen thought. Danzo, I will not let turn the Uchiha children into mindless drones and to your secret little army. The crippled old man showed no visible reaction. Hokage-sama, you must be mistaken. I disbanded Ne as you ordered years ago. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes at the bald-faced lie. He knew for a fact that Danzo never disbanded Ne and was actively adding to its ranks through means that would have him executed several times if they were ever proven to be true. Which was the problem. Danzo was frighteningly good at covering his tracks to the point they were non-existent. Even if Hiruzen and a few others did know what was happening, it was next to impossible to prove. Regardless, we will not take action against the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen said, dropping the matter. But Hokage-sama, Hiruzen cut him off. That is final, Danzo. Unless you have forgotten, I am still Hokage, and my word is the law. If you disobey, I will have you punished regardless of our old friendship. Now am I understood? He punctuated his point by briefly flaring his chakra, reminding Danzo of who he was dealing with. Danzo, I said. I understood. Another moment of silence from the councilman before he gave a slow nod. Yes, Hokage-sama. I understand. We will take no action against the Uchiha clan at this time. Good, then you may leave now. Tell no one of what you heard here tonight. Hiruzen ordered. He knew Danzo would not drop the matter so easily, but for now, the discussion was over. Danzo bowed and left the room. Hiruzen turned to face Itachi. Danzo-sen will not give up so easily, Hokage-sama. Itachi getting a nod from Hiruzen. The more that time without you taking action, the more likely he is to act on his own. Do not concern yourself with Danzo, Itachi-kun. I know how to handle my old friend. This is not the first time I've had to deal with his insubordination, and I fear it will not be the last. Hiruzen closed his eyes, briefly meditating on what he would do to keep Danzo from doing anything drastic. For now, we must focus on your clan. What your orders, Hokage-sama? Itachi asked. For now, you and Shursui are to continue monitoring the Uchiha clan and report any finds to me. Furthermore, if you can find out what your father thinks of the coup and if you can push him towards opposing it. Understood? Yes, Hokage-sama. I shall inform Shursui as soon as possible. Itachi said, putting his mask back on. Then you are dismissed. Hi. The young man disappeared from sight. Once the old Hokage could no longer feel the presence of the Uchiha, he walked out to the window, gazing out at nighttime Konoha. It looked so peaceful now, a far cry from how it looked more than 7 years ago, and even now, he knew that its peaceful appearance was an illusion. So many problems plagued his village within and without, the growing discontent of the Uchiha clan, Danzo's continued insubordination, just to name a few. Then there are the problems from outside their walls. IWA had long since nursed its grudge following its defeat during the Third Great Ninja War, and relations with Kumo were slowly deteriorating, especially now they had a new Raikage who seemed to hold a deep amnesty towards Konoha. From what Jiraiya's spy network could gather, both villages had started to pass secret messages to each other. Hiruzen feared the two villages were in the process of forming an alliance. Despite his best hopes, Hiruzen knew that war was coming. Once again, the elemental nations would be plunged into that would devastate the land. It would not happen tomorrow and even the next day. It would likely be years before the conflict would start. Like Konoha, both IWA and Kumo were still recovering from the previous war and from their own disasters. That gave Konoha more time to prepare. Hiruzen had already started to move the academy curriculum towards pushing out battle-ready shinobi. Naruto's class would see a slow shift from their current peacetime-oriented course to one that would prepare them for war. By the time they graduated, the first year's class would be training for the war from the beginning. Hiruzen prayed that he would be wrong, that there was, however slim, a chance at averting war. He had already lived through 3 shinobi world wars. He did not wish to see a 4th. He took another smoke from his pipe. Perhaps it was time to retire for the night. His gaze fell where the Hyuga compound would be. Naruto, you may not realize it now, but I believe you and your friends will be the light that guides this village through its darkest time. Hiruzen left his office. Konoha training grounds. Come on, Uzumaki. I know you can do better than that. Bring it, Ducktail. Ino rolled her eyes as she and her friends Hinata and Sakura watched the boys spar against each other. Class had been dismissed some time ago, and as it was always the case, Naruto challenged Sasuke to a match. Sometimes it was the other way around. Boys, why did they always have to think that everything could be settled by fists? Couldn't they find a way that seemed less physical? Though she shouldn't be the one to talk, since she challenged Hinata and Sakura to more than a few spars, and she to admit Naruto and Sasuke were not the worst offenders. Kiba was the top contender for that honor. Honestly, she didn't know if his loud and obnoxious behavior was due to him being a boy or an Inuzuka. Likely it was both. Naruto was a distant second. At least with him, he knew when to behave. She imagined having Hinata around to keep him on a leash helped. Note to self: ask Hinata for tips on how to keep my man in line. Though she did admit that were a couple of boys how could stand to benefit with they were a little more bold like Naruto and Sasuke were. Choji, you're too nice for your own good, and Shikamaru, you're too lazy even for Inara. She saw Sasuke flip over Naruto, landing behind him and delivered a palm strike to his back. Naruto twisted around in time to block it. Ino, Sakura, and Hinata had sparred as well before growing tired, sitting to the side to watch the boys. They mostly spared against each other, and sometimes had a match with Naruto or Sasuke. Who do you think is going to win this time? Ino said to her friends, one eye on the fight. She was impressed that boys were still at it even hours after the girls had stopped. I think Sasuke-kun is going to win. Sakura said with a blush, and Naruto-kun will win. Hinata said, her blush more noticeable. A devilish smile crept onto Ino's face. She knew her friends had crushes on their respective boys. Both boys were very good-looking and no doubt they would be very handsome men when they grew up and had their own charm. Though if she had to pick one, she would go with Sasuke. What can she say? Uchiha men had an appealing nature that just begged to be noticed. Plus, everyone knew that Naruto was spoken for, even if the couple didn't realize it yet. Oh? What makes you say that? Ino said, seeing if she could get something out of the girl. Hinata started to poke her fingers together, now being put on the spot. Well, Naruto-kun is a SK skilled fighter, and he doesn't give up. Hinata explained. True, but so is Sasuke-kun. Ino replied. You've seen him fight before. Yeah, Ino-san is right, Sasuke-kun is a good fighter. Sakura joined in. He's beaten Naruto-kun before, and he can do it again. Ino wanted to point out that the same thing could be said about Naruto, but remained silent. She knew her friend could be stubborn at times, especially when it came to Sasuke. Is there anything else that makes you think that? Ino asked Hinata. Well, he can see everything with his eyes, so he always knows where Sasuke-san is and knows what he is doing. But Sasuke-san doesn't, and can only see Naruto whenever he faces him. Naruto-kun can more easily surprise him if he wanted to. That was a valid point. Ino gave the Hyuga girl that. The Yamanaka girl looked around and up, looking for the floating eyeballs that Naruto controlled. She spotted a few, and she knew that there were more hidden somewhere and that some of them were under cloak, as Naruto once put it. To be honest, she thought the Fudogen was creepy and scary. Who wouldn't? Seeing disembodied eyeballs float around was unsettling to see at times. She had grown used to them like the others and even found it funny seeing others react to them. She also found them to be cute in a sort of creepy way. Weird, yes, but she learned that weird didn't necessarily have to be a bad thing, nor did the creepy. But never in her life would she ever find Shino's Kinkaku to be cute. They were just straight up creepy to her. Hinata's point was seemingly proven right when Ino turned her attention back to the spar. She saw Naruto pinning Sasuke to the ground, a look of surprise on the latter's face. Well, it looks like Hinata was right. She commented. Sasuke will win the next one, Sakura said. They saw both boys get up and took positions facing each other. A couple of seconds later, they launched themselves at each other. Now that we're on the subject of boys, and said, stirring the conversation away from the spar. Hinata, who do you think is cuter? Getting an ep from the shy girl. Sasuke? Or Na, are you two? The blush that covered Hinata's face was all the answer Ino needed. WWLIITHTHTH that. Hinata stuttered all over herself as she tried to come to answer. Ino swore she saw steam coming off the girl. Next to her, Sakura was holding back a smile. Hinata's crush on the blindfolded blonde was something that everyone could see, everyone except for said crush. Too bad she couldn't see that Naruto felt the same way. Irritating at times, but it makes for good teasing material. Come on, girl, spit it out. Ino pressed. WILITH think ah. She trailed off before whispering something that Ino could not catch. Could you say that again? I didn't hear you. Ino said. Again, another whisper. Ino brought her hand to her ear. Say that again. Another whisper, though this time, Ino could hear more of what Hinata was saying. One more time, please? Ino asked. Ino-san, I'm not sure if this is a good idea. Sakura tried to reason, sounding worried. Ino ignored her. I think Naruto-kun is cuter, Hinata said, a surprising amount of frustration seeping into her voice. Ino wondered how far she could take this. I'm sorry, could you say that one more time, Ino-san? Sakura said. A determined glint appeared in Hinata's eyes. I said that I think that Naruto-kun is cuter than Sasuke-kun, the girl shouted. Ino was surprised that Hinata was even capable of shouting, but nonetheless she smiled to herself. Mission accomplished. All right, Hinata, you didn't have to shout. I could hear you loud and clear. Her smile grew. And so did everyone else. Hinata's eyes widened as the realization hit her, and she turned her head to where the boys were. Sure enough, Sasuke and, most importantly, Naruto both stared at the girls, specifically at Hinata. Well, now that's a rare sight. Ino thought to herself, seeing a blushing Naruto, not quite as red as Hinata. From the corner of her eye, Ino saw Hinata duck her head into her knees. Sasuke recovered from his initial surprise and took advantage of Naruto's dumbfounded state by ducking down and sweeping out his leg. Naruto fell and was quickly pinned to the ground. "Ops," Ino said. "Does that count as interference from us?" she asked, looking at her friends. Sakura was glaring at her, and Hinata still had her head buried in her lap. Ino smiled nervously. Maybe she did take that a little too far. "Ino, that was mean," Sakura said, "but I was just teasing her." Ino tried to defend herself half-heartedly. "I was still mean," the pink-haired girl reiterated. "Look what you did, you embarrassed Hinata in front of Naruto-kun." But Ino sighed and conceded. "Alright, fine, I took that one too far. Hinata-san, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be mean about it. I was trying to have some fun. Can you forgive me?" For a moment, she did not get any response from the Hyuga girl. Ino was about to give another apology when Hinata looked checked, still red as a tomato. She gave a slight nod. "It's alright, Ino-san. I forgive you. I know you didn't mean anything by it," Hinata said softly. Ino sighed in relief. "That's good to hear. But I am really sorry. I just wanted to have some fun teasing," she explained. "Tell you what. You can tease me about anything to get even," she said. "Anything in the world." Hinata gave a slight shake of her head. "No, it's alright, Ino." Her lips were trying to twitch into a smile. "Come on, Hinata-san," Ino pressed. "Surely, there must be something that even a nice girl like you wants to tease me about." "Like how my name can be short for boar," Sakura scoffed. "I do that all time, though I prefer pig, they're cuter," she said. "Kenneth forehead," Ino shot back. "You're a regular customer. This a special offer for Hinata." "Whatever you say, Ino pig." They heard Hinata giggle a little. "See, even Hinata has a mean bone in there," Ino said with a laugh. "Come on, Hinata, just one Ino pig, and we're even. You can even take a shot at Sakura's forehead if you want." "Hey!" Sakura responded. "I wasn't the one that made her shout that her crush was cute to the high heavens." This time Hinata's laugh was more audible. "It's alright, Ino-san. I don't have to tease you. I forgive you." "Alright, if you insist," Ino said, leaning back on the ground using her hands for support. The boys were sparring again. It was clear that they were getting tired now, meaning that the group would be leaving the training grounds soon. "Honestly, Hinata, you're too nice sometimes. You could use a mean streak every now and then. Who knows, maybe a certain somebody might like it," she said with a sly smile. Hinata blush grew and was about to put her head into her knees again. Ino stopped her. "It's alright, Hinata. I was just kidding again," she said. "I'm pretty sure he would like you regardless if you had one or not." Hinata nodded again. "Naruto-kun is a very nice person," said just above a whisper. She hesitated for a moment like she was thinking something over. "I meant what I said." "Naruto-kun is cuter than Sasuke-kun," she said without stuttering or her face getting redder. Ino decided not to say anything about that, and just smiled. In some ways, she was jealous of the girl, as shy she was. Hinata had managed to get a hold of a good boy to be with. Someone who cares for her in the same way she did. She wished she had a relation that good and sweet. Ino knew that most kids around her age did not tend to think the same she did and seemed to be stuck in the mindset that the other gender was yucky. To be fair, a lot of the boys she's met were on the disgusting side. But she was Yamanaka Ino, and she wasn't like most kids, and she often thought about the prospect of having a boyfriend one day. Unfortunately for Ino, her prospects were not good. As mentioned before, most boys she met were not to her liking. There were a few candidates that could work if she was willing to invest in them. But they had their own problems that made the possibility unappealing to her for different reasons. 2. She felt they were more like brothers to her. One was already spoken for, the other. Ino looks back to the spar, gazing at a certain boy with black hair. The other had a lot of competition for him. Ino internally groaned, wondering if there was someone out there for her. She decided it was best to shelve that line of thinking before it got too depressing. It looks like the show is over, Sakura said, pointing in the direction of the boys. Both boys were lying on the ground, flat on their backs. Indeed, I say it is, a voice answered. Ino wasn't sure whose scream was louder, hers or Sakura's. Either way, she was certain Hinata and whoever was behind them were going to be deaf for the next few seconds. Ino's shot upturned, seeing Hinata and Sakura doing the same. Instinctively, Ino assumed a fighting stance but faltered when she saw who it was. Uchiha Itachi smiled down at them. Apologizes. I did not mean to scare you, he said. Though it is good that you are quick to react, it may save your life and the lives of others one day. Ino and the others relaxed, seeing that they were in no danger. Ino got a better look at the eldest Uchiha brother. While she did have something that could be called a friendship with Sasuke, acquaintance might be the better description. Naruto and Hinata were the only ones that spent any significant time with the boy, but she had never met his brother in person. Heard a lot about him from Sasuke and seen him from afar, yes, better never directly met. Ino felt her cheeks warming. If Sasuke turned even half as good looking as his brother when he grew up, then he was only going to get more admirers. Hello, Itachi-kun? Hinata said. How long have you been here? When you got out of the academy, Itachi answered. I was coming to pick up Sasuke when I saw you heading for the training fields. So, I thought I would watch your training. He had been watching them this whole time? That's kind of creepy, Ino said before she could stop herself. Itachi tilted his slightly towards her. Again, I apologize. I did not intend to come off as being creepy. I just wish to observe how skilled you are. He looked over to where Sasuke and Naruto were lying. Sasuke has been improving by a lot of late. Perhaps the academy has improved its methods since I left. Ino somehow doubted it. Itachi seemed to have caught on to her thoughts. Or maybe it is something else that is the cause. He didn't turn away from watching the boys. He remained silent as though he were considering something. Ino tried to get a closer look at the older Uchiha, trying to discern his thoughts. It's good that my little brother is making friends. I believe you will be good for him. Having friends can be a good thing, especially during rough times. There was something off about the way he said that. Something that raised a red flag for her. She didn't why it was just the way she felt. Could it have something to do with whatever was happening with the Uchiha clan? Her dad wouldn't say anything when she brought it. He said it was nothing. She knew when someone was lying. Whatever was going on, it was something that worried her father, and that scared her. Whatever Itachi thought, it was gone. He looked back at the girls. I have had the pleasure of meeting Hinata-san here. But I believe I do not know who you two are, he said, gesturing to her and Sakura. For now, Ino thought it best to keep her thoughts to herself. I am Yamanaka Ino, she said. The heir to the Yamanaka clan? Itachi asked. Ino nodded. He looked to Sakura. I'm Harino Sakura, she said shyly, looking away. Sakura? Itachi questioned, looking at the girl, before a small smile formed on his lips. A fitting name. It is a pleasure meeting both of you. My little brother speaks well of his classmates. Sasuke spoke about them to his brother? From what I saw, he was not far from the truth. No, it's an honor to meet you, Sakura said, echoing Ino's thoughts. Sasuke-kun speaks a lot of you. He admires you a lot. Yeah, he does, Ino agreed. He often tells us he wants to be like you. It almost reminds me of the way Naruto-kun looks up the Hokage. Hinata chimed in. Itachi's smile grew at their statements. As his brother, I'm happy to hear that, Itachi said. At first, I was worried my little brother wouldn't be able to open up to anyone and make friends. I am happy to say my fears were unfounded. He walked out from the girls and towards where the boys were. Come, let's collect the boys, and Sarah-san and I shall escort you home. Sarah-san, when did she get here? Ino asks, looking over to the boys, seeing the Hyuga woman standing over Naruto with a fond smile. The two were chatting while Sasuke was looking at his approaching brother. Since we got here, Hinata said. She's supposed to watch Naruto and me today, she explained before walking away to join the others. Ino groaned, making a mental note to work on her sensory skills. Come on, Sakura, let's go. Konoha bar. Hayashi walked into the bar feeling tired. A rarity for him, but today had been a long one between dealing with the clan elders and the Konoha Civilian Council. He was in the mood for a strong drink or two. The Leaf Spring was his favorite for several reasons. Firstly, it was a shinobi-only establishment, and solely by former shinobi, so he did not have to worry about any civilian, namely members of the Civilian Council. Secondly, it's some drinks that were almost impossible to get anywhere else. He had yet to figure out where its owner got them. As for the last, this place held some good memories, and Hayashi, for whatever reason, found himself to be in a nostalgic mood. He walked past the tables scattered around the bar, mostly being ignored by the patrons, either too drunk to notice someone else coming or not caring. A few did give him welcoming nods as he passed. He came to the bar and almost froze up when he saw a familiar face sitting at a stool, or more accurately, a familiar back and shoulder-length brown hair. The figure was slumped over the bar and did not seem to notice the presence of another person. Hayashi recovered quickly and took a seat next to his old friend and teammate Fugaku Uchiha. "A bottle of Snowy Sunset, please," he said to the bartender, getting a nod from the man. With the bartender gone for the moment, Hayashi turned his attention to the Uchiha clan head. The man was nursing his drink and had a longing expression on his face. "I didn't expect to see you here, my old friend." Fugaku looked up from his drink, confused that someone would talk to him. He turned his head, opening his mouth. "Who are?" His question stopped short as recognition shot through his eyes. "Hayashi-san? Is that you, or have I gotten drunk?" he asked, inspecting his drink closely. Hayashi shook his head, smiling. "Yes, Fugaku-san and me, your old friend Hayashi. As for if you're drunk or not, that I can't say. If you are, then you're not deep into that hole enough to start imagining things," Hayashi explained. "Though if you are imagining me, it proves your lack of imagination." Fugaku rolled his eyes at the jab. "It's you all right. What brings you here? I don't see you here often," he asked, taking a sip from his drink, finishing it. "I could say the same thing about you," Hayashi replied. "But to answer your question, I had a long day today." "A really long day?" Fugaku gave him a sympathetic tilt of his head. "Clan elders or the council bothering you?" he asked, signaling another bartender to get him another drink. "Both," Hayashi answered. "Normally, I'm able to handle them, but today both were particularly grating. A good drink seemed like a good idea to relieve some stress." "I assume you've had a long day as well?" Fugaku remained silent. He turned his attention to his drink, giving it an uncertain look. "You could say that," he said after a moment. "You could even say I've had several long days." Hayashi raised an eyebrow. It may have been a long time since the two had any meaningful interaction, not since Minato died, but he could still recognize when his former teammate was troubled by something. "Things have been busy in my clan of late. I haven't had a chance to myself for a while." An understatement if there ever was one. Tensions were rising with the Uchiha clan. Rumors were running around that the Uchiha were somehow responsible for the Kyuubi attack 7 years ago. Every day more people were starting to distrust the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha were becoming more isolationist, starting a cycle that fed into itself. The bartender returned, placing a blue bottle and a small drinking glass on the counter in front of Hayashi. He thanked the man, opening the bottle and pouring its contents into the glass, stopping just short of its rim. Hayashi placed the bottle down and picked up the glass. Holding to his nose, he took in its aroma and downed it in one gulp. It was a sweet drink and had a powerful kick to it. "A snowy sunset?" Fugaku questions with a small hint of humor in his voice. "Now I know you've had a long day." Hayashi placed the glass down and examined the bottle. Its simple appearance was deceptive. This bottle was more expensive than most people could afford in a year and was difficult at best to get a hold of. How the owner came to get a stash of the stuff was a mystery, the same going for the dozens of other rare and hard-to-find vintages he kept. Most accepted that the man just had good connections in the industry. "It's good stuff," he said, pouring himself another drink and downing it. "I'm glad that." Hayashi paused as a memory resurfaced. His first time entering this bar, being dragged in by Minato with Fugaku close behind, It had been after the completion of their first A-rank mission. I'm glad the Minato introduced me to it. He always did seem to know where to find the good stuff, he said with a sad smile. He heard a huff escape the Uchiha's mouth. We can blame Jiraiya-sensei for that one. That perverted sage corrupted our blonde friend. You remember how pure and sweet he used to be. Kushina did not help, though I suppose she did keep him from being a pervert. There was a fond smile on his lips. Hayashi shook his head, a small snort coming from his nose. Memories good and bad were flooding in. Their first meeting was in the academy. When they became a team, the image of Fugaku being tied to a stump still brought a laugh to Hayashi. Their C rank, their first kills, becoming Chunin, attending each other's weddings, being there for the birth of Fugaku's first son. Seeing Minato and Kushina being buried together. Hayashi's smile faltered. That had been a bad day for him. Seeing them buried had driven home that he had lost two good friends. I miss him, he said without realizing. When he did, he turned his head, seeing that Fugaku was still smiling. But it wasn't a happy one. It was sadder. I do too, he said, breaking an awkward silence. Hayashi, he paused like he was considering something. Where did it all go wrong? He asked. Somehow Hayashi suspects the question was for someone else as well. Pardon me? He inquired. Where did it all go wrong? The man repeated himself. We used to be so close. We were friends, teammates. No, we were more than that. We were brothers. Only our wives were as close to us as we're to each other. Even then, there were things we didn't tell them. Things we only told each other. Our fears, insecurities, our dream, and everything else in between. There was nothing we couldn't talk about. We helped each other whenever we needed it. Granted, we didn't get along all the time. We had some legendary fights. Hayashi nodded. Yeah, that we did. We both know how much a Vanyo can be. I won't argue that, Fugaku responded, putting his glass down. I can be a tough man to get along with. Too often, I have to wonder why Mikoto hasn't left me. That is because she loves you as Hitomi does with me. Hayashi answered. I will admit that I had my share of being a jackass, Kushina would put it. Fugaku nodded. Back then, we had Minato to keep the peace between us. Then he paused again. Then it was like the words won't be spoken, then we didn't. Hayashi finished for him. Their drinks had long been forgotten. Fugaku remained silent. Tell me, Hayashi, was our friendship so fragile that all it took was the death of one of us? Or, more accurately, it took Minato dying? I have to wonder if one of us took his place. Would the two that remained still be close today? Hayashi had thought about it more than once. What if Fugaku had died? Would he and Minato have remained close? Or if he had died, would Fugaku and Minato have remained closed? It was a thought he didn't like to think about, and often was quick to shelve it whenever it crept up in his mind. Now, though, he couldn't so easily put it aside. How could they have drifted so far apart when they had been so close before? Surely, they would notice and would have tried to mend it earlier, right? But that didn't happen. Minato had been the heart and soul of their group. Without it, the center couldn't hold. At first, after his death, they had remained close. But slowly, like a rock being eroded by the wind, they had grown apart until they had stopped interacting with each other altogether, except for when it was needed. The last time they had a meaningful interaction was, Fugaku caught onto his thoughts. 2 years ago, he said. More than a few times, I was tempted to take him in. Hokage and the village be damned. That boy deserved better than the isolation he received, and we both know for a fact that orphanage was abusing him. But I could never go through with it. Something always seemed to hold me back. There was an unspoken statement that hung in the air. But I guess I don't have to worry about that anymore. You were a better friend to Minato than I was. Hayashi shook his head. No, I wasn't. I'm just as bad a friend as you were. It took him saving my daughter and getting his eyes torn out for me to finally take action. Even show how bad of a father I have been. But I suppose, in the end, we did make the right choice when it counted. We? Fugaku questioned. You support me when I announced that I was taking the boy in as a ward of the Hyuga. You even went as far as to threaten the civilian council when they got into an uproar. Hayashi explained, the memory of the councilman cowering in fear bringing a genuine smile. How is he doing? Fugaku asked. He's doing good. He's got a lot of his parents in him. The Hyuga clan head began to chuckle. He especially got his mother's deviousness. Fugaku's smile was a strange mixture between horror and amusement. Remind me never to get on that boy's bad side. I don't think my pride and ego can handle whatever his mind could cook up. He even has her density. My daughter has been crushing on him from day one, and he has yet to notice. Fugaku rolled his eyes, snorting. Let me guess, he's also heads over heel for the girl. Uzumaki's, it's a wonder that they ever had any kind of family, let alone a clan. One of the great mysteries of the world. Hayashi commented. You may already know this, but my youngest son Sasuke is attending the academy. Fugaku said after a moment of silence. It seems he's made friends with your daughter and the boy. I do. Naruto tells me a lot about him. Hayashi said, nodding his head. He found it funny how his daughter, Minato's son, and now Fugaku's son were growing close as friends. Fate sure seemed to love her rhymes. It reminds me how we used to be. Yes, it does. My son talks a lot about Naruto and Hinata too. It's nostalgic in a way. Maybe that's why I'm here today, and perhaps even you too. Fugaku said, getting a raised eyebrow from Hayashi. Maybe we're here not just because we had a long day, but perhaps both of us had hoped to see the other here today. A frown formed on Hayashi's lips. Now seemed like a good time to ask. Fugaku, what is happening? What is going on with your clan? Fugaku remained silent a moment that seemed to stretch out into eternity. I can't say, Hayashi. But what I can tell you is that things have been moving forward fast. Faster than I can keep up with. He gulped down another glass. I know we just had a conversation about us trusting one another and being able to talk about things, but I feel like I need to sort this out for myself before I can talk to you. Hayashi nodded. It wasn't the answer he wanted to hear. I understand, Fugaku. But feel free to talk to me about it if you change your mind. Remember, it may have been a long time, but we are still friends. Hayashi poured himself another drink. I probably won't, Fugaku said. But if it is all the same to you, I don't mind talking to you some more. It's been far too long, so maybe it's time we mended that bridge. You won't get an argument from me. Hayashi agreed. They both raised their glass, clinging them together. Fugaku took a gulp from his glass before placing it down. Then his face scrunched up as he considered something. Hayashi, I do have one request to ask of you. As a friend and as a fellow father. Hayashi raised an eyebrow at Fugaku's statement. Yes, anything. The Uchiha clan head turned around in his stool, giving Hayashi the most serious expression he had ever seen on the man's face. In the coming weeks or even months, if anything happens to me and or Mikoto, anything at all, I need you to do one thing. What is it? Look after my son's Uchiha compound. Fugaku woke up to an empty bed. Getting up, he stretched, feeling his bones pop loudly. He did not feel rested, though. He had not felt rested from a night's sleep for a long time. After getting dressed, he left the confines of the room. Not even a minute later, he is greeted by Yashiro, a man around Fugaku's age and an old friend. He was also the leader of the Uchiha in favor of the planned coup, a group that was growing every day. Fugaku repressed a grimace. It was too early in the day to be dealing with this man. Fugaku-sama, I'm glad that I caught you, the man said, walking up to Fugaku's side. I was hoping to discuss more about the coup with you. Fugaku was careful to respond. Is it a bit too early in the day to talk about this, and shouldn't we discuss in a more secure area? If Fugaku had his way, he preferred that they don't talk about the coup today. He had never felt comfortable about the plan to overthrow the Hokage and the Konoha Council and replace them with Uchiha. The Uchiha clan was a founding member of Konoha and had sworn an oath to defend the village. To consider something like a coup d'état felt like a betrayal of their oath and was spitting on their ancestors' accomplishments. It was why he had rejected the proposal when it was first brought up almost a year ago. There were other factors that contributed to his decision at the time, such as the unlikelihood they would succeed. There was a reason why Konoha had won the 3 great shinobi wars. While Fugaku was proud to say that the Uchiha was the strongest clan in the village, he was not so arrogant to believe that they could take on the whole village. Even if they did, how would Fire Daimyo view the situation? Would he sit by and let the Uchiha take over? Or would he see them as a threat to the land of fire and move against them? Then there were the other countries and hidden villages to consider. A civil war in their enemy ranks would be a tempting weakness to take advantage of. At the time, Fugaku had decided that a coup would do more harm to the clan than it would solve. He never reported the proposal to the Hokage. He could understand why some of his clansmen were reacting the way they did. They felt disgruntled with how the village was treating them, isolating them, and spreading rumors that they were responsible for the Kyuubi attack, would do that. He felt the same disgruntlement, but he wasn't about to throw away everything they had by proving the villagers' suspicions right. Yushiro, though, did not feel the same way. Come now, this is the future of our great clan we are talking about. It is never too early for such things. As for security, we are in the Uchiha compound. There is no safer place to talk. There are only Uchiha here, and one of our clansmen would never turn on another. It is one of the things that makes us better than the other clans. Fugaku decided not to bring up Madara. Just look at our so-called rivals, the Hyuga clan. They brand more than half of their clansmen with that caged bird seal of theirs and relegate them to the cadet branch. May as well call them slaves instead. You would never catch us doing such a thing. The man began to rub his chin as a thought occurred to him. Speaking of those white eyes, we will need to do something about them when we take over the village. They are the most likely to oppose our rule, not to mention they have been gaining more power of late, while we have been dwindling in influence. Just look at what happened 2 years ago when they took in the Jinchuriki. Making him a ward for saving their heiress Mayas, they just wanted him for the power he holds. Fugaku stops and looks around the compound's halls, praying that no one was around to hear what Yushiro said. Are you insane? He whispered harshly at the man. You know the law. Yushiro waved him off. Oh please, we both know who that brat is and who here would report me for breaking the Sandame's law. You. Fugaku did not answer. I thought not. As I was saying, the Sandame must have gone senile to let that pass. I'm surprised you didn't oppose them. Why is that? Fugaku wasn't about to tell him that brat was the son of his old friend and Yandame. As I told you before, I had personal reasons for my decision to support the Hyuga clan when they took Uzumaki-san in as a ward of their clan. Reasons that I will not explain to you. Yushiro stared at him for a moment, waiting for Fugaku to elaborate. Very well, I will not pry into the matter. But we will have to do something about the Hyugas. Perhaps after the coup, we could approach the members of the cadet branch and see if we can get their support. In exchange, we could offer to aid them in gaining their freedom from the main branch. Fugaku did not want to talk any more about it. He had only just woken up, and he already regretted getting up from his bed. Yushiro-san, how about we talk about this later? I have only just woken up and have yet to eat my breakfast. I would rather spend my morning in peace and not talking about our future in the village. Fugaku stopped by a door to his family's dining room. The smell of his wife's cooking was a welcoming scent. Yushiro nodded. I can understand, Fugaku-sama. I apologize if I disturbed you in any way. I was just eager to discuss our future as a clan, he said. Perhaps after today's assembly of the Konoha Council, we can discuss this more at length. There is some information that I think you might like to hear. Fugaku raised an eyebrow at the man's response, reluctant as it may be. Yushiro had been the one to convince him to support the coup and had been feeding him information that indicated the leadership of Konoha was afraid of the Uchiha clan. He didn't know where the man got his intel. He refused to reveal his sources, only that they were reliable. Yushiro's evidence did not paint Konoha in a good light. The isolation of the Uchiha in a remote area of the village, giving the Uchiha the responsibility of being the village's police force, and the recent rumors spreading about them, they all pointed to the conclusion that Konoha feared the Uchiha clan, and what they would do in the future if left unchecked. They wanted to isolate the clan and spread suspicion about them so that no one would question it if anything happened to them. Again, Fugaku couldn't just ask the Hokage if any of this was true for fear that Yushiro was right. Information? Fugaku questioned. You will find out soon enough. Have a good day, Fugaku-sama. Yashiro bowed and left the Uchiha head alone in the hall. Fugaku let out a tired sigh. His day had hardly started, and already he had to concern himself with whatever Yashiro had to tell him and their discussion about plans for the coup. A coup while having his support, he was uncertain of. Was it the right course of action? Was Konoha planning to take action against the Uchiha out of fear, or had they misinterpreted their actions for something else? Had both of them? There were so many questions to be answered, and Fugaku didn't know where to begin to look. If only you were still here, Minato. You would know what to do. It was a thought that had been crossing his mind a lot lately. When his teammate and friend was still around, everything seemed so hopeful. The man had an uncanny talent for making the impossible happen. The gulf between the clan and the village had been so close to being closed because of him. Then he died, and that gulf had widened again and grew worse. Were the Uchiha and Konoha destined to be at odds? Had Madara's rebellion been a sign of things to come that they all ignored? Fugaku let out another tired sigh. It was too early in the day to think about such things. Truthfully, he'd be happier to spend the whole day without thinking about the deteriorating relationship between his clan and the village. Pushing his thoughts to the back of his mind, he opened the door and stepped in. He was greeted by his wife, placing a plate of food on the table. The sight of his wife was always something that brought a smile to his face. For him, she was more beautiful than anything in the world and would gladly give anything to make her happy. He walked up to her and placed a kiss on her lips. "Morning, Mikoto," he said to her, breaking the kiss. Mikoto smiled up at him. "Morning, Fugaku," he responded and returned the kiss. "How was your sleep?" she said, moving to the kitchen. "Good," he said, sitting down at the table. "Has Itachi returned from his mission yet?" "I'm afraid not." He hears his wife call out. She came out holding her own plate of food. She sat down in front of Fugaku. "His duties as a captain in ANBU keep him busy. As proud of him as I am, I wish he was around more often." Fugaku nodded. His eldest son was an endless source of pride for him. Both of his sons were, even though he would never show it. "Itachi has done his clan proud," he said. "Sasuke has been doing well in his classes," Mikoto said after taking a bit from her food. "From what I gather, he's at the top of his class." Fugaku nodded, happy to hear that his second son was doing so well at the academy. "Though I do hear he has some fierce competition from a minuter double of a certain blonde we know." "Really now?" Fugaku responded, knowing who she was referring to. "Yes, he seems to have formed something of a rivalry with the boy. I would even say that they're friends," she said, smiling. "Almost reminds me of you and Minato. Though I think they're less hostile with each other than you two were when you started out." In translation, they weren't trying to kill each other. "I'm glad to hear that Sasuke has managed to make some friends at the academy. Itachi didn't have any when he attended, and I was worried that Sasuke would be the same." That had not been a fear that had crossed his mind, but he was still happy to know her concerns were unfounded. "I'm sure that you're more than happy to know that your fears have been laid to rest." Mikoto nodded. "Yes, I am," she said, then remained silent for a moment as she pursed her lips, a tell that she was thinking about something. "I hear that you've been talking to Hayashi-san again." That took Fugaku by surprise. He hadn't told anyone about that. "Yes, I have." "How did you know?" "A couple of clansmen noticed you talking to him yesterday," she said. "So, how is he doing?" "Good. It's been nice talking to him again," Fugaku responded. "It almost feels like old times," Mikoto nodded. "That's good to hear. I was thinking, since you're talking to Hayashi again, that maybe I could spend some time with Hitomi again. We haven't talked to each other in years, and it would be nice to catch up again. The next time you see him, can you have Hayashi let her know I want to talk?" Fugaku didn't find anything wrong with that. "You're in luck. I'll be seeing him after the council meeting today," he said. "I'll try to pass it along. I'm sure that Hitomi would be thrilled to see you again." Mikoto nodded her thanks. "That would be nice. I imagine that we'll have a lot to talk about." She paused for a moment, and Fugaku suspected that she was debating something in her mind. Should he say something? "Mikoto-chan, is something the matter?" he asked. His wife gave him a nervous look. "Nothing, Fugaku-kun." She bit her lip. Now he knew something was bothering her. It doesn't like nothing to me. She looks at him, a slight hint of surprise showing. It's just that. Her voice trailed off as she searched for the right words. She sighed. A few weeks ago, I was passing by the compound's dojo, and on a whim, I decided to throw some senbons at the targets. Fugaku raised an eyebrow at the subject she brought up. And? He carefully pressed. She had a downcast expression as she continued her story. Most of them hit dead center. Fugaku nodded his head, not understanding where she was getting at. He knew his wife had served in the Shinobi Corps, though like him, she was in the reserves now and had been one of Konoha's top kunoichi. She had been called the Red Death for her skill with the Sharingan and use of poisons. He was not surprised that even years after being out of the field, she would still be able to hit the center of a target with most of her senbon. Wait. Except for one. It hit just outside of the bullseye. Now for anyone else, that would have been spectacular results, hitting the center of a target with most of their thrown weapons. But Mikoto was an Uchiha, and like most Uchiha, she strived for perfection. Having most of her senbon hit the dead center of a target was not good enough for her. They all had to hit dead center. I tried a few more throws and got much the same. After that I tried some taijutsu, then after that ninjutsu, and after that I used my Sharingan. Before I knew it, I had gone through my entire arsenal as a shinobi. Fugaku had a suspicion what day that was. He had returned home from a long day, and he had expected to be greeted by his wife's comforting presence and a warm meal. Instead, he saw Mikoto half passed out at the table eating leftovers and looking more tired and ragged than he did. He had pushed any other thoughts to the side and asked if she was okay. She had said that she did not feel well that day. He didn't believe her, but at the time, he decided it was best not to press the subject. She would talk to him when she felt like she was ready to. What did you discover? He asked. She let out a long, tired sigh. 2 things, she said. First off, my skills aren't what they used to be. Certainly, I'm still a high Jonin level kunoichi. Put me against anyone in this village, and I should be able to beat them with little effort. But as I went through the motions, everything fell off. My skills were not as sharp as they should be, my stamina wasn't as it should be, my taijutsu strikes weren't hitting as hard or as precise as they should, and everything else fell off. I've been practicing the last few weeks, trying to improve, and I think I've been making some progress. Fugaku remained silent. He knew that something was bothering her, but how could he have missed this? He had noticed that she seemed to be busier of late and was tired all the time. As her husband, he should have known that something was bothering her, and he did and should have been more attentive, but he wasn't. He had been so caught up in what was happening with the clan, he had neglected to pay any attention to his family, real attention. He had to wonder what else he had been missing. What was the second thing you learned? He asked. I want to see about becoming an active kunoichi again, she said. If anyone else was around, they might have seen Fugaku's eyes widen to the size of dinner plates. What? He muttered out. Mikoto gave a placating look. Not right away. I was thinking about waiting about a year or 2 before going back to active duty. Fugaku felt himself relax a little. He hadn't expected her to bring up the possibility of her returning to active duty, mainly so I can get back into shape, and even then, I'd probably take mostly C ranks to get back into motions of being a kunoichi again. Not to mention that I do want to see how well Sasuke is doing in the academy before then. I assure you I've been giving this a lot of thought, and I'm willing to discuss this with you, so you don't have to worry about me running off the next on a mission to assassinate the Reikage if that's what you are worried about. Fugaku felt the corners of his lips tug into a smile. I would be more worried for the Reikage's safety than yours, my dear. I think. He paused as he thought over what he would say next. He was of 2 minds on the matter. On the one hand, he fully supported her desire to return to active service. He knew what she was capable of and knew that she could take care of herself, and in some ways felt jealous that she could make that decision. As the head of the Uchiha clan, he couldn't be in active service anymore. His responsibilities kept him inside the village. There were days when he longed to return to being an active shinobi and feel the thrill that came with it. On the other hand, he wanted her to stay. What could he say? He loved the woman, and even when they both were active shinobi, Unfounded as it may be, he worried for her safety. More than a few times, he had stayed up late at night wondering if she would return from a mission or not, half the time afraid that she would, but in a casket. He imagined that she felt much the same about him. "I think it's a good idea," he said after a moment of silence. As much he loved her, he knew this was her decision to make, and if he tried to stop her, he would regret it. "I'm glad to know that you will be returning to active service," Mikoto smiled. She stood up from her seat and walked around the table. Fugaka's head turns to keep track of the woman as she made way behind him. She wrapped her arms around him and laid her head on his shoulder. "Thank you, Fugaka-kun, you don't know how happy I am to hear you say that." A mirthful giggle made its way to the Fugaka's ear. "What's so funny?" he said, tilting his head to the side to get a better look at his wife. "Nothing much," she said. "It's just I haven't seen you like this for a long time." Fugaka felt his face scrunch up in confusion. "Like this?" he asked. Mikoto's expression changed. She was still smiling, but it was more solemn. "I'm not sure if you noticed or not, but you haven't been the same for over 7 years, not since Minato died." Fugaka hid his reaction. He knew he wasn't the same man before Minato had passed away, but had he changed more than he had thought without realizing it? If he met his past self, would the contrast be so stark as to see they were two different individuals? He had a lot to think about. Mikoto removed her arms, placing a quick kiss on his cheek, and walked back to her seat. "I always knew the man that I fell in love with was in there somewhere," she said, taking a seat. "I'm glad that I got to see him again. Do me a favor and try to bring him out more often." Fugaka didn't know how to respond. "I'll think about it." They ate in silence for the rest of the morning. Later that day, streets of Konoha. Of course, the elders were none too pleased to hear Naruto's antics that day. Hayashi said, chuckling. "For a moment, I thought one of them was going to pop a blood vessel from how angry he looked." Fugaka listened intently as his old friend explained one of the Hyuga ward's more mischievous moods. "I swear one of these days, he's going to kill one of them. Not that it would be a bad thing." The Uchiha clan head shook his head. The boy sounded like a handful to keep track of. He may look like a miniature version of his father, but that boy had more of his mother in him. "I'm surprised they haven't tried punishing him more often." The two men had gotten out of a meeting of both the shinobi and civilian councils and were now sitting down at a restaurant frequented by shinobi. Fugaka wouldn't mind it so much if it were just a meeting of the shinobi council. It would still be a long, drooling session with endless amounts of administrative and legal issues to work out, but at the very least, he would be among fellow shinobi. But with the civilian council joining them, it became a lot more tedious than it should have. There was one, maybe two, members he could tolerate, but the rest just grated on his nerves. They always had to nitpick at everything and complain just about as much. "Oh, they have tried, many times in fact," Hayashi said, putting his glass of water down. "But between me, Hitomi, Hizashi, Sarah, and the Hokage, we keep them from doing something too drastic. It doesn't hurt that Naruto at least has the good sense to behave for a while after days like that one." "I imagine your eldest daughter also has a hand in that," Fugaka said. "I imagine she does," Hayashi responded with a nod. "Nor does it hurt that Naruto is at the top of his class. So, they don't have much to complain about." A waiter came by asking for their orders. "Speaking of," Hayashi said after the waiter left, "from what I hear, your youngest son is attending, as well." "He is," Fugaka answered, remembering his discussion with his wife earlier in the morning. "From what I hear, he and Naruto have become rivals." Hayashi had a coy smile on his lips. "Not a single day goes by that I don't hear about how the two have had one competition or another. Naruto always grumbles whenever he loses." Fugaka rolled his eyes, keeping his amusement hidden. "It sounds like what Kushina would do. That redhead always accused me of being a cheater." "He does take a lot from his mother," Hayashi said. "But I think you'll be happy to know that Naruto doesn't accuse Sasuke of cheating. He prefers to think that he got lucky. Hinata tells me that Sasuke doesn't hang out much with the other kids. He seems to prefer to be alone or keep around Naruto and her. Not unlike how someone I know used to be." Fugaka had no reply for that. He remembered doing the same thing as his second son. At the time, most would have thought that he saw that everyone else was beneath him, and wasn't worthy of being around him. While that was partly what it was, the truth was that deep down, he felt nervous about being around the other kids. The Uchiha name was something that held a lot of power and meaning behind it. They were one of the founders of Konoha and produced some of the most powerful shinobi in the village. Their Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan, was feared and coveted throughout the world. Being the heir of the clan, Fugaku felt like he had a lot to live up to. He was afraid that if the others ever learned what he was like, what kind of person he was, it would somehow tarnish his family's name. In some ways, he still felt like that. He had a lot of pride in his family, something that he would admit had gotten him into trouble more than a few times in his life. Because of that, he wouldn't let anyone be close to him for fear. Hayashi continued. They both think of him as a friend. He let out a small laugh. It's almost like history is repeating itself, though some of the details are different. I'm almost tempted to say it's fate. Fugaku had been thinking much the same thing. What were the odds of their children becoming friends like their parents had, long after their families had grown so far apart? For their sakes, I hope that history doesn't repeat itself fully, he said darkly. Losing Minato and Kushina had hurt badly, the former more than the latter. Minato had been the only one to break through the walls he put up to protect himself. When he had first met the blonde, he thought the boy, an orphan like his son, was annoying and tried to ignore him as he did with the rest. It was one of the few failures he was proud of. Looking back at it now, Fugaku could see that the boy's constant challenges were not of bitterness towards him, and that his attempts at friendship were genuine. Minato always had a gift for seeing through people's facades and saw them for who they were. He had seen through Fugaku's facade and saw him the lonely person he was. Despite his best efforts, Minato and later Hayashi had become his closest friends and confidants. In hindsight, perhaps a part of the reason why he had distanced himself from Hayashi and the few other friends he had was that he was afraid that he would be hurt again if they were to pass. He didn't want Sasuke to go through the same thing. Hayashi seemed to catch on to his thought process. I hope so too. Then he smiled. But I don't think we have to worry about that. Something in me tells me that things will turn out very differently for these kids. They already are different from what we were. Thinking about it, he realized that Hayashi was right. From what little he heard about it, Sasuke had accepted Naruto's and Hinata's invitation of a friendship more openly than his father had with the deceased Yondaime. Maybe you're right, he said. Well, what do we have here? A familiar voice said. Both Fugaku and Hayashi turned to see their generation's Ino Shikacho trio approaching them. The heads of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans sitting down at the same table, and everything in a 10-kilometer radius hasn't exploded? Inoichi said with a grin. Did we step into a parallel reality somewhere? Maybe we're under a genjutsu? Choza said, rubbing his chin. Though it's not a very good one, considering how unrealistic this picture is. If they want us to believe that these two are the same table, at the very least, they should be at each other's throats. Shikaka said seriously. Indeed, which is why I think we're in an alternate reality where the two can sit at the same table without something bad happening. Inoichi said. Fugaku rolled his eyes at the three's antics. Judging by the scowl on the Hayashi's face, he guessed that the man wasn't too pleased either. Are you three about done? Do keep in mind that insulting the Uchiha clan is not a wise decision, and insulting the Hyuga clan on top of that more so. Hayashi added to the threat. All right, we didn't mean anything by it, Inoichi said, placing his hands in front of him. Can't you two take a joke? The deadpan stares were all the answers he needed. A nervous laugh made its way through the man's teeth. Tough crowd. Then a more serious expression appeared on his face. In all seriousness, we're surprised that both of you are sitting together and talking without any unpleasantness happening. He pulled back one of the seats. Mind if we? He asked. Choza was taking the other seat, and Shikaka grabbed a chair from a nearby table. Go ahead, Fugaku said, knowing that they wouldn't take a no for an answer. Inoichi nodded his thanks. We haven't seen you two like for a long time. Not since the Yamanaka trailed off. As he racked his brain, Shikaka picked up for him. Not since Minato passed. That's right, Inoichi said, snapping his fingers. I mean, we did see you two hanging out for a bit after that. But then you kind of stopped seeing each other one day. Since then, you've only been seen together during council meetings. Even then, your interactions could be described as being less than cordial. Choza said. That is until recently. Recently? Hayashi questioned. Fugaku wondered what he meant by that as well. A waiter came by, offering the three newcomers menus. No, thank you, we're just here to talk, Shikaka said, waving the waiter off. Yes, recently, during the council meetings you have been. Well, I wouldn't say you've been more friendly towards one another, he folded his hands together. But you have stopped being hostile, and that's enough for people to notice. Was it really that noticeable? Fugaku asked. Choza nodded. Yes, it was, the Akimichi had said, rubbing his chin. Now that I think about it, the closest that you have acted like was about 2 years ago, when you supported Hayashi's request for taking Uzumaki Naruto in as a clan ward. Certainly came as a shock to us, Inoichi commented. For a moment, I thought we were all under a genjutsu. That or the world was about to end. It was troublesome, to say the least, Shikaka said. Ever since then, while you two weren't on friendly terms, you did bicker less. Now it seems that you've stopped altogether and trying to rekindle your previous friendship. Fugaku could see how that would raise some questions. His wife had noticed, or as she explained, someone else had noticed and told her. The Uchiha clan head wondered how many others had seen his demeanor change and how they took it. Had Yashiro noticed? The man did seem to know many things he shouldn't, and could he be worried about it? Fugaku shook his head. He preferred not to think about that man and the coup right now. Fugaku. The Uchiha man is jolted out of his thoughts at hearing his name. He looked at Shikaku, who was giving him a critical look. Did you hear what I said? Fugaku shook his head. No, I was thinking about something. What was it you said? Shikaku raised an eyebrow like he wanted to question Fugaku but decided to drop it a moment later. I was saying that root of it seems to lie with a certain blonde, Uzumaki Naruto, Hayashi said. My clan's current and only ward, Shikaku nodded. Exactly. Whether that boy realizes it or not, that boy has had an effect on this village. I can't say if it is for the better or not. He's a good kid, Choza said. I've met him a few times, and my son thinks of him as a friend. He's even visited the Akimichi compound a couple of times. A few of my clansmen were uncomfortable around him, but most of them have warmed up to him. The man let out a hearty laugh. Anyone who can eat as much he can is good in our books. Ino also considers him a friend, Inoichi said. Shikamura thinks highly of him. The Nara added. If you knew my son, you would know that means something, and we all know how my daughter sees him. Hayashi interjected. Shikaku rolled his eyes. Everyone knows. But what I'm trying to say is that kid has a talent for attracting people to him and winning them over. Hayashi smirked. Sounds familiar. I wonder if he got it from his parents, he said knowingly. From what I hear from Shikamaru. Shikaku began. He's even befriended your kid Fugaku. Fugaku remembered the conversation he had with his wife. I'm aware. Mikoto was telling me about it earlier this morning. I imagine you might have noticed your kid having a friend before then. Fugaku opened his mouth to respond to Nara's question. Then he shut it, realizing something. He hadn't noticed. He hadn't noticed that Sasuke had made friends at the academy until his wife had pointed it out to him. When he asked his son how he was doing at the academy, he had never heard Sasuke mention he had any friends at the academy. He had never asked. He had only inquired if he was doing well at the academy, and told his son to be the best in the academy, not to shame the Uchiha name. He had noticed his son coming home late on some days. He had always assumed Sasuke had been out training, improving himself, and proving that he was a testament to the Uchiha clan's greatness. Never once had he considered the possibility that his son was spending time with other kids his age. Then another thought had struck him. How well did he know his son? Fugaku searched through his memories. He tried to find any meaningful moment with Sasuke, a moment when he acted like a father to the boy, not a clan head. He realized the last time he could remember being that way was when Sasuke was a baby. That couldn't be right, could it? Surely there was at least one moment where at the very least, he praised his boy for some small trivial thing? Like being able to count to 10 without using his hands or reading a storybook without making a mistake. Nothing. he couldn't find anything. Not even a moment where he mildly teased the boy for some small thing. How could a father have done so little with his child? Something that should bring pride and joy to his life. He remembered when Itachi was a child and all the good times that came with it. His first words. When he learned how to walk. His first crush on a girl and teasing him about it. He even remembered the wonder that came over his eyes when he learned he would have a younger sibling. How he spent every moment he could around his mother talking to his baby brother in her womb. Then another thought occurred to him. When was the last time he had spent time with his eldest son, Itachi, as a father? Like with Sasuke, he couldn't remember. The only things that came to mind was praising his firstborn for graduating from the academy at a young age and recently becoming a captain in the NBU. All of it shinobi related and nothing to do with him as a person. How could he have missed so much? What did his sons think of him as a loving father, or a cold, distant clan head? He looked to Hayashi as the two rekindled their lost friendship. The man had told him much about what was happening in his life. A few days later, Uchiha compound. There were days when Itachi had to wonder if there was a god or some other form of a higher power. If so, she had apparently took a disliking towards him. His week had been a trying one, to put it mildly. It had started decent enough. He had spent time with his little brother, and even got to spend a moment or two with his girlfriend, Izumi. Activates he found he had less time for nowadays. Then he had been given a mission to eliminate a group of missing nin who had taken over a town on the border. The mission did not go well. Unknown to him and his team at the time, the leader of the missing nin was a dangerous S-rank shinobi. While they had eliminated the group and killed the leader, half of the team had been killed. Adding insult to injury, the entire town's population had been killed before they arrived. Itachi and the rest of his team had spent the better part of a day gathering and burying bodies. There were a lot of children among them, ones around Sasuke's age. The last couple of nights on the way back had kept him up with nightmares of seeing his brother's face mixed in the dead he saw. Following a long debriefing with the Hokage, he had returned to the Uchiha compound hoping to get some decent sleep. Nightmare-filled or not, he needed the rest. Unfortunately, whatever higher power there was in this world decided he wouldn't get off so easily. "Hello, father," he said to his father, breaking an awkward silence. He retained his grim expression, something he had grown used to over the years. There was a time when the man before him was different, kinder, warmer. He still had an air of sternness to him, but at least there was an undertone of love to it. He hadn't seen that man for years, not since Sasuke was a baby. "Hello, Itachi," he said, nodding his head to the younger Uchiha. "I see you have returned from your mission." "I have," Itachi said coolly. "I assume your mission was a success?" he inquired. Itachi subtly raised an eyebrow. His father would have normally dropped the subject by now. Looking at him now, Itachi noticed an awkwardness about him that he had never seen before. "It was," he said cautiously. "Though there was a complication." "Complication?" his father pressed. "Yes, the reports neglected to mention that the leader of the missing nin was a former S-rank shinobi from Kumo," Itachi explained, gauging his father's reaction. There was something off about him today, something that Itachi couldn't place. It was enough to set off all sorts of alarm bells in his mind, and he was going to keep an eye on the man. "I see." For a moment, Itachi thought he saw a flash of concern in his father's eyes. Whatever it was, it disappeared just as quickly as it came. "Judging by the fact that you're standing here, it's safe to assume that he was dealt with?" Itachi nodded. "Though I wonder what a shinobi like him was doing in a small town, and one in the land of fire no less." Itachi had wondered that himself when they confirmed who the leader was. Based on the mad ramblings he spouted, he intended to carve out his own little empire starting in that town. "Though I don't think he would have much success in that regard." "What makes you think that?" his father said, sitting down at a table. Itachi took a seat from across the man. "He had the entire town's population killed. If he did that to every town and village he took over, he wouldn't have much of an empire to rule. No accounting for the thinking of the mad." Itachi could agree to that. "Is there anything else? It seems like something is troubling you? Did something else happen on the mission?" "There is something troubling me right now, and it has nothing to do with the mission. What are you up to, father? Itachi pushed his thought aside. Whatever his father was doing, he wouldn't get it out of him by directly asking him. So, he debated something else. Should he tell him about the bodies and what they made him think? A part of him said no, reasoning that his father wouldn't care about such a trivial detail. He may even lecture him about the proper behavior and conduct of an Uchiha, something he would rather avoid. Another part told him yes, just to see how he would react. He knew that something was off with his father, something was causing him to act strangely, and maybe it was an opportunity. A few more seconds of debating, and Itachi had decided to risk it. We stayed an extra day to gather up all of the bodies and saw to it that they received a proper burial. He saw his father raise an eyebrow but didn't say anything. A lot of the bodies were mutilated, so we couldn't tell if we were burying them close to family. Itachi trailed off, trying to search for the right words. He wasn't sure if there were any. Taxing. He finished. Especially when we got to the children. Some of them were around Sasuke's age. Every time we laid one to rest, I saw his face. After that, he had sworn to himself that he did whatever it took to protect his brother. He didn't want to have to bury his brother, he did not want to know what would happen if he did. He looks at his father to see his reaction. No amount of words could describe the surprise Itachi felt when he saw the expression on his father's face. It was an expression he had only seen once before. During the Kyuubi attack, as they watched the beast tear through the village from the safety of the compound, Itachi remembered turning his head to his father and seeing a look of horror. That same look was etched on his face. "Father?" Itachi said, trying to get the man's attention. No response. "Are you all right?" Again, no response. Worried, Itachi stood up, walked over to his father, and placed his hand on his shoulder. He jolts, and Itachi jumped back in case his father's defensive instincts kicked in. Thankfully, his father seemed to get a hold of himself, and realized where he was. "You say something?" he asked. "I was asking if you were all right," Itachi said, keeping the concern out of his voice. He had never seen his father act this way before. He couldn't tell if this was a good thing or a bad thing. His father looked down at the table as an unreadable expression morphed across his face. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just fine." That was a lie, Itachi could see that. The mention of Sasuke being among the dead, or even the idea of it, had shaken in a way Itachi hadn't thought possible. When he put his support behind the coup, had the possibility of Sasuke dying due to their clan's planned actions never occurred to him? Or perhaps he did but had never sunk in until now? Itachi knew that while the coup did have his father's support, he was uncomfortable about it, and it had caused him to be more thoughtful of late. Itachi knew his father on towing the line between wanting to remain loyal to Konoha or betray it, believing it was best for the clan. Itachi tried to convince his father to see reason, call off the coup, come to the negotiation table with the Hokage, and work things out. But every time he thought he got through to his father, Yashiro, the strongest supporter of the coup, would convince his father to continue his support. Itachi didn't know how that man seemed to know things about Konoha that no others did, outside of the Hokage, himself, and a select few others. Knowledge he had twisted to suit his needs. They needed to deal with that man sooner or later, but that was a problem for another day. Right now, Itachi had a more pressing concern. This could be the opportunity he had been looking for. A chance to once and for all convince his father to call off the coup. "Father," Itachi began. His father raised a hand to stop him. "Itachi, if you don't mind, I need to step out for a bit. There's something I need to think about. Alone." There was something in his father's tone of voice that told Itachi that he would not take no as an answer, and any attempt at further conversation would be fruitless. "Very well, father. But I would like to talk to you later." Maybe it would be a good thing for his father to think over what he said, let brew in his mind for a bit before pressing him on the subject. "I'll think about it." His father stood up and went for the door. He stopped. "Itachi, while I'm gone, could you do something for me?" Intrigued, Itachi looks at his father. "Yes?" he asked. "Check up on Sasuke, see if he's alright." Then he left. Twice now, in a short period, Itachi was shocked. Then a tiny hopeful smile crossed his lips. "That I will do," he said to the door. Then he walked out of the room. Before he exited, he looked to the door his father left out of, mentally sending a message to the man. Please, father, if there is even the slightest bit of care for your family and you, please make the right choice. Konoha Park, Hayashi, Yashiro, Mikoto, the Hokage, and even Itachi. Itachi, he had caught his son by chance when he came in. His doubts as a father from earlier in the day had been fresh on his mind. He had to almost chuckle at how awkward the atmosphere around them was. Even before they started to talk, as Itachi explained how his mission went, Fugaku realized how uncomfortable Itachi was around him. He had asked his son how his mission went, and Itachi had acted like he was being interrogated. If that was Itachi's reaction to that, how would he act if his father had asked him about his life outside of shinobi matters? Looking it over, Fugaku could not fault his son. Itachi had always told him about his mission without being prompted. Even then, he never went into detail, only saying it was a success or not. They were always a success. Fugaku, for his part, would never ask for more information. He would nod and give a simple well done as praise. Fugaku wondered what kept his eldest son from thinking he was under a genjutsu during their conversation, if it could be called that. When he asked if something else had happened on his mission, the young man acted like he was plotting something. Did Itachi distrust him that much? Had he been so cold and detached that a simple gesture of concern was interpreted as having an ulterior motive? Talking to Itachi had made him come to a conclusion that had been eating at the back of his mind for the past few days. He had been no father to Itachi and Sasuke. Speaking of Sasuke, when Itachi had mentioned imagining his face among the bodies he buried, it had shaken him to his core. The thought of having to bury the body of his second son caused his heart to ache. No more than aching, it felt like someone had stabbed it. He had never considered the possibility he could die due to the coup, that somehow Sasuke would be killed in the crossfire or be executed for the sins of his clan. For the life of him, Fugaku could not figure out if it was because he cared so little for his son or if his mind refused to process the possibility to keep him from breaking down. He had no desire to find out, but the thought had opened the proverbial floodgates. If Sasuke could die, so could Itachi, so could Mikoto, and Hayashi, and the Hokage, and so many others. Up until now, Fugaku had naively believed that he could make the coup as bloodless as possible, that they only needed to kill the Sandaime and the Konoha Council, and once that was done, the rest of the village would fall in line. But now he couldn't hold on to that anymore. It would be a bloody messy affair. The whole village would oppose them, the ANBU, the other clans, and the rest of the shinobi corps would turn against them. Even if they won and took control, they would have to kill many people to get it done. In return, many of his clansmen would die, likely to the point that the clan would be crippled. Either way, he would be forced to bury a lot of bodies or see them buried, assuming he survived long enough. To be honest with himself, he didn't want to survive long enough for that. He had already witnessed the burial of one of the people he held closest to his heart. He had no desire to see it happen again. The coup would destroy him, but as much he wanted to call it off, a part of him was afraid of what would happen if they didn't go through with the coup. What if Yashiro was? What if Konoha was planning to turn on the Uchiha out of jealousy? Fugaku sighed. There were days when he wished he had an older sibling that took the role of clan head or had been born outside the main family. Life would be simpler that way, wouldn't it? He must to himself. However, that would not solve his predicament. It would just be someone else in his place, and only Kami knew what kind of decisions they would make. Perhaps it is for the best, Fugaku said to himself. Still, I have to ask what I should do. What is the best decision for everyone? Fugaku never expected a response, so it came as a surprise that a small voice answered him. Do what? Neither did he expect that voice to answer his question with another question. Fugaku spun around to face the source of the voice and saw no one. He turned his head left and right, searching for any nearby figures. Just when he thought the stress had finally gotten to him, the voice spoke up again. Oi, Gramps! Down here. Fugaku felt a vein bulged in his head. How dare this stranger addresses him in a disrespectful tone? He tilted his head down and was ready to lecture the impudent stranger, only for the words to die in his throat. Take away the orange blindfold and replace them with a set of blue eyes, and Fugaku would be staring at a chibi Minato. He blinked once then twice for a moment. Fugaku thought he had gone back in time, back to his childhood, and was now staring at his long-deceased friend. He knew this was not the case. He really does look like his father, Fugaku thought. The blonde-haired boy gave him a fox-like grin. And he has his mother's smile. What, you never saw a blind kid before? The boy asked, his smile broadening. Well, I'm not as blind as you think. Fugaku saw something appearing just above his line of sight. He looked up and made eye contact with a pair of floating eyeballs. They were green. I see, Fugaku said, almost like he was observing the weather. So, this is the Fudogen he had heard so much about from Hayashi. Strangely, he felt somewhat underwhelmed seeing it firsthand. He thought that seeing a pair of disembodied eyes floating in the air would at least be disconcerting. He looked down at the boy. Was he pouting? Huh! Never seen that reaction before, the boy muttered. Usual other people would be freaking out right now, or at least look uncomfortable. The eyes floated down to be just above his head. Well, I'm not other people, Fugaku said, feeling how awkward this situation was. What were the odds of him being here talking to this boy of all people? The blindfolded boy tilts his head to the side, and as strange as it sounds, Fugaku saw a contemplative look appear in the eyes. I guess you are, he said. You sure you're not feeling anything? Maybe we should get you checked out. I know this old lady who's really good at taking care of people. She can be a bit of a nag, but she's nice. Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage, the boy enthusiastically said. Wait, did you say Uchiha? Fugaku nodded, knowing where this was going. Do you happen to know a kid named Sasuke? He's around my age, maybe a little bit taller than I am. Kind of quiet, and keeps to himself. Has hair that looks like a duck's tail. Fugaku repressed a low chuckle, bring up a mental image of his second son. He realized that his son's hairstyle did indeed resemble a duck's tail. I should. After all, he is my son. Fugaku meant to have some humor in what he said. Instead, it was a reminder that he was not a father to the boy. He was confident that the boy's eyes would have widened if he still had them. Wait, you're Sasuke's dad? The eyes flew right into his face, scanning him. Fugaku took a step back, surprised by the action. Now that I look at you, you do sort of look like a grown-up Sasuke. What are you doing out here late at night? From what I can gather from Sasuke, you're the leader of your clan. So why aren't you in the Uchiha compound? You're a smart kid, aren't you? Fugaku responded. The boy smiled and put his behind his head. Hey, I'm more than just a pretty face. Fugaku resisted the urge to roll his eyes. The boy had his father's looks but had his mother's personality, which meant that Hayashi would have gray hairs sooner than he would like. I'm sure you are. As for your question, he debated on how much to tell the boy. Certainly, he wasn't going to tell him about the coup. I needed to think about some things and did not want anyone to interrupt me. Now tell me, what are you doing out here? Aren't you supposed to be in the Hyuga compound right now? Where is your caretaker? He didn't see any Hyuga around in the park. They could be hidden, but instinct told him that was not the case. Naruto whistled nervously, confirming a suspicion of Fugaku's. Well, you know the Hyuga compound can be so stuffy sometimes. He began to explain. I have a lot of energy for a kid, so sometimes I have to get out. But they don't always have someone to watch me, so, Fugaku finished for him. You decided to sneak out of the compound without telling anyone. He wondered how many times the boy had done this before. Naruto began to scratch his cheek. I wouldn't put it that way. I think of as taking my own initiative. Please don't tell anyone. The blonde clapped his hands together and lowered his head. If Sarah finds out I'm out here, she'll kill me. Fugaku smiled at the boy's antics. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone that you're here. So please stop begging. The boy looks up at him, his hands dropping down. Really, you won't? Fugaku nodded his head. He smiled brightly. Thank you so much. You don't know how much this means to me, he said, leaping at Fugaku and hugging him around his waist. You're welcome, Fugaku said, pushing the boy off him. Now, get off of me. The boy let go of him and stepped back, giving the Uchiha head his space. Wow, you even have the same scowl as him. Scowl? Fugaku questioned. Yes, Sasuke scowls like that all the time around me. Naruto explained. It's like he doesn't like me or something. But that can't be right. If he didn't like me, then he wouldn't hang around Hinata-chan and me all the time. I suppose you're right. Fugaku said it sounded like their relationship was similar to what he and Minato had. Tell me, how is Sasuke? He doesn't say much about his time in the academy, and I'm afraid I don't get to see him much. My responsibilities as clan head keep me busy. It was partially true, his responsibilities did keep him busy and away from his family. But he knew that if he wanted to, he could have made the time. He could have delegated some of his duties to someone else who was capable. Hayashi had, he wanted to spend as much time as possible with his family. That was because he cared for them. Hayashi had even told him that he valued them more than his clan. That if it ever came between his family and the clan, he would always choose the former. A year ago, Fugaku would have scoffed at this. He would have told Hayashi that the clan should always be put first, regardless of the personal sacrifice. Now he was not so sure. He still loved his clan, that much was certain. But what about his family? Did he love them, or did he just see them as clansmen? Really? Naruto said, sounding surprised. I thought he would talk a lot with his family. Especially you. Me? Fugaku asked. What made this child think his son talked to him about anything? He talks a lot about you, Naruto said, turning away from him. He looks up to you. I can't tell how often he's said to me that he wants to make you proud of him. How hard he tries to get your attention. How happy he is whenever you do give him words of praise. To tell you the truth, I may have formed a bad image of you. How so? Naruto looks up to him, or rather the eyes floating around him do, giving him a calculating expression. Because it sounds like you don't pay attention to him. This boy was more perceptive than he looked. Fugaku never knew that such a statement could hurt him so much. He wanted to counter what the boy said, that he was mistaken. He wasn't. The more he thought about it, and the more he heard from people that knew his second son, the more Fugaku realized that he had been a cold, distant figure to him, and to Itachi as well. But I suppose you did give a valid point. You are the clan head of the Uchiha, so I guess that does keep you busy, so I imagine that you don't get to spend as much time as you'd like around your family. Fugaku only nodded. He didn't have much to say to. Hinata-chan's dad is like that too. He likes to spend time with his family, but he doesn't get to do it all the time. But when he does, they always look so happy to be together. Naruto turned back around to face Fugaku. I envy them. I'm an orphan, you know. I never got to meet my parents. They died on the day I was born, during the Kyuubi attack. His tone of voice had taken on a wistful note. Gigi tells me that they were good people and that they loved me more than anything in the world. That much he could agree with. Minato and Kushina had been so excited when they learned they would be having Naruto. During that time, he, Hayashi, and them all agreed that their children would grow up as friends. Gigi? Fugaku questioned, suspecting who Naruto was referring to. The Hokage. He's sort of like a grandparent to me. Naruto chuckles a little. Sarah keeps telling me that I shouldn't call him that, it's disrespectful. But I do respect him, he's so kind to everyone, even to me. When I call him Gigi, it's not to disrespect him, annoy him a little maybe. But never to disrespect. It's because I really do think of him as a grandpa to me. Anyway, he's told me a lot about my parents, but never who they were. He tells me that I'm ready for it. They had a lot of enemies who wouldn't hesitate to kill me for revenge. I think Hayashi-san knows too. Iwa and Kumo come to mind. Fugaku thought bitterly, those two villages had caused a lot of grief for his deceased friends. He would not put it past them to take out their revenge on an innocent child. Try not to hold it against them. They're just trying to protect you. The boy frowned a little. I know. But sometimes, I wish they would just tell me. It's so hard seeing all the other kids have fathers and mothers, grandparents, and siblings. They have a family. I don't. I know I have people who care about me. Gigi, Sarah, Hinata's mom and dad, Irika-sensei, the people at Ichiraku, and Hinata-chan. I hold all of them dear to me. They're the closest thing I have to a family. But sometimes I wonder what it is like to have a real family, know a mother's love, and a father's praise. I wonder what it is like to have an older sibling to look up to or a younger one to dawdle on. Naruto had taken a seat on a nearby bench, his head tilted up to face the night sky. It's funny, you know. You're a complete stranger, and yet I feel comfortable enough to talk to you about this. Strange, isn't it? Fugaku sat down next to the boy. Maybe because I am a stranger. I don't have any obligations to you. I don't have to sugarcoat things for you. So when I tell you this, you know it is the truth. Fugaku turned to face the boy. Family isn't always about blood ties, sometimes they are the people closest to you, the people that care for you and would do anything to make you happy. When you say they are the closest thing you have to family, that's because they are your family. Fugaku didn't know where these words coming from, he didn't have to think about them, they just came out. Talking to this boy, he felt like he was coming closer to grasping a truth that had been eluding him until now. The boy was still gazing up at the sky, but Fugaku could see the smile forming at the corner of his lips. I know. Sometimes I forget that, and I need to be reminded of that. Naruto turned his head to face Fugaku. Thank you? Haha, for a moment there, you sounded a lot like Gigi. How so? He's always telling me that a shinobi's strength comes from protecting those precious to them. Naruto looks out in the direction of the Hokage moment. The other day, I was hanging out on the Hokage moment, the Yandame's head, when Gigi came up to me. You know what he said to me? What? He said, flashback. Tell me, Naruto. What do you see? Naruto frowned, not getting what the old man was saying. He saw a lot of things. See Hinata playing with her baby sister. I see a man selling flowers to an older couple. I see. The old man stopped him. No, I meant from here. Atop the Yandame's head, he said, gesturing out to the area around them. What do you see? Naruto focused his attention through the eyes close to him. He saw him and the old man. He figured that wasn't what he wanted, so Naruto went with the other thing he saw. I see the village, the old man smiled. A good answer, he said. Naruto's frown deepened, it sounded like the old man wanted something more. Do you want to know what I see? Naruto didn't know why Gigi was asking him these questions, it seemed like an ordinary sight to him. He nodded. I see my family. Your family? Sure, he could probably see the Sarutobi compound from here. Yes, this whole village is my family. Every man, woman, and child, every shinobi and kunoichi, they are precious to me. I would give anything, do anything to protect them. I would even give my life to protect this village. That is how much I love the people of Konoha. The will of fire is the strength of a shinobi. It is born from their desire to protect what is precious to them. Their friends, their family, their comrades, and this village, they are all worth fighting for. That is why Konoha has stood for so long against all odds, against all those who would seek to tear us down. So as long as the will of fire burns in one heart, Konoha will stand. We are all family, and I would give anything for my family. The old placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, tell me, what would you do for your family? Flashback end. It was amazing. Naruto said. I never knew that Jig the Hokage saw everyone like that. He wants to protect everyone, it's why he's so strong. He isn't just a grandfather to me, he's that way to everyone. Hearing about the will of fire from him, I realized something. I've always wanted to be Hokage so that everyone would acknowledge me and accept me. But now I know that being Hokage is more than about being recognized or being the strongest in the village. It's about protecting those precious to you, protecting those who can't protect themselves. Naruto raised his hand out and shut it like he was trying to grasp something. I want that, he muttered softly. I want to be able to protect this village. All my precious people live here, and I want them to be able to live happy lives, safe from harm. This village is my home, and I want to protect it. For a moment, Fugaku saw Minato alive and well, sitting next to him. The way the boy spoke and how he acted, it reminded him of his father. Minato, my old friend, if only you could see him now. Your son has inherited your will of fire. Wherever you are, I'm sure that you and Kushina are proud of him. The boy's head turned back to face him. When Gigi asked me what I would do for my family, I didn't give an answer right away. But that was okay with him. He said that so as long I could answer that question for myself, he didn't need to know. Fugaku listened to the boy, letting him finish his story. If he were to ask me that question, now do you know what I would say? Fugaku shook his head. I would say that I would give anything to protect my family, because I care about them. Like you do too. There was no hiding the surprise that Fugaku felt. You think I care about my family? The boy tilted his head. Don't you? You asked about Sasuke, wanting to know how he was doing and what he was like. You seemed worried about him. If you didn't care, then you wouldn't have asked, and you wouldn't be worried about him. Fugaku never knew that such simple reasoning would leave him wordless. The boy was right. For several days he had been worrying himself with the idea that he had been a terrible father to Sasuke and Itachi. He was concerned over the fact that he did not pay enough attention to his wife. He had been afraid that he had in some way alienated his family, and perhaps in a way he had. The fact was he did care for them. If he didn't, he wouldn't be so worried right now. He would have not cared if he had grown distant from his family. He would have ignored the problem, growing more distant from them. Then that's when it hit him. He could not bear to lose them. If they died, a part of him would die with them. He realized something else. He would do anything to protect his family, even if it meant going against his clan. He didn't know how much time had passed. For Naruto, it may have been a few short seconds, but for Fugaku, it was an eternity. I guess you're right. I've been worried about so many things lately that I forgot that. He saw the boy smile. I guess you needed a reminder? Fugaku smiled back. I did. Thank you. You reminded me of what's important. For that, I owe you a debt of gratitude. The whole clan did. He would see to it that it would be honored. Wherever and whoever your parents are, I'm sure that they loved you with all their hearts, and they would be so proud of you. Always remember that. For a few moments, the boy looked surprised, then a few tears streamed down his cheeks. He wiped them away. Thanks for that. You're a lot nicer than I imagined you were. Naruto pursed his lips together in a thoughtful manner. Can you do me a favor? Fugaku raised an eyebrow. Yes? The blindfolded boy looks up at him, a pair of eyes floating down, a seemingly serious look in them. Can you try to show Sasuke that you do care? I think he would appreciate that. Fugaku's smile grew. I think I can manage that. There was a lot he had to do. Once he settled the matter between the clan and Konoha, he would sit down with his whole family and have a long talk with them. Now then, I think you've been outside of the Hyuga compound long enough. I couldn't agree more. It was almost comical the way Naruto paled. He slowly turned around, facing the source of the very unamused voice. Sarah and I-san, he said, scratching the back of his head. What are you doing out here? At a time like this? The Hyuga woman had her arms crossed as she gazed down at the fidgeting boy. Looking for you, she said in an icy tone. I don't suppose you would be willing to let this slide? Naruto asked nervously. The woman bent down, an almost sadistic smile on her face. No, she said flatly. Ko-san, if you will, already on it. A man said, walking beside Naruto and picking him up. Hey, put me down, Naruto said, struggling in the man's arms. I can get back to the compound on my own 2 feet. The man would have none of it, and began to walk away. The boy stopped struggling. Fine, I'll go, but can I say one more thing to Uchiha-sama? The Hyuga man stopped, and he turned to face the woman, Sarah, if Fugaku heard it right. She sighed. All right, say what you... Ko-san let him down. Even though she sounded annoyed, Fugaku could not help but detect a note of fondness in her voice. The man did as Sarah said and put the blonde-haired boy down. Thanks, Ko-san. He turned to Fugaku. To answer your question, Fugaku-san, Sasuke is a really quiet kid. He doesn't like to hang with others. But when he does, he smiles a lot and laughs, and he's very nice. A lot of other kids don't like to be around me, you can probably guess why, but he doesn't mind being around me. Sure, it's probably because he wants to fight me all the time. But we always have fun together, and I consider him to be a friend. He turned back to Ko, walking up beside him. That's all I wanted to say. He turned his head to Fugaku. Goodbye, Uchiha-sama, hope to meet you again. Naruto took the man's hand. The Hyuga looks to Sarah. Are you coming, Sarah-san? She shook her. You go on ahead, Ko-san. I'll escort Fugaku-sama back to the Uchiha compound. The man nodded and walked off with Naruto. The Hyuga woman turned to face Fugaku and bowed. Fugaku-sama, I apologize if young Uzumaki has disturbed you in any way. I assure you Hayashi-sama will be informed of this, and he will be chastised accordingly. No need. Please rise, he said, gesture for her to break her bow. I found my conversation with the boy to be pleasant and enlightening. So please don't punish him on my behalf. The young woman rose, a small smile present on her lips. I will take that into consideration, and I imagine your conversation was. Fugaku raised an eyebrow. How long have you been listening in on us? He asked. He hadn't noticed their presence until now. Sarah's smile grew. Let's just say that Naruto is not as good at sneaking out of the compound as he thinks he is. So, from the beginning then? Why didn't you make yourselves known? Spying on the conversations of others is considered rude, he said. The woman nodded. For that I apologize. It seemed like it would be best to let the two talk for a bit. I hope I wasn't overstepping my bounds. Fugaku shook his head. No need for apology. As I said, I found my conversation to be most enlightening. That boy was very helpful in helping me find an answer to a problem that has been bothering me for some time now. He has a talent for that, Sarah said fondly. And he has a talent for winning people over. Trust me, I speak from experience. She shook her head, quietly laughing. That boy is going to take this world by storm when he grows up, that I have no doubt of. Fugaku answered, fully believing it. The young woman nodded. Then, shall I escort you back to the Uchiha compound? Someone as important as you should not be out here alone. Fugaku shook his. I appreciate the offer. But I'm afraid I must decline. There are some things I wish to think about. Alone. The woman looks at him for a moment as though she was trying to read his mind. Very well, she said, bowing. I hope you have a good day, and I wish you a safe return to your home. Farewell, Fugaku-sama. She turned around and began to walk away. There is one more thing, she said, stopping. She turned her head to face Fugaku. Thank you? Fugaku parroted. What for? For reminding Naruto that there are people who care about him. He's such a cheerful child that it is hard to imagine that even he can have his moments of doubt. She said in a doleful tone. He is just a boy, Fugaku said. The Hyuga woman had a slight smile on her features, a sad one. I wish more people would see it that way. She left. Now alone, Fugaku looks up at the night sky. The last few days had been eventful for him. He had much to think about, still did. But at least now, he arrived at an answer. Only time would tell if it would be the right one. Uchiha compound, hidden meeting room. What do you mean you're calling off the coup? Yushiro shouted, veins bulging around his head. It is as I said, Fugaku said. I am calling off the coup. I will talk to the Hokage and inform him of our concerns. It is time that we settled this matter peacefully. Fugaku, you fool. Konoha does not want peace with us. They want to destroy us. Yushiro tried to reason with his clan head. He had been so close to achieving his dream of Uchiha dominance over the village. Now this fool was putting it all at risk. Can't you see that? They are jealous of our power. They want for themselves. Why else would they isolate us? Accuse us of unleashing the Kyuubi? If we don't take over, the clan will be destroyed or worse. Yushiro-san, calm down, Fugaku ordered. None of that will happen. I believe Konoha wants peace as much as we do. If we went ahead with the coup, we would only doom ourselves. We can win this. I know we can, Yushiro said. If we, Fugaku cut him off. That is enough, Yushiro, Fugaku said in a forceful tone. I have made my decision. We will not proceed with the coup. We will talk things out with the Hokage and reach a compromise that both sides can be satisfied with. I will not hear any more of this. I am the clan head, and you will do as I say. Fugaku turned around and began to walk away. Fury overtook Yushiro and lunged at Fugaku. He grabbed him by his arm and twisted him around, bringing the two men face to face. Fugaku, damn it, listen to me. You're acting like a fool. If we. Yoshiro froze when he felt an intense wave of ki wash over him. He looked at Fugaku's face and saw that he was furious. Yoshiro, I am done listening to you. His voice was strangely calm for a man that angry. Do not think that I haven't noticed that you have been manipulating me. I have some time to think about things away from you. I remember you've always spout about the Uchiha clan's superiority, and how we should be in charge. This was never about protecting the clan. It was about promoting your idea of Uchiha supremacy, and I will have none of it. Fugaku pulled his arm out of the man's grip. I will only say this once more. I am clan head, and you will do as I say. Am I understood? Yoshiro remained silent. I said. I understood? Fugaku punctuated his last word with another blast of ki. Yes, Fugaku-sama, Yoshiro said through gritted teeth. Fugaku nodded. Good, in the morning, we will call a meeting of the whole clan to be held in the council room. I will inform them of my decision. I am clear, Crystal, Yoshiro responded. Again, Fugaku nodded. Then I wish you a good night. He turned around. One more thing. If you ever grab me like that again, I will see to it that you won't live long enough to regret it. Understood? Yoshiro remained silent for a moment. Yes. It won't happen again. Without another word, Fugaku left the room. One of Yoshiro's followers walked up beside him. Yoshiro-sama, what are we going to do now? If Fugaku-sama goes through with his plan, we'll lose our chance to strike at the village. Yoshiro thought about it for a moment. His informant had assured him that his info would sway Fugaku to his line of thinking. Clearly, he had put too much faith in the man wearing a cloak with red clouds on it. But Yoshiro was nothing if not prepared. Simple, we move along with our alternative plan. He would do anything to ensure Uchiha dominance, even if it meant cutting off some loose ends. Thanks for listening to my video. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe and comment below your favorite part. Sayonara, see you in the next video.